Go.
Oh, nag.
Alan.
Go.
Jeez.
Alan.
Okay. As you might guess, we're still on shadows, as what the sun can do, and we've progressed from sundial, which seems to show the shape of the Earth. So we might progress to shadows also determining how far the sun is away. And we can also delve into maybe eclipses and things like that as well. And clouds underlit by mountains, which cast shadows on under a side of a cloud. So we'll figure that all out. I don't know if we'll get it all out tonight, but our first task is trying to work out how can we determine the distance to the sun by using shadows. And
Someone's playing it in the background.
That wasn't me, I swear.
I said someone.
I wasn't
Just
me.
me. I'm not doing it.
okay, what have we got here? Now we know Aristarchus did some things to do with the distance as to the sun and the moon as well. Yeah.
Sure it was him?
Well, that's what I've got here. I've got it written here in black and white.
Be careful, Pete Shea will come and get you.
See, on the sizes.
Yeah, you've only got to say Aristarchus once more time.
Aristarchus?
No, shit.
Aristophanes.
Okay. I'm not going to try to read all that. It looks like Greek to me.
But Terry, you still
Perimegathon K epistemeton is widely accepted as the only extent of work written by Aristarchus of Samos, the ancient Greek astronomer, who lived circa 1310 to 2030 BCE. His work calculates the sizes of the sun and moon as well as their distances from Earth in terms of Earth's radius. There you go.
Oh, okay. I was done then. There's an echo from all of us. 4 seconds. Me too. And I'm Greek. I'll just check on my end. No, it's not on my end. I've got no audio differences up this end.
Is listening through Discord by any chance?
I'll check over in Discord. I'm muted. I'll deafen over there, but it shouldn't affect. I've never had any problem before being muted over there.
I think that might have been I think you might just be seeing the delay between the original echo getting fixed and
yeah, they're saying it's
stuff coming up on the side chat.
There's no echo. Whoever said it, I'm going to come and shoot them. Oh, it's the ex-penguin.
It's another it's another ex-penguin.
No, it's the ex-penguin.
Davros.
No, it's another ex-penguin
shooting the viewers.
No one told me I couldn't. No one told me I couldn't.
Davros.
Don't. I'll get triggered.
We told you many times, no shooting the viewers.
Come on, man.
And what do you mean, get triggered?
No, you can't. Yeah.
Get more triggered? Get more triggered.
Way too late for that.
Viewers.
Oh, look at this CGI crap. What's this crap?
Look, on a scale of 1 to Travis, how triggered do you feel right now, Davros?
About 3 Katie Courics.
Oh, okay. Huh?
Fairly low on the Katie Couric scale.
How would you rate on the Rumpus scale then? Triggered.
Utter moron.
So that's 5 then.
Oh, Rumpus. I tell you what, Rumpus can't get fucking sarcasm, I'll tell you what.
No, it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't. He really doesn't.
I was in there with Druss
Doesn't get it.
today, right? And Druss and I were having a bit of a back and forward about some innuendos and whatnot. And everything just flew straight over Rumpus's head.
I don't get it because he's British. I mean, you know, we invented sarcasm. For crying out loud.
You also invented giving paradise to thieves.
That's very true.
Plus shipping the criminals off to the nice country.
Yeah, see, what they should have done was just left all the criminals in Britain and come over here themselves, and then they would have, you know, an island the size of Australia to themselves.
And death.
Yeah, it would have been
Lots
better.
of
Well,
lots of
yeah, a
death.
lot of that too.
Death's a doddle. It's no problem. It's pain that's horrible. That's not nice. Death's a doddle. That's a piece of cake. No problem.
So how do we determine the distance to the sun? Well, there you go. It's easy. Just get those
Yeah, go on.
calculations and away you go.
Go on, Terry, work it out.
Or a very long tape measure.
Yeah.
Or just get the data from the Parker Space Probe.
Well,
But it's only halfway there, Dabro.
I know the answer anyway.
Not
It's
close.
Just
exactly
radar,
precisely
just radar
93
ping the
million miles
moon.
away.
Just radar ping the moon, a radar ping Venus, and then you've got really good measurements to measure all the angles you need to find your way to the distance to the sun. Pretty
Okay,
damn
Alan.
accurately.
Whoa, Alan, it could be a hologram, man. We
Yeah,
just
also,
don't
slight
know.
problem. I don't have a radar in my backyard.
We're not
You don't
members
have
of
a
the
radar.
elite that can
Peter,
afford
Peter,
machines that cost
Peter,
millions
of course
of
you've
dollars.
got a
to test
radar
and
in your
make.
backyard.
No, I don't.
You've got a. At one time, you've had a radar in your backyard that you can use to very accurately measure the distance to the moon. I know you
Not
have.
one.
You've told me.
Not one that pumps out the radio waves that will make it to the sun.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but you can't really do a radar ping off the sun. That's why I said we need to ping the moon or Venus.
Now, look,
Nice
see,
double
I'll
speak
listen to
there,
my
buddy.
elitist measurements and
Listen to
understand
that double speak.
Yeah, listen to that double speak. No, I'll just go with what's been measured for 2,500 years.
Yeah, all right, okay.
I'll stick with my
But-
30 Earth diameters to the moon. And you can't prove me wrong.
Pretty accurate.
We can measure the moon with our thumb.
Yeah, you can also tell what
How
time
many
of day
birds
in
is
your
it?
hands.
That's what I want to know. How many birds is it?
Well, that's all a
Like
matter
a-
of how many
like
Katie
a
Courics that
swallow?
bird weighs.
Don't forget what Terry's trying to do is
He's
how
not
we can
talk with
measure
his
the
mouth full.
distances. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's
Yes,
just it
yes,
started off.
That's gotta
It
go in the
started poorly
commandments,
and then it
Terry.
got better.
I
Terry, that
think
needs to
Terry
get added
needs
to
to
the
go.
commandments, sir.
I think Terry needs to go click that link that Fred Knotts just posted in the side chat.
Oh, Fred not supposed
So
to
anyway, well, what I was saying before I was most rudely interrupted was that what Terry's trying to figure out is how we can measure the distance to the sun using shadows. So you can come up with radar and all sorts of different things, but that's
Yeah,
not
we
what
don't.
want
Yeah,
to
I
do.
don't want to go. I'm not going down the radar path. We're going down to the path of shadows.
Hmm.
Mm.
How did the
No
Australian
radars allowed.
Aboriginals do it?
Yeah, but
So
you'd
Alan,
still,
put that. Alan,
you'd
Alan,
still,
Alan.
you'd still use the.
Put,
You'd still use the shadow. All the radar does is it gives you a nice accurate value for little d in the diagram.
Alan,
The distance to
Alan,
the moon.
put the radar,
Alan,
put the radar down and step away from it. Put the radar
Step
down
into
right
the
now. Put it
shadows.
down. Put
Okay.
it down,
Dark
Alan.
side, Alan.
Alan, I know you still got it in your hand. Put it down. There you go.
Behind your back, we can
We're not doing
see
that
it.
yesterday.
Behind his back.
vertical sticks of 2 different lengths. What you're going to do is you're going to end up with an angle and a distance between that angle. From there,
Is that the angle of attack they keep talking about, Davros?
no,
Damn it.
it's actually the angle of incidence.
Seems incidental.
What incident?
A Flurf would say it was coincidental.
Yeah.
That's just math. You're just reaffirming your model.
That's right.
Oh, look at it.
That's the thing.
Oh, look at this one, the alternative model, flat Earth surface.
Yeah, if you had a flat surface, so say you did it over 1 kilometer, which is relatively flat in the whole scheme of things.
And you're not factoring in the refraction from the dome. You know, the firmament is going to give you a much different result. It's going to bend the light and refract it in multiple different ways.
Everyone be careful
But
not
you
to
need
touch
to-
Lemon Bird. Parts of Lemon Bird are becoming like they're assimilating other people and
No,
Well, you
name.
just
No
need to
name.
think so
No
because your
name.
atomism seems to
Yeah.
bring you back to the ether, and
No
you gotta
name.
understand
No
the
name.
ether is everywhere.
No name. If you say that again, but pinch your nose, do it again.
You're not taking into account the refractive effect of the firmament and the dome.
Oh my God.
What that's really going
someone
to do
stuff
is
a sock in his
scatter the
mouth or up his
photons.
nose or
That
in his
is lemon-
arms or
These
something.
made up light
no.
pebbles that you keep
No.
talking about in your atomistic materialistic
That is such a
framework.
punchable voice, man.
Oh, that is definitely
My
definitely
God.
Lemon Bird. My God,
Gone
Lemon
off the
Bird's
rails already.
in the pound. Wow.
You
That
don't
really.
know. You don't know. Look, the
You
thing
don't
is,
know.
because I had my amygdala today, I've got a better understanding of the ether. Because your atomism and your pebbles from your photons don't mean shit.
Oh, okay, Kyle's
Don't
cousin.
forget
Thank
the
you.
paradigms. Don't forget the paradigms.
I think my word salad was better personally. Just saying.
Yeah, but no dressing.
That's
from your paradigm. Stop shifting my paradigm.
There you go.
And I'm allergic to peanuts, and because I'm allergic to peanuts, you should not have any peanuts. Do you have any peanuts in the house? Because I'm allergic to peanuts, and that would be very bad because I get very messy.
I have a bag of peanut butter M&Ms that's shareable, and I will share it with you.
Ooh, peanut M&Ms.
No name. I
No,
wouldn't
peanut
share
butter.
them. I wouldn't. Hell no. I wouldn't share them.
I'm gonna roll
Hell
him for his
no.
bag. I'm gonna roll him for his bag of peanut M&Ms. You know?
I'm just a better man, I guess. I guess I'm just a better friend. I don't know. I would share them.
Yeah,
because they're shareable.
probably. Yeah, probably.
Well,
You
see,
probably
that's
are.
I might give you like 1 or 2 each one after I've rolled him, and then go away with the rest of the bag. But that's depending on how much I like peanut M&Ms, and that's quite a lot.
Sounds like it.
You've righteously shamed me, no name. I'd be righteously shamed.
Oh,
I
hey,
won't share my
we need
peanut and M&Ms.
We need to get back on track.
Yes, we do. The buckets of M&Ms are good though. They're shareable.
So speaking of big balls, we're talking about the Earth here, right? Are we talking about giant peanut M&M floating in space?
No, we're figuring out how to figure out the distance to the sun using shadows.
Yes.
Shadows only.
And nothing but, yeah.
Yeah.
What
Well,
about
that's
the
it.
stick?
That geezer, our Aristosthenes couldn't sneeze.
Yeah, that
He did it.
guy, Aristosthenes.
Aristosthenes.
Yeah, well, he did it in around 240 BCE. He knew of a deep well near I can't read that. Aswan on the Nile River, where the shone all the way down to the bottom at noon on the day. I should say, shined all the way to the bottom of a well at the bottom at noon on the day of the summer solstice. On that day, the sun at noon was directly overhead. On the same day, Aristosthenes measured the shadow of the stick at noon in Alexandria. The length of that shadow was not zero because the sun was not directly overhead in Alexandria. So that's how he first determined that the angles were different.
Yeah.
Aristophanes analysed the observations
Pardon?
with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and the Sun is very far away.
The presupposition. As
Yeah,
Nathan would call
that's
it.
the presupposition.
Presupposing a ball.
No, it's not a presupposition. You can't presuppose what you don't know.
But he worked for NASA.
Duh.
Yeah, but they kind of already knew that the Earth was a sphere anyway, so it wasn't that much of a presupposition. He was more interested in finding out how big of a sphere it was.
Yes, the assumption is it's a ball. The
But
supposition, so it's not presupposition, the supposition is the fact that he needs to measure it.
Yeah. Actually, the only presupposition here that they couldn't guarantee was how far away the Sun was.
yeah, because the Sun is assumed to be very far away.
They just had to figure it out using the technology
Yeah.
that they had at the time. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
Because it could have just been far away, not very far away.
And honestly, they probably because the Greeks had a very good grasp of geometry. They would have known that the supposition that the Sun was a very long way away was actually a good one.
They talk about presupposition later in the article anyway.
Are you guys familiar with the Antikythera mechanism? I may be butchering that.
I know what it is, yes.
Isn't it supposed to be some kind of possible early sextant or navigational device?
That long arm measurement stick. What's it called again?
I'm just saying they got a really they had a pretty good advanced knowledge of geometry, mathematics. Sorry, they were smart.
Well, no, they didn't. Look, numbers. What's with the numbers?
The Greeks didn't know about Florida and Pennsylvania. That's fake.
No, this was another person.
Oh.
No, he went through the history, right?
Yeah, this person.
I thought we were still talking about Eratosthenes.
Yes, but that was just the premise.
Ah.
So it's a problem when you hear all these words that the flirters throw about, and then we try to use them in a cogent way in context. And then when we use them, we think, oh, that's what that actually means now. Like, because all they do with their word salad is get all these key words and try and make a sentence that sounds scientific, but it makes no correlation to conversation.
Well, it's scientifical.
Scientism.
No, scientifical. The philosopher has it correct.
Oh, yeah.
We always call it technobabble.
Gobbledygook, otherwise.
Yeah, gobbledygook.
Yeah.
No, the term is bollocks.
Bollocks.
Yeah.
Bollocks.
My question, Peter, is it fruit salad or just salad?
It depends.
Salad.
Does it have tomatoes?
Because I like fruit salad.
Well, just
But if it's got tomatoes in it.
Well, that's why I had the bottle of word salad dressing yesterday, Alan, because you need that with the word salad that the flirts serve up in order to.
Yeah, just so you know, you don't make friends with salad.
No, you don't make
salad.
Especially low-fat salad dressing. I mean, come on. Dry heaving. Mission accomplished.
Well, I always use low flat salad dressing.
Low flat.
Low flat.
I love it. We'll get the Photoshop squirrel on that.
Or non-flat. Actually, non-flat is better.
Non-flat, yeah.
It's healthier, you know, because there's no flat.
Flat free.
So.
Flat free.
Flat free.
Flat free salad dressing will.
You need some flat free mayonnaise with that.
Mate, we can do all sorts of flat free stuff with the we'll get the Photoshop squirrel on that and see what he comes up with.
Yeah. See, the flat free mayonnaise is also made with firmament free eggs.
Damn, I hadn't quite finished the bloody tea.
I heard that. I heard someone spit out there.
This is the problem. This is the problem we have with Alan, right?
Yeah.
It's
He's always
always
taking a
at the
sip of
moment we no, but
I'm
when we go
always drinking
live,
damn tea.
when we've gone live, he's got a fresh cup of tea, right? And he understands that we're going to start spewing out some flurf nonsense,
Make him laugh.
and then
I've still got to drink the tea.
He loves it. He loves it.
Can't wait.
Well, you
I
see,
can't help it that I have my tea in a bucket.
I don't think you guys knew what you were getting into when you let me in here.
Oh yeah, I
Nope.
have to. Yeah.
I'm going to say, and you know, there's a photograph out there that makes me look just like Hagrid sitting next to Harry Potter, don't you?
Yes. See, I've seen that one.
I mean, Earth is an egg after all.
Egg shaped, Torah shaped, or peanut shaped. I like the donut shaped one myself, or the taco shaped one was mentioned
Well,
earlier.
Riley said it was an egg.
Taco.
So
This
you know,
is
this
an egg.
is an egg.
This is
It's
an egg.
firmament free eggs.
Riley also says up in the
He also says.
Why
he
does he
also
say
says
What's wrong with the?
Yes, correct, doorknob head, but at least it wasn't out of me nose this time.
Oh yeah, that one's painful.
Okay, well, at least I made someone stutter. You know, I like to drink cage-free water. How about you guys?
Yeah.
You drink what water?
Cage-free water.
Cage-free water.
Gluten-free water too. Yeah.
Gluten-free.
Yeah,
Gluten-free. Or low-fat water. Low-fat water is much more healthier.
What about non-GMO water?
Yeah.
No GMO water.
Yeah, organic, free range. Yep.
Organic,
Organic free-range water.
non-GMO, cage-free.
Yeah. And
Cruelty
the hydrogen
Gotta
monoxide
be
free.
cruelty-free.
Cruelty-free water.
The hydrogen monoxide free as well, of course.
I have to point out now that this has gone way off topic from what we were talking about, trying to measure the distance to the sun with a stick in the ground. I blame the philosopher. Sorry, that was he. I don't know how he got in. I didn't give him an invite.
I don't know.
Free-range water is free-range water is far more interesting.
You cannot
It
stop
is. You
the
can watch.
philosopher.
You can watch the free-range water, you know, in its natural habitat, and it looks quite happy.
It does what it does naturally.
Yeah, that's
Flat.
It always seeks its level.
It seeks its own level.
Yeah, it's flat. Yeah. Oh dear. Got no more of that vape juice.
Oh shit.
See, now I'm starting to worry that when we actually start doing our thing, we're not actually going to get much done besides this sort of thing, because this is what it usually devolves into. Just we sit there and just talk about. I think and we laugh our asses off.
Sorry, my fault.
I think it's because no. I think it's because we're not clever enough to do the math on this stuff.
Well,
so
we shouldn't be doing math anyway because it doesn't exist. Remember, we're not allowed to, follow rules.
Oh, yeah.
Well, math is scientism, and
we have to go with scientific method, not the scientific method. It's scientific method, and don't you dare tell me otherwise.
Can we have free range?
Well, I value testimony over math and science personally. And why you gotta always rely on the elitists to tell you how to do math and science? Why can't normal people do math and science?
Observation is science. So
I
we
never looked
observe
at it
the
that
Earth
way
is flat
before, but
by
he's
looking at
right.
the horizon.
And
We
I'm
observe
right.
the Earth is flat.
Anaceto Maldonado makes a really good point, y'all. The fatty water is the best water, and I know what he means by this.
It tastes better, yeah.
Bacon
The full
water.
fat water, yeah.
Yeah, full fat water.
Right, yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So,
Oh, well,
What
You know where do you have the fatty water? That's the one that comes in the wide bottles.
Yeah, but it still needs
Yeah,
to be free
wide
range
mouth.
water though. Still has to be
Like,
free range, even though it's full fat
Yeah.
water.
Sure.
But you
Yeah.
know,
Oh, yeah. Well,
that,
we also have responsibly raised and curve-free water
that's it.
from the peanut gallery.
And then you get
Yeah.
some milk, and you've got the leaded milk, which is the full of fat stuff, and then you've got the lighter milk, which is the better stuff. I think maybe with the E10, and then you've got the skim milk, which is just the poison crap that you get from the cheap gas station.
What's wrong with the stuff from the cheap gas station? I use it all the time.
I usually always get
Skim
the
milk.
green stuff.
The skim milk is the crap stuff that tastes like garbage and is full of. It tastes weird.
Water. It's just water.
Yeah, really. I mean,
That's white.
Well, I drink semi-skimmed. I don't drink this skimmed like the red top.
Well, that's the bad bleached water that you get in there.
Nah.
Yeah.
I like the semi-skimmed as well.
Skim water is really good.
Now,
How do you
semi-skimmed
bleach
is
milk?
fine.
For fuck's sake.
No, bleached water.
No, but how do you...
Hey, Terry. We've got
how can you bleach milk? It's already white.
We've got
so
a
you know it's
Nicole
bleached.
Hopkins in
Well, you
the
get bleach in your
side
plant
chat
water?
who would like a Zoom link.
Oh, that's Crash, isn't it? Crash.
Well, we don't know. I'm not going to assume anyone's gender until they start talking. It's probably both of them, knowing them.
I debunked right the hand with this picture.
I just call him right hand.
Lubed.
No.
What?
I don't call him right the hand. I just call him right hand.
Okay, so I manipulated this picture.
Phil comes into free range water. Yet another example of crazy. Just as I start to listen.
Okay, so see how the horizon is curving up, right?
Yes.
Okay, right. So this was my manipulated picture.
That.
No, no Photoshop.
Nice CGI. Nice
I
CGI,
did. All I did was change the zoom.
Professor Phil, we're glad you're here.
You manipulated the image.
Yeah, right.
Professor Phil, we need you.
Hello, show you his manipulated image. Right, that's this one. It curves down.
Nice cartoon. It's the ether band.
The ether band. Warping the perspective.
Terry, don't we need Professor Phil? We need Professor Phil, don't we,
Terry?
Oh,
yes, we need Professor Phil for math.
Yep. Well, I don't know, Professor Phil. Would you be able to help out with anything to do with any sort of like that mathematical type stuff? It's out.
Mathematical type stuff?
The witchcraft?
Yeah, we seem
Professor
to be...
Phil is one of the high priests of the witchcraft.
I'm trying to find the connection between measuring the shadows to measuring the distance to the sun, and there seems to be angles and numbers and things involved, and I'm just wondering if you knew anything about angles and numbers type stuff.
It's wizardry.
I was about to suggest maybe we should get Professor Phil one of those really cool looking Gandalf outfits and get him to wear it whenever he comes on a stream.
That would be great.
Stick and all. Stick and all.
Is he in here yet?
He's in the arts. He's in
the
He's out in the peanut. He's out in the peanut gallery. He's got the key to the special place.
He can't talk.
I can't talk live right now as I have students in front of me, but ask the question. Oh no.
Well, we need to. We kind of need you here live. We can't really do it this way.
I was gonna say, if we show you the screen, can you give us a yes or a no? Maybe.
You try.
No, it's about complex mathematics, including using those words, cos and sine and...
Yeah, because sine and tan.
Yeah, and sine over delta and big words.
And trigonometry. Mean square and all that fun stuff.
Triangles.
But the thing is,
deltas.
What type of math did Aristarchus have back then?
Well,
Pythagoras.
The same type of math we have now.
He had Pythagoras.
It's still It's still using trigonometry, Terry, but it's just slightly different. It was somewhat more simplified at that point.
It was beyond Mel Gibson's knowledge level.
Okay.
That's
Beyond
dumb.
even Mel.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, we've got 40.
boring.
We've got 45 minutes.
That's all right.
Look up Pythagoras, and look when he was around.
Has he
when
got
came up with his
students on a
formula.
Saturday?
It's
Yeah.
only Friday here.
No, he's in Australia.
They live in the future.
Can I get the winning lottery ticket for tomorrow?
3, 72, 27, 9, 33, and 303 with the winning supplementary numbers of chemo.
33.
No, it's chemo.
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 Yeah.
But it
I'll
wasn't.
play that. If I win, Peter, split it with you.
All right.
Yes, Professor.
Is that
We
meant to
know
be
it's sine, cosine,
trigonometry?
and-
Means sine, cosine, tangent.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are the three opposing angles.
So, Professor Phil, it's the mathematical formula to work out the shadows of 3 sticks on the Earth to work out the curvature of the Earth, including the distance to the Sun. So it's big maths.
And 10 to the negative 17 is how you figure out a Flurf IQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, me and Terry worked out a good way of working out their IQ. You just take your socks off, and there you've got the number in front of you.
Terry, you mind if I shield myself a
On
little
both
bit?
feet or just one?
What, 12?
Yeah.
No. You got two feet and 2 hands. Some
Yeah,
might
but
have.
if they take their socks off, they've got 6 toes on each foot.
Some do.
I think 6 is a little too generous.
And I was going to say, and I, you know, if you really want complex maths, I offer you 3 + 3i.
What's the I stand for?
Indices. I don't want to pay.
Oh, holy shit!
The square root of
Gentlemen,
-1.
I'm gonna. Right, gentlemen, I'm gonna get my head down for a couple more hours. I think before this afternoon.
See you in an hour.
I'm gonna bid you good night.
It's 6 o'clock in the morning. There, casual. What are you?
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I'd been to bed. I was asleep for about 3-4 hours. or so,
Well,
give or
in the
take.
next
Oh,
4
and
hours.
I got up again.
Well, in 4 hours' time, the casual
Yeah.
spaceman is going to have the Crew Dragon 2 in
Spaceman?
flight aboard. Who? The casual spaceman is having the Crew Dragon. Yeah, whoever. The Crew Dragon 2. Yeah, in flight abort test.
Spazman.
Yeah.
Oi.
So we'll share that, and also we'll share it because I've already got it bookmarked from where it's coming from. So it'll be a bit of a joint effort. It's going to be late, isn't
Thank you,
it?
Terry.
10 to 12 here.
It'd be
Wow.
late for you, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is as well. But the problem is, right? It's the launch window starts at 1 o'clock, but they will only launch when they're ready. So it's anywhere between it's a 4-hour launch window basically. So it could be any time from that time onwards.
I'll squeeze
4
myself into that, and then hopefully.
If they launch within that 4 hours, I mean, I'll keep the stream going all 4 hours, but
Okay.
hopefully it'll be at 1 o'clock or thereabouts.
All right.
So, but there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee with tests, you see. So,
Casual, are you supplying the popcorn for that live stream?
yeah, no problem. I'll buy a few buckets ready for you. No problem.
Okay. Well, casual. Just remember, fly casual. Just don't look like you're flying casual.
Okay. All right. I'll do that then.
Star Wars reference.
Okay. I'll fly
Later,
casual.
casual.
That's a good thing. Oh, that's quite a good phrase. I could actually fly casual, everyone.
There you go.
Oh, I like that. It's a bit
So
like
You have to
Scott
pay
Manley, they fly
Professor.
safe.
You have to pay You have to pay the philosopher a quarter every time you say it, though.
You have to pay George Lucas a quarter every time because it came from
Okay.
Star
Oh no,
Wars.
screw Lucas. He got enough money. Give me some
Yeah,
money.
he got
Yeah,
4 billion.
Yeah.
I'm the one who needs it. Starving artist here.
Right, you're right. You're reprobate, so I'm definitely going there. See you later.
Okay, see you in about 4
See you,
hours.
Later,
Cash.
casual.
Thanks,
Night,
Terry.
Gaz.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
I knew someone who had a reprobate, and they had to take these really big pills. And oh wait, that's different.
What was funny about the wee hours of this morning was I got tagged by Right the Hand with his photos, right?
Oh God.
Which is of the Pontchartrain power lines, and then his manipulated image. And I turned around to him and I said, "I've analysed your photo. You've got a cut pixel. You've manipulated this photo." Did nothing after that.
Womp womp.
Well, oops, busted.
Yeah.
Did we break Lemon Bird last night? Because I haven't seen him at all today.
He popped in for a little bit, and then, like, because he couldn't get on with it, like when we were watching the Team Skeptic, Natalie,
He couldn't get any attention.
yeah, he popped in and he tried to get on a rant, and Anna turned around and said, "Shut up." Not now.
Even Nicole doesn't like Lemon Bird.
That's good. No one likes Lemon Bird because he's a twat.
Well, he's a lemon.
Lemon turd.
You don't have to.
Are y'all talking about me already?
Maybe.
Only
No,
if your
no, we
name's
weren't
Lemon
talking about
Bird,
that. No,
Nicole.
no.
Are you talking to retard? Conversation.
Well, Nicole,
no,
you
you
see,
didn't.
you've got to get your ether, and you've got to understand that having atomism is not the way to get to the Lord.
Well, damn, I didn't know Lemon Bird was in this conversation.
You know what? I thought Rosie had walked in for a second there when I heard I thought the question was going to be.
Are you talking to retard?
Because the voice sounded so similar.
Okay, now you guys are driving me to drinking.
We're not supposed to call Crash a retard now, y'all.
No.
Yeah,
The question is, are you talking to retards?
And the answer is a
At the
resounding
moment we're
yes.
talking and at the
I don't
moment
know.
we're
No-
talking about them, not to them.
Well, No Name has his helmet on in his avatar, so
I always wear my helmet to bed.
No name needs to go to bed.
It's how I practice safe sex.
Is
You
that
keep your
what
socks
you?
on too?
Never mind. No, I'm gonna shut up. No name. I'm not even gonna go there tonight. No name. I'm gonna be nice.
Okay.
do you have the full bodysuit? What the fuck was the name of that comedy movie?
The full,
Oh,
Naked
the naked
Gun.
gun. The naked gun.
Yeah.
the full body condom.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually do own one as a
They actually
gag, but
sell
yeah.
those.
Yeah, I got it at Spencer's.
You can buy everything at Spencer's.
I know. It's incredible.
You can buy a pencil sharpener that's an asshole. Literally.
You mean an
And now you
arsehole
gotta
can
put
buy a
money in
pencil
Terry's
sharpener?
Tip jar. Terry, Nicole doesn't know how your tip jar works.
She is filling it up.
No kidding.
I heard
No
the
customer
tinkle.
service.
I heard the tinkle when it hit the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris, it is. It snuck up on me. I didn't get off work until midnight, though. So
Do you ever sleep, No Name?
sleeping for the week.
That's kind of my philosophy.
Like
Yeah.
every time we are on a stream or we're on a voice chat, you're always there.
Yeah.
Well,
No
so
matter
you could
what.
ask you could ask the same question about you then.
Sleep is for noobs.
But
Come on.
Yeah, noob
You
see,
can
sleep.
sleep when you're dead.
But see, I've been productive today. I've been working today.
She has made she's knitted like 1,000 washcloths.
1,000 what?
Washcloths.
Oh, washcloths. Okay.
Yeah, like terry toweling cloth.
So the whole thing is that there's a battered women's shelter
that I
What, are they deep
contribute
fried?
to because my no a bad cute.
Sorry, I'm just
My grandma
making light of a bad situation.
my grandma was involved in domestic violence, so they take
What
donations
she
and stuff.
did to your grandfather should never have been allowed. I mean,
Unfortunately, it wasn't her. Unfortunately, it wasn't her. He was on the drugs.
I was. Nicole, you know I'm joking. I have no way of
But I'm
knowing anything.
but I'm just saying he was that was part of the problem. So
It was a humorous inversion of a gender stereotype. Ha ha.
So I go out and I spend hundreds of dollars on yarn and redo it so that way the women's shelter can use them for dishes or showers or whatever. They don't have to actually spend a lot of money on actual washcloths.
Well, that's pretty cool.
A whole lot of money.
That's badass.
Well, the problem is that I'm running out of supplies and I'm running out of funds.
Well, that does sound like a problem.
Okay, I think we need to start a GoFundMe then.
If you could, I mean, I could take. I'll tell you what.
Just give it to your Patreon.
I don't have a Patreon.
You can use PayPal. Just take donations through PayPal.
Oh, we do take donations through PayPal. I just haven't been on a live stream for the last couple months.
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, she just starts a PayPal. I mean, it's really easy. Say, donate to my PayPal because I'm doing this for people who really need it, and there you go, and it's right there. It's just money in your account.
Yeah, hold on. I think I can choke.
It's a better cause than vape juice. Just saying.
I personally support single mothers and young women trying to put themselves through college. And so if you would like to send me money to my PayPal, I will turn around and use that money to help those poor women in need.
Well, here, hold on.
There you go. There's the stack she made during the Teen Skeptic debate.
And Professor Phil Bell's replied in the chat with some math, with some scary numbers. Radius equals 360.
It won't show up very well because I got a background.
I like that.
From first stick to last
I was
stick.
trying. You quit moving it.
Two times pi equals angle
So
of
they're about
sweep.
that big.
Hush.
They're about that big, y'all.
We're doing math.
Let me grab those numbers.
I already did.
All right.
Sorry, Peter. I didn't mean to do your job.
That's all right.
I put it in. I put it in Tech Dog video.
Are you doing the secretary's job for you, Terry?
Well, Peter does my job. I do his job. That's okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha. Yep.
Terry,
did you put your PayPal link out there and just start from there.
Oh, it's out there. I don't show myself on Terry's because he needs the money for his stream.
No, not you goon. Her.
It's the same PayPal link.
Oh wait.
Shared PayPal link.
There's both of them.
You're flirting.
Flirting. Watch Nathan Thompson too intently today.
Yeah, did anyone notice there was a couple of times there where Nathan actually ended up with that dumbfounded look on his face because he didn't know what to say?
Yes, it was.
I saw the bit where he looked around the room and he raised his hands like, what? Like, what do you think if... Oh my God.
Yeah,
I didn't care for the actual
not help
debate.
you.
I didn't care for the actual debate, but the look on Nathan's face was priceless.
Y'all talking about Natalie?
Yes.
Natalie, Weeping Willow.
Captain Hammerballs.
Captain
I don't know why you can't call him by his correct name. It's Captain Hammerballs. Natalie, this whole Natalie thing is an insult to women around the globe.
No name. About 9 to 10 months ago, I coined the term Nathan Shitstain Thompson.
Ooh, how come you haven't told us this one before?
I don't know. I want to take thinking about starting a pool on if he keeps up with his diet, how long he's going to be able to hold that goddamn sledgehammer.
Well, as the going trend goes, he's already down to the point that he's looking past greyhound, as in he's nothing more than a stick and ribs. I reckon he's probably got it 6 months before he really starts to showing signs of anemia, because
And a bit of psoriasis.
yeah, look, the only reason he got that poor dog was to keep him warm in the caravan. I mean, keep him warm in the van at night.
Are you sure that's all he got it for?
I hope
Oh,
so.
what now?
I hope so.
No.
Poor dog.
I was looking into verifying Phil Blacka and some other people's claims about his warrants in multiple states at the moment.
Oh, were you just? That's interesting.
Yes, what's funny is it's true.
What's true is that it's funny.
Mm. But there's also another person who's wanted by the FBI by the name of Jaron Campanella.
You mentioned this
Yeah.
in a secret bunker place we don't talk about.
Who is that? No, digital.
Jaronism.
Jaronism.
Jism.
Oh, Jism's. What did
Jism.
Jism do?
I'm not going to repeat those things on this stream.
Gotcha.
That's all right. You can do it on another one when it starts.
Yeah.
Have at it.
Just DM it to me.
I'll see if I can, because there is a video or two out there that actually has his wanted record.
Interesting.
Does it have to do with the bulb or Globebusters shit?
No, it's prior to that.
Oh, really?
No kidding.
But he's
Well,
also
you know-
he's also under investigation for fraud.
Funny
If you accidentally DM that to me, I mean, he could go the way of who were we talking about earlier?
The dinosaurs.
The Morgile.
The Morgile.
You notice how you don't hear the Morgile anymore. I'm not saying I had anything to do with it or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm totally not saying that.
It was aliens.
Just the
But
yes.
we really don't
like that
know.
guy. Yeah, we really don't know. It's like that guy. He just up and disappeared and seems to have vanished. And there's
Yeah,
questions
but
about
we
whether
know
he's
who did
being
that.
held at a Oh,
Oh,
yeah, we know.
no, his plane
Yeah, yeah.
crashed over the Antarctic. Remember
Yeah,
that?
after Blue was
shot
seen
him
working.
down.
Yeah, after Blue was seen
They
working.
shot him
on it.
down. The penguin shot him down right before he made it over
No,
the ice
but
wall.
new evidence has come to light that show that Blue was working on that plane, Blue Marble Science, in disguise as a little old lady before it took off.
Oh, yeah. That checks out.
Yes, little old 80-year-old grandma sitting there working as an airplane mechanic.
Mhm.
You know, he was totally dressed up. It was perfect. He let the air out of the
I mean,
tires.
who would suspect the little old grandma is what he was thinking.
I like that. He let the air out of the tires, and that's why it crashed in the air.
Well, yeah. See, the tires were flat, therefore the plane crashed.
The math checks out on that one, too.
You can't disprove it.
So
Yeah,
Terry,
right.
Terry, do you have questions on how the stick measurements work?
Yes. Sorry, Terry.
Huh? What were we doing?
Stick measurements to the sun.
Ah!
Figuring out that stuff.
Terry, was there lightning?
I'm sure there was plenty.
Yeah, I think there was some lightning. Did
There
I
was a little
forget
bit.
to mention there was lightning?
Oh yeah, lightning. Yeah,
There was
that's it.
lightning
There was
again.
lightning.
It was interesting at the start of the stream. Terry goes, "Well, we're gonna talk about sun and working out the distance for shadows from sticks, but we don't know where the stream's gonna go." Well, guess what? We're already at.
It happened literally 30 seconds in.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
No, planes can't fly with flat tires.
Let's look at the secret bunkers conversation last night. That went way off the rails real quick.
Oh, didn't it though? Did it not? Yeah, it went way off topic there.
I didn't
It
have
was
anything
fun.
to do with that.
It was fun, but we
Well,
went
actually,
way.
I really didn't.
Did anybody else notice on Jose's before Travis flipped out that Pete Shea was a voice of reason in that conversation?
Yes.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think something. Pete got hit in the head, and it realigned his neurons somehow. He
His
was actually
chakras.
funny. He wasn't dribbling his bullshit, and he was being almost moderate.
Yeah, it was.
So
it was
somebody hit him in
weird.
the head and realigned his chakras.
Well, that or that mythical place called Hell has frozen over. I mean, I know it's freezing rain where I'm at right now,
Shambhala.
but it was weird.
So funny you say that, because today I saw the police helicopter fly over.
Are they looking for
Okay.
Nathan Thompson?
No, pigs were flying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ah.
boom.
Smart ass. I see where you're
That's
going.
a good. Yeah, we all fucking missed that one somehow.
We live in a post-satire society.
Sadly, though, like we're not allowed to make jokes and have fun anymore because it'll offend someone in the middle of the
Hey,
Amazon.
no name. It's that really fun temperature here right now where it's raining really hard, but as soon as it hits the ground, it freezes.
Oh God, I hate ice storms. Ugh. That's all we get in Alabama. We don't really get snow. We just get freezing rain.
Like I'm watching out my window right now, and instead of like dripping down my windows, you can watch it form a sheet of ice and icicles that just keeps growing down the window.
You sound like you're being slowed down by like a time machine or something.
I am.
Moving slow.
Slow Mobius, quit it.
No, the
But
only
we all
time I
know-
love snow is driving in it.
We all know I have the best streaming equipment known to man.
No, Riley has the best streaming equipment known to man. We've seen it live.
JM Truth has the best streaming equipment known to man.
JM Truth is
No,
outstanding
no,
music.
JM Truth doesn't. Shelley does now.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Good point. I say that, then I think of Dr. Bob's streams, and I swear to God, there's not a one that doesn't have some kind of audio glitch or video glitch. Something that's just.
Well, how about this? No name. Instead of hanging out on everybody else's streams, why don't you try and run OBS with no experience? Let us know how that works.
I know, right? Well, because I'm operating from a cell phone and an iPad at the moment, and as soon as my computational issues are solved, I'll be making some videos. I've got some challenges, some smackdowns I've got to throw out for some people.
Yeah, like getting a real computer.
Yeah, that's happening soon.
That'll be a great start.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to building a nice new beast of a computer, and I mean a beast. I'm spending a couple of grand on this fucking thing when I can.
Ooh.
GPS wanted me to start a GoFundMe for a new desktop.
And by the
I'd
way,
like
if
to
anyone
start a
wants to
GoFundMe
GoFund me
for
for
a
a big computer, I would love
satellite
that.
dish.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my only good computer is out in the shop running equipment, making money. So.
Well, that's yeah.
Oh, making money. Jeez, what are you talking about? Come on.
Capitalist.
What are you printing it?
No, it's running the CNC machine at the moment.
That's making the plates to print the money.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I knew there was something connection there somewhere.
Who else lived in Alabama?
Crickets.
I used to.
No, there's a train going by in somebody's background. Sounds just like
That's
they're.
here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's basically Alabama, the north. Gotcha.
Yeah. I live in the middle of nowhere, and I can't see my neighbors, but there's a set of railroad tracks across the street.
Oh yeah. Same here.
Are you like so far out there that like at some points the nearest person to you are the people on the ISS?
Not quite that far out.
That's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, but if you know America at all, that's also Middle America.
We moved out here. We moved out to this location so I could move the shop to the house, and I don't have to listen to people bitch about race engines running all night.
Yeah, see, that's where you have your real fun is out in the Midwest, because that's where you can make all the damn noise you want. People are like, "Yeah, get her done," and how about a beer?
Not when I had my shop in town. It wasn't. I had to have
Oh, you're
everything
roboting
shut
so
down
bad,
by
Crash.
7 p.m.
Oh, the roboting.
God damn it!
You're cyber pooping. Basically, you're dropping packets.
Yes, I know. It's the train.
As the train went past, it stole your packets.
Well, you weren't actually on the train, so the train technically doesn't exist because you weren't really there for it.
And you couldn't have seen it.
Did you lay your hands on the train?
Yeah, you have to be on the train to actually know that it exists,
Mm.
because otherwise it doesn't exist and it's all NASA CGI. Just like
Yeah,
we
photos
don't know
don't count.
stars exist unless we've actually
Been
got.
on- Yep.
You gotta go potty, fathead. I'll be back in a minute. My dog says he's got to go outside in this shit.
How
Oh,
many
are
is
we
that
good,
for the
man?
swear jar now?
Oh, it's like $1 million. Terry's a rich man now. Are we doing math?
We're doing math.
Stick math.
Stick math. Oh, I think I can follow along.
It looks like he's handwriting it, but that looks like CGI because it's on my computer screen.
Yeah, right. It's been
So
displayed for
therefore,
a
it
thing.
must be fake.
He totally manipulated that image.
Oh yeah, I mean you can see where he drew in the lines.
Mm. Cartoons. More baller cartoons.
Just
That's what
a
I
little
find
bit
hilarious.
little bit of news. Austin
Yeah.
Whitsitt is now part of Globebusters.
Yeah, we've known that for weeks now. No, at least a week.
Well, I don't know how you've known it for weeks because it only came out on the 13th of January.
When Sean Hawkins was live streaming.
From Australia.
his
He's
newest-
from the
yeah,
future.
it was. I've known about that for a few days now, at least.
But Bob Nodell, 13th of January at 5:45 a.m. Today, we welcome new
Go and
Globebuster
check
to the
Sean Hawkins'
team.
page.
Oh,
It's,
so-
Austin
so-
comes to us from the realm of Facebook, where he has been spreading his own brand of activism in a very effective way. We will be discussing a wide variety of topics, so you won't want to miss this one.
So let's be fair. That was 5 days ago.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, I got a quick topic to introduce onto that. Flat earther, vegetable or mineral?
Dare.
Chicken.
Chicken.
Chicken butt.
Weren't we playing truth or dare?
No, I was
Oh.
just asking the question. Flat earther, is it vegetable or mineral?
Well,
I
Okay,
would
I
have
didn't mean to
said
stump
I
everybody
would
with
have
that
said
one.
animal because they're as thick as pig. What's it?
Did somebody catch Flurpees today?
Well, I mean, I was thinking they can point and grunt, so I think that puts them in the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
Just somebody said CGI is computer generated images. No, not for flurfers. CGI means can't get it.
everything.
For flurfers.
Everything. A photograph, a video, all of it. It's been manipulated and changed and Lucasfilmed in some way. Everything. Even this.
CGI means can't get it. When it comes to flat earthers, that's what it means.
This was recorded. They weren't there to see it being done, and they won't trust what's being done here.
But that's their genetic tendency, just like a family line.
That's a
Oh, was that too
reification.
sick a burn?
No, that's a reification. You're presupposing that that's what they do. Sorry, no. Where's your R value?
My R value
There's an-
is it. My R
Look,
value.
there's R.
Yeah.
There's 3 R's on the page there.
Yeah, but you've got to create at least one R value to get your perpendicular to be able to make
Yes,
the right
it's
triangle.
Flat tard. There's an R in flat tard. There's your R value.
R.
It's
There's an R in.
Are you talking to retard?
geometrical Geometrical Pythagorean theorem is what's being used here.
In fact, I think there's a couple of R's in there.
I
Yeah,
thought
but
this
you'd
was.
be able to.
I thought this was perspective convergence.
I'd
You'd be
like
able
to
to
buy a
derive it.
vowel.
You'd be able to derive it with just one R value, but we won't get into that.
Flurfers
Oh.
can't afford a vowel. They can't even afford to pay attention.
Well, they can because they're always crowdfunding, vape juicing, selling merch.
Okay, so what was that about that? Those shadows again, Terry? What? How do we use them to calculate the distance to the sun? Have we figured that out yet?
So, you really want to know?
Yes.
Might I quickly interject before you jump into that? Just my simplified explanation is if you have two posts at a certain distance on Earth, and like let's say you have a shadow, this is the same as the well experiment, except this is better done with 3 wells, not 2. But you can see the bottom of the well, so that means like 0 degrees. The sun is directly overhead, and then at the same time, you see what the angle of the shadow is in another well or another stick. Basically same principle, and you measure that angle, and by that angle, by the comparison between those two angles, you can effectively get the radius of the Earth, which is pretty much how it was discovered.
Hmm.
Science can do this themselves.
You literally make a triangle.
Mm-hmm.
You can do this pretty much at almost any time of day, as long as the shadow does not go past the horizon. You just measure the angle as a right triangle, and you can from 2 points. If you know the distance between the 2 points, and you know the angles as the triangles of both, let's say both posts that you have placed, you know the distance between them, and you know those angles, and you make an imaginary triangle, right-hand triangle. You measure the difference in the angles, and you can use that to calculate the actual diameter of the Earth. Because the sun is so far away, all the light pretty much comes in a straight line.
Harry, can I just borrow the screen for a moment, please? No, Terry's away.
Yep, see, he ran away. That's what he did. He took over the screen and he ran away.
No, he's I'll be getting a coffee or something. He won't be long.
Well, that's okay. The longer we show this, the more confusing it is to flurfers.
Yeah, well, when he comes back, I've actually got a graphical representation of exactly what you've just said.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm watching this and I'm even starting to understand what he's doing here. And I've never been good at this stuff. I'm actually understanding what's going on.
Isn't it crazy how when you exercise your brain a little bit and you start to learn things, the more you learn and the better you learn it, you start to become better at learning,
become
faster
in it.
and faster and faster. And then you start to comprehend things that you thought were incomprehensible before. And then as you get your foothold in there, you learn a lot more. If you try for genius, you eventually get there.
I'm just shooting for mediocrity. I mean, I have to stare up. I have to stare up at average.
You achieve it well.
Well, you know, some men are born in mediocrity.
Yeah, that's it.
Some men
now get back
rise to mediocrity.
Get back in the pile.
And have mediocrity thrust upon them.
Well, I got tired of genius because it kept pissing people off. So then I just went for lunacy.
See, I don't ever want to be the smartest guy in the room, or the smartest person in the room, I should say, because then you can't learn something.
And they always expect results too. That's what pisses me off about it.
They want conclusive, like they want proof, and science doesn't prove stuff, but it does give us a really good understanding and starting point for everything.
They want
Yeah.
conclusive proof of their straw man, and then when you give it to them, then they say, "Oh no, that's fake," or they'll
Yeah, they
just
moved the-
divert to
yeah.
something else.
Yeah, they move the goalposts. Like, oh no, you need to have shown it this way with these exact conditions, like water stick. Like they want us to create an Earth to show them water sticking to something the size of Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, to prove that Earth is round, we need to create an entire another Earth. I mean,
By hand.
they ask the impossible just because they know it's impossible.
But they won't look at another planet through a telescope or something and actually see that what's happening there is happening here too.
Right, well,
Yeah.
they won't measure shadows of sticks in the ground.
No, that's right.
I've been calling them out for that ever since we had that show the other night. Every time I talk to a flurp, I'm like, hey, I respect your curiosity. I respect your inquisitive mind. I know.
Yeah.
Let's test it.
Matrix,
I'm not gonna-
Montreal. This goes
I'm not
out to
gonna
you
prove.
too.
They always say I'm not going to prove your argument. They know, they know what's going to happen if they
What's
do it.
Stingray
It's
been
hilarious.
saying to him? I'm very interested to hear what's his spiel
A
now.
straw man as a padded bra would be very uncomfortable, especially for a man.
I'm having the hardest time understanding people right now. There's a
No,
bunch
I'm
of
very
crackling
interested.
going.
I'm very interested in your ideas. I would like to hear more. Could you please explain to me why you've got no information? It was like asking,
provide evidence, for your for what you're
like
claiming.
asking that idiot today, no name, for case file numbers and locations of the files that we requested. Then Matrix Media comes in. Why do you guys keep asking to verify it? Well, we want to know that it's real.
Yeah, so anybody who's been watching the show for the past couple of nights probably knows about my PSA for the critically endangered Pacific Northwest tree octopus, right? And by now you should know that it's a gag. And
No, really?
yeah, really. And so when Matrix was bringing that up about why do you need evidence, why do you need verification or whatever, I posted that in the side chat, and I was like, hey, man, check out this website and let me know what you think. You know, and that's the thing. It's like they have no ability to discern fiction or fact from fiction. It's hilarious. Using their methodology, I guess you just go with your gut on everything. It's just
What'd you think of my ability to find errors in the 9/11 documents earlier?
what's that? I'm sorry.
So what'd you think of my ability to find errors in the 9/11 documents earlier?
Oh yeah, no, man, you were like, I told you, you're going to be my paralegal when I start my Matlock law firm. You know, you got the criminal background, but you're working for the law.
Yeah, that'll go over well.
Yeah, you like where I'm going with this? Exactly. You're welcome.
Wait, aren't you gonna be like Ironside? You know, I mean, have some respect for the handicap, man.
I'm
you know,
gruff.
how about
I'm
a guy
gruff
in
but
a
lovable.
how about a guy
I
in a
think
chair?
I'm going to go for gruff but lovable. There's going to be times where I yell at you and say that you're a loose cannon, and I'm taking your badge. But you're going to win me back with your expertise.
So it'd be like Wheels and the Short Man from American Dad.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good bit.
Do I at least get to be Roger?
Do I get to be Peter Griffin?
Wrong show.
Wrong one. Although they had done
I know, that was the idea. You
That was the
coons.
joke. Yeah, that was the gag.
If I could be Roger, I could be whoever I want at multiple times, and nobody else would realize that I'm not Roger.
That's fair. Because when
Ricky
I put a wig
Spanish,
on you
all-time
now, it
best.
works. Yep. Wheels in the leg, man.
Ricky Spanish, all-time best character.
So, Chris, as an answer to your question, I am 5 Guinness in to a 6-pack, so I am not very sober.
Who asked that?
Chris Katsalis.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the other Chris that I hate at the moment.
Wheels and the Leg Man. I like that. It reminds me
Yeah.
of Jake and the Fat Man.
That's what it's a spoof of.
It's spoof of that. Yeah.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's part of it's a running gag in American Dad.
Yeah. Wheels
Oh,
and-
wow.
Yeah.
How did I miss that?
How
Chris
did you
says
miss
he's got
that?
3 octopuses.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
damn.
hold on. So you're telling me Australian drop bears aren't real?
No, they are.
Oh no, they're totally real.
No, they are real actually, and that you.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Jeez.
That's where
Do we have-
koala. Okay, that's where the drop bear thing comes from. Koalas. When koalas sleep at night, they will cling onto the thing, but sometimes they will fall out of the tree.
Yeah,
They
it's
have
also
been
when
known
they
to
get
fall on people.
unconscious from their
From
eucalyptus.
getting high on eucalyptus. Yeah.
Do you know how much money I've given to the Pacific Northwestern tree octopus?
2 cents a day.
2,000 Monopoly dollars.
I've given over 200 million internet dollars.
Oh, internet dollars, even better.
Oh, internet dollars. Okay. Yeah, you're good. You're fine.
You know, and I've been trying to save them. I still haven't seen one yet.
Well, they're all living in Chris's bedroom.
Yeah, they're as valuable
good.
as God points.
I was beginning to think that this was some sort of scam or something.
Oh no.
God point.
Scam. What do we look like, flat earthers to you?
Yeah.
Here's my fun math problem for the night that I'm almost done with. If I have an engine turning 14,000 RPM, the crank is 4-stroke, the crank is turning 28,000 RPM, how many degrees per second is that?
Sounds like you broke your engine. Wait, say it again.
800? No,
What?
hold on. No, hold on. No,
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no. Okay, so each turn,
I left
the
off of.
crankshaft is
I left out
360
a
bloody
step.
degrees.
Yeah.
I must have broke up or something. I didn't hear all of that.
Okay, if the crankshaft is doing 28,000 revolutions per minute, times it by 360 and then divide it by 60 and you'll get per second rate of degrees.
Yep.
Is somebody playing a video in the background?
Somebody was.
Wasn't me.
I was hearing voices again.
Yeah,
Not
that's
me.
your mum.
Not that that's unusual.
That's your mum calling you back for dinner.
Oh, we all get a little crazy sometimes.
Mm.
So I get to take that number, Davros, and figure out how many inches I need for this bearing. How many square inches of surface area I need for this bearing to fucking survive.
Well, that's all depending on the material that you make that bearing from.
Well, seeing as how I'm designing it, I haven't decided yet, but I'm trying to go with the lightest material I can.
So some form of
Titanium?
maybe titanium or platinum.
I'm thinking platinum.
No, I don't think platinum has wear capacity for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
hey,
does.
we got a Terry back. It's time to get back on track.
No.
Okay, so speaking of big balls again,
Platinum would work just fine for a bearing. This engine doesn't have to live but about 8 seconds at a time.
oh well, if you're gonna just throw the sheets to the wind, then go for it, sure. And besides, they're not ball bearings; they're sleeves. So, yeah, it's well.
Classified as a shim bearing.
Do you want the crankshaft to survive, or the bottom end to survive in general?
Well, it's all got to survive a quarter-mile pass at least once.
Well, yeah, I mean, but after that, I mean, do you want to drop a whole crankshaft and replace that too, or do you just want to drop bearings out?
It's what I'm working on right now.
It's easy enough just to drop bearings out,
Yes.
especially if the motors like the quarter mile ones are designed to do that.
Yeah, it's just I got to figure out my loading for all this shit right now. I also got to do the math to figure out how many degrees of twist I'm going to have along this crank at full throttle.
8 cylinders?
Yes.
Standard
that would
V8,
also
standard
yeah, but
V8
what's your-
offset?
Yeah. For right now, I don't know. I may go across plane crank, but I haven't decided yet.
So what are you running, 60 or 65 degrees?
60 is what I would like to be at because it makes other angles nice.
Yeah, we like working with zeros.
Sorry, Terry.
Well, that's kind of a tough call because it would depend. You could break that crankshaft in half if you do it wrong. That would definitely be not good.
So, Terry, would I be able to borrow the screen for a moment? If you just pause that video so that we can go straight back to it. Thank you. What the images that Terry's been showing is in essence doing that.
Yep.
And what I'd like to tell you is that if you're the person out there taking these measurements, if you haven't got a couple of gallons of water with you, you're knackered.
So, but the thing is, it's not 3 cactuses that are only a few feet or meters away from each other. The only way this can be done accurately is if these are a couple of 100 kilometers or miles in between each other.
Spaced out,
And the more points of reference that you get, the more accurate it becomes.
Well, what are the odds that you're just going to look up and find 3 cactuses lined up like that, hundreds of miles apart?
They don't have to be exactly in line. It just helps.
No.
Does anybody know how many? MC Toon was doing a massive version of this experiment. Anybody know how many measurements he actually ended up with?
So from my memory, there's been 3 or 4 attempts at this actual thing. There's been Tommy Grundle. There's been MC Toon. There's been Sly, and
Bob
and Blue tried to do it.
Bob and Blue.
Bob and Blue.
The problem every time that anyone's tried to do it is they've tried to do it in separate ways. One way is to take the measurement at midday. So everyone takes it at their local noon. That works. The easiest way to do it.
Synced up.
Beg your pardon?
People need to be synced up when they do this.
Well, no, there is a way. There's, like I said, there's 2 ways to actually do it. So you do it at your local noon, and you can do maths involved to actually work it out.
Maths is scientism.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what you're doing is, like, say Peter did it in his location. To me, it's another 7.5 degrees across the globe to my position.
So what you do is you actually work out the time that it takes the Earth to turn for between my location, for example, and demonic. Depending on how many degree minutes that is, that gives you your other angle. So your actual angles become how much the Earth has turned to get to the next position, if that makes sense.
Well, you've already gone 10 grade levels above any flat earther, so
yeah,
that's too much.
So it is difficult. It's easier to do it that way because everyone can do it at their local noon, and there's a good chance they'll see the moon or sun or whatever you're using as your point of reference. The hard thing about that is making sure everyone knows what their local noon is, and if it's
mine's at 12 o'clock.
The solar noon.
Solar noon.
Wow, I heard local.
So
yeah, so mine's at 1 o'clock, not 12 o'clock.
So the problem.
Mine's about 10 to 12.
Yeah.
Mine's about 15 degrees after after 11 o'clock.
The easier way to do it would be, for example, I'm in Melbourne. Terry's up towards Sydney, so there's about 1,000 kilometres between the two of us. There's another about 1,000 odd plus kilometres between me and Demonic over towards the west of our location.
About 700.
Yeah, well, it's about 800. It's about 800 and something to Terry. So it's
yeah,
close,
but
close enough.
unfortunately, Flurfs don't believe that Australia exists. So
Yeah, we're not.
That's
yeah, we're not.
that's their
meaningless.
that's their
Meaningless.
problem. That's their problem, and I don't have to deal with it. Now, if we wait until the sun is at about 15 degrees off the horizon from Melbourne, Demonic can see it, South Africa can see it, and so can Alan.
Yep, probably.
It would be just rising for Alan, which means we'd be able to get an angle from Alan. It would be fairly close to just before. It would be just before lunchtime for South Africa, and somewhere over the sea in between. And if we all got on the net at the same time, hit the go button and said, measure it now. That way you could actually not only prove the shape of the Earth, as in because of the angles that we'd all be taking the measurement to the sun at, would only work if it was on, well, when you did a representation of those angles on a computer, you would obviously make all the points point together, and the only way that would work would be the exact representation of where those angles were taken, whatever shape the Earth is. So with that, you're not presupposing the shape of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
The only way it would work is if it was in the same shape as the shape of the Earth as it would be
currently
represented. Yeah, represented.
Well, my idea is basically having someone running a multi-screen, like a multi-screen live video feed where, like, we have like several feeds of people doing it all the same time, all live fed into one solid stream.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a lot of setting up.
Yeah, and
then
it's not, because we could do it right now like this.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
We could.
Zoom offers the perfect platform to do it, because we could all do it, and all of us have even though we're not presenting per se, you can swap out your picture or your avatar for a camera, so everyone can actually present a camera at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I make my clever little slideshow work.
Exactly.
I just have
OBS
virtual cam running.
Let's organize that then. That sounds like a pretty good idea.
Let's not forget the other side of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Okay, now we commonly know the one side of the Dunning-Kruger effect as the being too stupid to know that you're stupid. Well, but the other side of the Dunning-Kruger effect, okay, let's just say the light side, right, instead of the dark side, right, where you just too in darkness to even know that it's dark. The other side of the Dunning, yeah, but kind of like the other side of the Dunning-Kruger effect is being smart enough to know this and not understanding how other people can't grasp it. It's like knowing how to swim, right? You're like, you know how to swim, it's very easy. And you don't understand how other people just don't know how to swim. That's the other side.
Is that the other side of the Dunning-Kruger? I thought it was like you knew more, but you were less confident.
So the thing is it's quite easily done. All you need to do is have two basic tools: a straw, a piece of string, and a weight.
Oh, that's too scientific.
No, because it's not too difficult.
It's
not too difficult because I'm not dealing with flat earthers. I'm not doing this. You wouldn't be doing this with flat earthers. You're doing it with people with intellect.
I'm in. I'm down.
Right.
Let's do
So-
it.
Yeah, Peter.
Right.
Remember, you also need a compass.
A compass. That's correct, Alan. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Because actually, if you try using something like dioptra to measure the angle, it doesn't work because because generally the compass is way out, and sometimes the elevation angles aren't exactly accurate either. But that's actually a far better way of doing it, and it's going to give you at least the same accuracy as dioptra will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, there's another way you can do it with just the stick, the shadow on a tape measure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. You are correct. You can do it with just a stick, a tape measure, but you still need to get that angle, and unless you want to do math, hence I'm trying to take away every single possible.
Yeah, but you just have to swap. So if you got the stick in the ground and you got the shadow length, what you do is you measure the point from the shadow to the top of the stick, right?
Yep.
You know the length of your stick. You also know your right angle.
Yep.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. You
Yep.
just turn the equation around. You work it all out to get your angles.
And if I just say go get a protractor, I've just taken away an error factor of math.
Yeah, I don't have money.
What 10 cents at the local shop?
Well,
Let's be honest.
I just want to point out also that you see. Oh, go back to that picture. With the protractor, right? The string in the nut. Okay, see the string originates at the proper point on the protractor to measure an angle. But flat earthers, they will use the flat edge of the protractor and consider that the angle. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well.
So because you're presupposing the R value on that protractor, that gets null and voided, and they only use the straight across the top.
Yeah, they will literally take the edge of the protractor, however beyond the 180 line that is clearly delineated by the center hole. Okay, they will use the edge of the protractor, which is basically just used for linear measurement. They will use that, and they will call that the angle. So if you use that as the angle right there, you try to measure 50 degrees, it's not really 50 degrees. It's going to be like, it's going to be a little bit off because you threw the center point off.
Right.
That's how they would measure it.
Yeah.
They don't know what the center. They don't know what the hole in the protractor is for.
The whole idea of doing it using this and making sure everyone uses this means everyone is the same.
Every single person.
Every measurement is the same.
Yep, I agree.
Every single person that does it, there's nothing we have to worry about. I've got an iPhone. I've got a Samsung. I've got this app. You've got that app.
I just downloaded
My
Zoom
batteries
on
went
my
flat
phone.
right at the wrong second.
Yep.
This is it. End of story. Because if everyone's using the same thing, the variables are all going to be the same and they'll cancel each other out.
Yep. They can't pick on shit like that then. Yep.
Right.
It's use manual devices, not electronic.
That's right.
I'm actually waiting.
Programming or whatever.
I'm waiting for what's known as an angle protractor. Right. It's basically this, but it's actually made with a little stick. Right. And instead of having the weight to move to make the measurement, you line the stick up.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
But the point here, Demonic, is we don't want anyone to have bigger or better.
Mm-hmm.
We want everyone to be the same. Absolutely, completely.
Everyone goes and buys one of the 10, 20 cent.
The 20-cent protractor, a piece of string from your mum's cotton basket, and a nut from your dental floss, and a nut from, I don't know, take a wheel nut off. You only need 3 of them.
Yeah, mine are capped. They don't have a hole in them.
I'll get a drill.
But now I have to go and get a drill bit.
Take it off your neighbours. I don't care.
Yeah, just fucking
just steal a lug nut from your neighbor.
Davros is just triggered and doesn't want to do anything.
Yeah.
I'm
Whinging. He's just
calling. See,
whinging
this
for the
is
sake.
the
He's
thing.
whinging for the sake of whinging.
No, this is the thing. I'm not doing the homework for the flatties, man.
You're not doing it for the flatties.
No, you're not. You're not. We do.
This isn't
No,
this
we do, no,
this is
them.
not for the flat earthers. To understand, this is not for the flat earthers. It's because we can. They can't. This is simply because we can.
Or better yet, they'll refuse to. They will refuse to.
And the thing is we can do this. You know, like we've been. Terry's had the information up on the screen for the last 15 minutes. It's not hard. If we finish going through this measuring shadows stuff, as soon as Professor Phil's available to actually explain what we need to do, maybe we can get him to help us do the math side of things.
Okay.
You know,
No.
all these shadows and stuff that Terry's been going over is big picture. You know, big picture. It's all about expanding our knowledge, and
when
to
you think about
expand
it,
our
Gav,
knowledge,
yeah.
the only way you're going to do it is to actually do stuff as well.
And that's the
But
thing,
you're
Gav.
forgetting
Remember
about
when
water.
I'm
How-
not.
You know, you are. It's flat and level. Come on, man. You know it. You can't prove me wrong.
someone always slips into flirt mode. Always.
It's because we haven't got one.
We have.
But,
Well, we
you know,
have to.
I've
Yeah,
gotta-
we
I've
do.
gotta-
We do.
gotta
We
get
do
the
need-
triggers
We
going.
don't have to.
Well, no.
We don't have to.
And the point of this
we
is
can be
too, Gav,
serious. There is absolutely
Yeah.
nothing wrong with actually being serious,
Yeah, for
staying on topic, and going down. One of the reasons why a lot of things don't get done is because the mucking around and all of that goes on. And I don't know. I'm just in that mindset where this could have been over a long time ago if people didn't want to play the game. If they stopped playing the game and just said, well, let's make this work. Let's just do this.
We all use the same stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the point of the black site too, Dav. To set like it was supposed to
Yeah, I
be the
know, because we're
lame
going to
way
do
of
our
showing shit, yeah.
Coriolis experiment soon too.
Yep,
aren't we?
that too, and the Mercury experiment, all this, like the Mercury experiment's going to be a little harder because that needs to be specially set up. I need to get the warehouse. That's easy enough. I can get all the conditions and do it at the right time. Coming up with like later on, we can do that later this year, but that's not something again that people themselves are going to be able to do. This is people can go and get themselves a straw and a protractor and a nut, a bit of dental floss, do what we're going to do, and that's I just downloaded Zoom onto my phone, so I can do it from Port Macquarie here, and you can do it from where you are, and we can get Phil to fucking do it at the same time if he can with whatever. He might not even see the sun.
Well, actually, I've had a decent smartphone for a long time with a crap battery that almost burned down my effing house. But I got a new battery on the way. By the way, funny thing, battery from LG, $51. Battery from Amazon, $8.
Wow.
Same battery.
Jesus.
Exact same battery. The
Wow.
shipping for the battery from LG costs more than the battery
yeah,
from
of
Amazon
course.
with
Yeah,
shipping.
with shipping, yeah, of course.
And by the way, we need to use mental floss. Mental floss. We need to use Mint dental floss, and we need to use a metric 14 millimeter standard 32 thread per inch nut.
Yeah, exactly
That's
the
the
same
only way
things,
to
yeah.
get exactly
the same bits and even try to get the same brand of straw if we possibly can.
McDonald's
straw, perfect. Yep,
No,
perfect.
no. That doesn't cross against countries because McDonald's keeps screwing up with their straws. So what we need to do is we need to get those stainless steel straws, and we need to make sure we get all the exact same brand. We need to order them all exactly from Amazon, and then we use that straw to drink our drink while we sit there and measure the shadow.
We'll get
of the
to that
earth.
in that case, yeah.
The vitamin vodka.
So we've got a shopping list of stuff that we all need.
Yeah.
It's
We've all got
funny.
our locations.
I'm on eBay right now, and most of the protractors I'm seeing are those metal swing arm ones, right? So they got the half protractor on them, but they got the metal ruler attached to the center. Right?
Yeah.
Trying to find the plastic ones, and then I'll share the link.
go to the newsagents for one of them, or hell,
I
even
see those.
Coles or
I
Woolies.
see those. At,
Yeah,
like,
but I don't want to
Asda.
give the military-industrial complex the money, right?
Oh, fair.
So
Well,
I'm
yeah,
trying to
you know, imagine what they'll do with that 39 cents.
Yes.
That's what they want you to think.
There we go. Hang on, are these the right ones? Oh, of course the picture doesn't load. Oh, you're no good. You got no hole in you. Oh, I could just. Oh, beautiful. I could drill a hole in that.
You don't even need. You don't even need to drill a hole. Just a hot pin.
Yep.
Hot pin push straight through.
Yeah, through the top of the.
Yep.
Yep.
That is college level bong making technology right there.
Don't you worry about me. I know how to engineer. If it can't be fixed with glue or tape, zip ties, well then it's broken.
No, then you need a bigger hammer.
I'm a certified zip tie technician.
Yeah, so am I. Actually,
I'm a certified bong and all.
I am definitely a certified zip
Terry,
tie technician.
did you want to?
No,
Terry, did you want to
everything
put
about
that
vacuum and
video back
container.
on?
Morning.
Hey,
Hello,
Pip.
Pip.
Tumbleweeds.
Terry might have gone off.
Wow, this is like Nevada already. Jeez.
Oh, I was just trying to give other people a chance to talk.
Is my mic working now?
Yes,
Yes,
Terry.
sir.
I didn't know when it was working or not. I've got to press the wrong buttons.
Okay, well, I totally can't hear you, by the way. So just to let you know.
So this
I'm
is
joking.
Did you want to put the video back on with the maths, Terry, so that we can start going back over that and try and work out how that we can maybe do this ourselves?
I've missed a lot because I was getting dinner.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I've got the basics of it. I know how to do angles and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's what you do with the angles afterwards. That's.
I think.
Well, that's trigonometry right there.
Yeah, I think that's where we need to reach out. Like Professor Phil gave us those calculations before. I think we need to note what he's doing here in particular.
I've been watching the whole time.
Yeah. So,
and as I said, I don't usually understand this stuff, but having watched, I've been glued to it as we've been talking, and I'm really picking a lot of. It's making sense to me.
The important part when we have these like two posts that we're going to measure from is that we don't try to get 0 on 1. That's going to be very hard to find. We need to actually have a deviance point from the start.
Well, there's myself in Port Macquarie. There's Dav. You're in Adelaide, aren't you, Dav? Or
like when 1 is 5 degrees, that should be like a minimum.
Yeah, and that's very important, and that's one of the reasons why I suggested it. If we do it in the late afternoon, we either need to do it early morning if America's going to be involved.
Yep.
Or we need to do it late at night if England's going to be involved. Or realistically, we could do it twice for Australia in one 24-hour period.
More points of reference as well at the same time.
Exactly.
I have to pause this video.
Yep.
We've already written stuff down to what equals, and we've already got measurements.
Yep.
Okay.
See, the only my trouble is that I'd love to contribute to this part of a project like this, except I'm in a wheelchair. I can't really just go around town wherever I want.
Yeah, Phil has a few problems with that, so Alan definitely would be able to.
So
Chrismer maybe could do it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Vishanti.
Oh, I could do it. I live in Alabama.
Yeah, there you go. The more points of reference.
Oh,
we've
there
got,
you go.
The more points we've got, as described earlier.
more
by
the
Peter.
merrier.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Yeah.
The more the better.
Well, how did Sly do it? He just told everyone to do the measurement at their local noon.
Yeah, so Sly did it with everyone doing it at their local noon, Terry. Now, that has its inherent advantages. All the person has to do is go on to True Time, put in their GPS location off their phone, and it will give them their local noon. And it's that easy. Once you've got your local noon, you just do the same thing with a compass, and if it's local noon, it should be at north. The sun should be north. So that takes away the need for the compass.
But also at the same time for verification, everyone maybe should put some sort of marker on YouTube, maybe I don't know, start their own personal live stream, just to at least mark a point that is synchronized with everybody, so that way they can't say, "Oh, well, you did this at different times and you mixed up the data."
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, and that's
if you show synchronization, then it's we all did this at literally the exact same time.
Yeah, and
another thing.
That's why I was thinking if we were to do this as one of Terry's streams or two of Terry's streams back to back in the one day, one in the morning, one at night. This could be something really good. Even if it's not, even if the flat earthers turn around and said, I don't care about that. I'm learning something, and for me, it's more important that I know what's going on rather than them, because they're just going to deny it. But
I'm doing this for my benefit, not for theirs.
Yeah. Look, screw them. I don't want if they're not going to listen anyway. So why do something for them? I'm doing it for me.
Yeah, it's the same as they're always saying, they're always expecting us to do their homework for them in order to figure out that they're full of nothing but dribbling bullshit.
How cool would it be with a fistful of straws and a high school protractors, a couple of bolts and a few strings? We all get together. We just make this thing work. And even if we get a 5% inaccuracy, that's still pretty close.
That's still better than anything they've gone and done.
Yeah.
Just about, besides, buying a $20,000 gyroscope and actually proving a 15-degree drift. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
But if we get 3,000 kilometres, then we're up shit creek.
Well, the beauty of this is if we do it right, number one, you measure the distance of the sun. You measure the curve of the Earth. You do it an hour later and you've measured the 15-degree drift.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Oh, my goodness. There's three back-to-back.
We've proven it without a laser gyro.
3 back-to-back without anything more than a protractor, a string, a bolt, and a straw.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the complicated maths that's the spanner of the work in the works.
Yeah, and
that's the problem we're going to try to work around.
If it's recorded correctly, there are the flat Earth community is huge. We've got Professor Phil that I'm sure that will help us.
We give our data to him. Yep.
Sly's done this before. He'll help us. Tommy Grenfell did it. He'll help us. The one thing I've learned about this community, if you do something like this, everyone's prepared to say, "Oh, do you need a hand? I'll help you."
Yeah, exactly.
Big Blue, I'm sure Big Blue would be more than willing to help us.
Well, matter of fact, Big Blue's here actually.
Hi, Blue.
Hey, Blue.
What are you doing, Eratosthenes?
Well, we're doing shadows, and shadows it's got something to do with this, so I thought, well, this would be part of our shadow series for the sun.
Yeah. Okay.
So my plan, Blue, if you want to call it that, would be we get a simple high school protractor, hang a string from the center point of the protractor so it comes down, breaking through the 90-degree mark of the protractor, and put a straw across the straight edge of the protractor.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got ourselves a inclometer, an inclometer.
Inclinometer, yeah.
Inclinometer that's fairly cheap, accurate enough for what we need it for, and everyone can get something exactly the same.
Oh,
So-
okay. Yeah.
So that way,
Are you mounting that onto a fixed structure so that way
well,
it can be?
no, you wouldn't need to, Terry. You could hold it in your hand. It's just a matter of, like I said to you earlier, you point you line the straw up with the sun, in essence.
Yeah.
That will give you the angle of the dangle wherever that string's hanging with the bolts at the end of it.
I'm just thinking of degree of accuracy. If there was a way you could mount it so you could get it, because you want it pretty close to.
Yeah, you could put it on a camera stand. You could put it on a stick in the ground if you wanted to.
Yeah, but you're just trying to get the light to go through the straw.
Through the straw, that's it. That's all you have to do.
But to be able to keep that happening, you have to be able to make that little increment of movement to get the light to come out right.
Yeah, but you could do it with it in your hand. It will only take a few seconds just to you line it up, light comes through the straw, job's done. And then you look at where the string's hanging on the side. There may be a couple of degrees of inaccuracy, but if we get enough people to do it, the inaccuracies will cancel themselves out. That's the beauty of having a large amount of data points, is that they cancel out inaccuracies.
And on that point, Pete, I just wanted to mention we could also get a screen grab. Go to Google Maps whenever you do your measurement. Get a screen grab of the pinned location and then save that into your phone and then put it up with the rest of the metadata that needs to be gone through and worked out.
And what I was thinking, Blue, is if we used Australia as a central point, we could do 2 shots in a 24-hour period. So one is the sun setting for you, so it would be rising for us in Australia. And then once while the sun's setting for us, which means it would be rising for South Africa and England or Europe, which would give us 2 shots worth of data. And with that much data, depending on how many people we got, well, we do it right, we'd be able to measure the curvature of the Earth, measure the distance of the sun. And what was the other one I said?
North America would also be a good data point as well.
Yeah.
Well, I said Chrismer could do it. I would love to do it. I can't. But I also thought of another idea, if you don't mind me jumping in a little bit, was that after we do the measurements, you can literally do something like, like measure the protractor dead level with an actual construction level to make sure it's level, directed at the sun, and then have a straw glued to it at a specific angle, the predicted angle it should be, and then show that shining on a paper. And if the sun is in the exact right place where it's supposed to be, shining through the straw, the shadow of the straw should effectively disappear.
Phil Holland had an idea. I don't know which way he's meaning it in the practical sense, but put a template in Photoshop and then everyone can just print it out to maintain consistency. I'm trying to work out what he's meaning.
Oh, I think I get where he's going right there. It's just a template for everyone to follow. That here's the plans, and we literally make it to those specific plans, all the same. All our measuring devices, and make them specifically all the same.
So my plan was going to be, if I touched base with, and I look, it's been so long since I've done any of this stuff. I was going to touch base with people like Blue, Bob, Professor Phil, get some intellectual heavyweights together, as it would be, and say, look, this is what we plan to do. What's the best way to do it? How can we make this work? Because, and like I said before, it's not for the flat earth community. I'm doing it. I'd like to do this for us to show that, well, we can do this. We can do this with nothing more than a piece of plastic. We don't need any fancy computers. We don't need NASA. We don't need anything but teamwork and a bit of ingenuity.
If they're gonna use 16th century technology, we can do it and still prove them wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
And they can't turn around and say that NASA CGI'd the plastic protractor that I'm using. They can't turn around and say, well, the magnetic variation of the ground influenced the plastic that I was using. Oh, I'm sorry. No, go away.
It's Masonic plastic, though.
Oh, yeah. But it's just such a simple experiment that we can do.
Peter?
Yeah, I see it, mate. It's all right. It's just a simple thing that we can do, following along the lines and for the life of me, I can't remember who did it, or who said it. It's only because I stand on the shoulders of those before me, of the giants
Einstein.
before me. Yeah.
Shoulders of giants.
Go, Blue.
Yeah, I'm not totally clear what the objective is.
We're basically replicating an old experiment to measure the actual curvature of the Earth. The old well method, right? Do you remember? I forgot what it was called.
Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
Eratosthenes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was after your time, Blue, so we didn't know if you'd remember.
Well, actually, I showed Eratosthenes how to do this, and there's a video on my channel about it.
That's where he got it. Yeah, of course. It all makes sense now.
Yeah, but
but I found the protractor. It's 48 cents at Officeworks.
There you go.
Beautiful.
You don't need a protractor. You don't even need a protractor. Just
the only reason I was going to go the protractor way, Blue, is because that way we don't have to worry about being directly underneath the sun. It kind of means that we can do it.
Yeah, you don't do it. You don't do it that way anyway.
I want to use shadows.
Well, yeah, you don't want to be directly.
You can't be.
It's very hard to measure 0 degrees or a deviance from that. But the more deviance you have with your baseline, the easier it is to measure. If we try to measure the sun straight line, it's very hard to see 0.1 or 0.2 degrees. But if we're already 5 degrees or say 10 degrees as our start, and then the upper post in that picture is at the same point, it'll be much easier to measure the difference and actually triangulate the proper angles.
What you have to know is what point the sun is directly over when you make your measurement.
What your solar noon is?
That's what your what your solar noon is, but where is the sun directly overhead at your solar noon?
The angle.
That's what Eratosthenes did. That's what the well at Syene was all about. On the equinox, I think it's an equinox. Yeah, Syene's directly under the sun. He knew that, and once you know that, then all you have to do is measure the sun angle at your local noon on that same day, and know how far away from the equator you are at that time.
But also, he used a well. It's much easier to see deviance in a shadow in a well than it is to stick on the ground.
Well, he didn't even know. He wasn't even anywhere near the well. All he knew was what day. What he knew was what day of the year the sun was directly over that well. That was the beauty of it. He knew that the well. Yeah. He knew that the well at Syene, the sun shone directly down into that well on that particular day every year, and he knew the distance from that well to Alexandria.
Wasn't it 150 stadia or something? Or 500
it's like 5,000 stadia or some silly thing.
Well,
it's about 500 miles, more or less.
You can always ask Gladys.
Yeah, well, Gladys helped me do it.
Yeah, she said 800 kilometers, but
it was 33,000 cubits.
Some crazy number.
No, geez, guys. So we got cubit, stadia, miles, and kilometers. Which one do we want?
Miles.
Cubits are 3 cubits was pi. back then, technically. So we're not going to use cubits. That's ancient measure.
I knew 3 would come up somewhere.
Prior to pi, I think.
Well, we said 3 twice, so it's 33. Oh, now it's a conspiracy. We're all Masonic. We're all Masonic demonic priests.
So yeah, but so Blue, what it is with the protractors is because you got the straw on the straight edge, right? You line the straw up so that the sunlight comes directly through it, and you'll see. So you'll see the shaft of the protractor, but you'll see the little dot of light.
Yeah. So
and
we
it's
can
that
actually
angle.
So instead of having just this light going down a well or a stick, what we can do is actually triangulate at the same time, as in triangulate the sun. So you see what I'm saying? So you use a compass and just a standard compass and a protractor with this straw across the top of it. And when the light from the sun comes straight through the straw, you know you're in line. That will give you your angle.
Yep.
We'll know we're dead on line when the entire shadow of the straw literally disappears.
That's right. So once the straw shadow has gone, we're in line, and then you take that angle, you take your bearing off your compass, and if everyone does that with these 2 simple tools, those angles and your GPS location, to make life a bit easier, can be used to work out the distance of the sun, the angle of the earth, as in the shape of the earth,
and the size.
well, and the size of the earth.
In fact, I think if anyone has well, I'm pretty sure like all you guys have at least one smartphone where you can, whether it's an iPhone or an Android, whether you like to use a burn down my house phone or an Android, you can all get apps that you can just take a screenshot showing your GPS location exactly.
All I have to do is drag 3 fingers down my screen and it takes a screenshot.
Yeah.
So, yep,
that's
easy.
incredible.
It's like magic. Like I said, Blue, I just thought this is a nice, simple way. It fits in with this whole thing that Terry's doing about shadows.
And yeah, the stuff to do it will cost everyone less than $5.
Yeah.
Yep.
How hard is it to find? How hard is it to find a 6-foot length of PVC to just shove in the ground? And all you need to do is just make sure it's level by a construction level.
True level. No, we want Rick Sanchez doing true level, man. Once you've had true level, you'll never go back.
Yeah.
Well, levels always find their level.
That's circular logic right there.
Well, no, it's level.
Circular logic. No, that wouldn't mean the Earth is round.
What's that, Blue?
Oh, there's a million ways you can do it.
Yep.
But yeah, honestly, all you got to have is a stick and measure the length of the shadow.
Yep.
And
shadow has to be in this experiment because it's to do with shadows.
Yeah, that's
right. Yeah.
Can I just throw in
if you know the length of the stick, measure the length of the shadow, divide the length of the stick by the length of the shadow, and take the arctangent of that, and that is the angle. So simple.
Can I just throw in an off-topic question, just offhand?
Yeah.
Big Blue, do you ever laugh?
Regularly.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, that means no. Okay, that means no.
No, I've heard him laugh. I have heard him laugh.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Now I'm laughing.
Okay, see, there you go. I knew I'd get a smile out of you.
With this guy around, you will get diapers. That's the only warning I'll give you. This guy is.
I don't have the name for no reason. I didn't.
He's one of my best squirrels over at the bunker.
You have no idea.
Hmm.
See, there's a laugh. I've never heard you do that on your videos.
No, I don't. I do once in a while, but
Blue
Well,
laughs all the time here.
Actually, the most times I've heard him laugh in a video is when he's doing a Riley.
Yeah.
oh, that'll
Or,
always.
or don't mention Riley at the moment. We're not happy with him.
Oh no,
no, you just
Lily the leaking lawyer.
Do you even watch my videos? No.
No. I don't know.
I've got to get that
Blue,
clipped.
Blue just seems like that guy's like, I'm just so sick of this damn world. I'm really tired of this. I even got a donkey to help me.
Yeah, I was just about to mention,
tolerate
yeah,
this.
Gladys. Yeah, yep.
Like, why am I even here? That's a sense I get. Like, why am I even here?
There's
What kind of punishment did I do?
There's a lot to be said for being old and being pissed all at the same time.
And having
Old
to put
and
up with some of the
bitter.
stupidity in
Yep,
the flesh.
old and bitter. Yep.
Terry, can I just borrow the screen for a second?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Oh, Terry, swear jar.
No,
Yeah,
I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to say
Oh,
shit.
the host is exempt. Okay.
No,
yeah,
shit's
shit.
not. Shit's not the bad words.
So the other
Just
way
want-
of the
I
other way
want
with
Big Blue to teach me how to say "get off my lawn."
the other way of doing it, Blue, that we were going to once again using the protractor.
Mm-hmm.
So this way you get the angle.
Yeah.
So all you have to do is run the string from the top of your stick. This way you don't need to have a meter long stick or anything like that. The only issue that I can see with this is this stick needs to be as vertical as possible.
But yeah, use the construction level.
Yeah,
And
well-
actually, just glue that to the end of a PVC pipe that you sight it down. You sight it down.
So
We're not trying to involve
Aristarchus didn't have PVC pipe back then.
Yeah, no.
We're trying to make this as simple as possible.
Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah. So
fine, use your wood.
So
everybody's got wood. Well, some of us have anyway.
Only in the mornings.
With a nail, with a string with a nail in the end of it. So all you have to do is push the nail into the ground where the shadow appears.
What if you're
of
using
the stick.
concrete?
Don't do it on concrete because concrete nails, unless you've got a ramset gun, is a pain in the neck.
I got nowhere else to do it.
Well, Terry,
lawn.
Terry, all you have to do is put a mark there with a bit of chalk or something like that, and you can. I don't know. You could rest it. You could rest another stick against it. I'm
Well,
sure.
I think the city would be pretty mad about me staking a giant metal pole in the middle of the sidewalk.
In Seattle.
So, and the premise being here below, it works exactly the same, but once again, we take the bearing of the shadow.
Yeah.
So that way we get the bearing of the shadow being the bearing of the sun.
Question.
We get the angle of the dangle from the protractor.
Don't get me started on dangle.
The sticks have to be. Do the sticks have to be the same size
No.
for all the measuring points? No.
No. That's the beauty of it. It works. It will work off.
Yeah, the actual height of the stick doesn't matter. The angle is still the same.
It's the angle.
Gotcha.
And that's why we're using the protractor, so that it's not a mathematical equation. It takes out that inaccuracy of someone having to do math. You just get that angle.
Yep, hard angle. Yep.
Is it true? So it's true. It's not the size of the pole; it's the angle of the dangle.
Yeah. So are we gonna work on ones of degrees or halves of degrees?
I deserve more laughs, by the way.
I appreciate that. Thank you, philosopher.
Somebody knows comedy around here. Jeez.
I'd say the nearest angle, nearest one would do it. You don't have to go half. I wouldn't go bother about half degrees.
Yeah, full.
there are pure geometric methods of doing this where you don't use anything other than the stick. Actually, 2 sticks. And you don't have to measure a thing. It's really
Then
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's what
when
I
they
was
say-
looking at. That's what I was going to wanted to look into when we first started the stream tonight, was where we could go with this in a way where we're trying to simplify it down with still the shadow in mind of the theme, and measuring the distance to the sun and the other bonuses, the curvature of the Earth or the radius of the Earth if possible as well. Those two.
It doesn't even matter if the stick
Terry.
is level, just as long as the protractor is.
If you want to play part of my Eratosthenes video,
yeah,
there's a pure geometric method that I show in that thing.
Terry, you're gonna have. Oh no, it's all right. Here it is.
What?
No, it's all right. I couldn't find the stop. I couldn't find the stop sharing button. It was hiding.
It was hiding right there at the bottom.
No, it was on the other screen.
Oh, the other screen.
Yeah, it wasn't on the screen that I was sharing on.
So you didn't go to the NASA CGI screen. That's what you need to do.
No, that's the screen that's got the porn on it, that I make sure that it's all on that screen, so I never share it with Terry or on a live stream.
Yeah, NASA porn. It's
You
pictures
don't
of the
share it
ISS.
with Terry during a live stream. You share it with him, just not on the live stream.
Yeah, not on the. Well, I don't normally share porn with Terry at all, but
that's what it sounded like. I mean, I'm just saying.
it's what I was trying to.
All.
You're a towel.
He can find his own porn. I don't need to share my porn with him.
Want to get high?
Yeah, I gotta get a little high.
Yeah, that, right there on the front.
How did that pop up straight away?
Yeah, well, it's just the first one.
It was Gladys, I tell you.
I don't know.
Gladys.
I was about to go looking, and I'm going, why did that pop up? This is the first one.
YouTube's reading your mind, Terry.
There's something fishy
Oh, that's
going on
NASA
here.
mind control.
Yeah, that algorithm's getting smarter every day.
It's the NASA mind control. You see that they put the chip in your brain, so YouTube predicted it.
Okay, so
Before you start, I'm off out now, Terry. So good luck with the rest of the stream. I'll see you all later.
Okay, Blue.
See ya, Alan.
I mean, Alan.
See ya,
Sorry,
Alan.
Alan.
See ya.
See you, Alan.
Now that we got rid of that guy.
Party time.
You trying to get rid of all the old guys off the stream?
Hey,
How's
it's
it working?
Friday night, Saturday morning, man. Let's bring on the sexy.
Well, you've only got me and Blue to go now, so have fun.
Hey, I represent the remark.
He's of the age.
I can't stay too long anyway. I got to go slap Riley again.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know that's due.
Looking forward to that.
That's racist, Terry.
Isn't that anti-Rileyism?
There's got to be a
I don't know,
face
but he said something.
Someone will
Play.
Play.
You mean I've got to tell everyone to shut up so I can play?
I'll just turn it up and blow them.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. We're going to have some fun today. We're
Where's
gonna
the
measure
music?
the circumference of the Earth.
It's an early
With a
one.
stick.
With a stick.
Okay, so let's get going. This is about Eratosthenes, of course. A poet, a mathematician, but the guy that is most noted for measuring the circumference of the Earth the very first time. That's Eratosthenes you see there on the right, the guy in the red bathrobe. And there's
Was
a
that
guy
taken with the P900? The photo?
in a blue bathrobe. We don't really know who he is. They're looking at a globe, and I'm pretty sure that's a dog on that globe. Can you see it? You see what I'm looking at?
See something
The
there.
dog. That is a
Yep.
dog.
No,
on that
I see a
globe.
duck.
I swear that looks just like a dog to me.
No, it's a duck.
Oh.
Yep.
No, it's an old lady with a shawl.
All
on.
right. That's computer generated imagery for you. Let's get back to the story. Eratosthenes was living in Alexandria, Egypt, and he knew about a well in a city about 500 miles south of him, where every year on the summer solstice, the sun would be reflected in the water at the bottom of that well, which meant that the sun had to be directly overhead. Now, Eratosthenes knew how far it was from where he lived to the well because they measured that every year. I don't know why they measured it every year. It seems like it would have been easier just to write it down. But anyway, Eratosthenes reasoned that since he knew that distance, and if he could measure the angle to the sun at solar noon where he lived, he would then be able to calculate the total circumference of the Earth. Cool. This is how he did it. He reasoned that since he knew that location of the well, all he needed to do was make a measurement when the sun was directly overhead. That would be, for him, the summer solstice, which, and it so happened that the well was right on the Tropic of Cancer. The other thing he needed was a stick in the ground at his location and an old Greek guy to measure the length of the shadow. Now, if you have the height of the stick and the length of the shadow, you then know what angle alpha is. And if you know what angle alpha is, that's the same thing as alpha that describes the 2 points on Earth that we're looking at. Now all you need is a little simple arithmetic, some basic geometry, and voila, you can come up with the circumference of the Earth. Just that simple. We wanted to make some observations and duplicate Eratosthenes' method of doing this. I wanted to do it at 2 different latitudes. So I got solicited some help out of Bob the Science Guy, and I made measurements here in East Tennessee at a latitude of about 36 degrees north. Bob made his measurements in northern Michigan at about 44 degrees north latitude. And of course we got our distances to the equator simply using Google Earth. And what we did for measurement devices, Bob came up with the little rafter square arrangement there in the lower left corner. It's fairly small. You might question how much accuracy you could get from that. Frankly, it was surprising how accurate it was. I did 2 different measurements. I used a 24-inch dowel on a piece of plywood so that I could plot the sun shadow and see what path it made. I also used a 73-inch tall aluminum pole, and in the bottom center picture you can see when I was actually making the solar noon measurement. So that's what we had for equipment. Wait for it. Here come the results. Now, I'm not going to bore everybody with all of these numbers. You're free to stop the video, pause it, and go through all of this stuff. Let me just cut straight to the chase. Earth's circumference is known to be 24,901 miles. Our measured circumference is 24,874 miles. That's less than a 30-mile difference. That's less than about a tenth of a percent error. I would call that a winner. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So how do you do the calculations? Well, it's really pretty simple. Using a trigonometric method, the arctangent of the shadow length divided by the stick length equals the angle alpha. And 360 degrees divided by alpha in degrees times the distance between the 2 points gives us the circumference. Not hard to do. But that would have been impossible for Eratosthenes to do because trigonometry hadn't been invented yet. But there's an alternate method, and I'm going to show you what that looks like right now. So there have been some questions about how a guy like Eratosthenes could have made these calculations at a time before trigonometry had been invented. So it turns out that we can do this very, very simply. We can do it geometrically. What I've done So I've taken a piece of paper and I have constructed a replica of the measured sun angle from the equinox, where this side of the triangle represents the length of the shadow. That's the actual length of the shadow divided by 2. And this side represents the height of the stick. Again, that's the actual height divided by 2. So now, what I have is the representation of angle alpha that we were looking at on the diagrams. The next thing that I need to do, this represents a chord of the circumference of the earth, and I need to mark that on a circle, any circle. I could do that on a piece of paper. I could do it in the dirt if I needed to. This doesn't have to be a piece of paper. It could be 3 sticks. You could do it. You could do this 1,000 ways. The process is very simple. I take the vertex of this angle alpha. I put it right at the center point of that circle, and then I mark the angle. Boom, boom. That's these 2 lines. Perfect match for what we measured. So we're done with that.
Pause.
What?
Does it matter how big the circle was that you'd put the segment into off your triangle piece?
Nope, not a bit. Make it any side. That's just arbitrary.
Oh, okay.
I believe the angles will be the same no matter what.
Won't make any difference.
You find a size that's easy to work with, and that's the only thing. You don't use something like the size of a coin. You use something that's somewhat bigger, that's easier to work with, Terry. That's the only thing that's important.
Yep, it's all about alpha.
Yep.
The alpha angle gives you all the measurements you need.
Okay.
The angle. Boom, boom. That's these 2 lines. Perfect match for what we measured. So we're done with that. Now what we got to know is what percentage of the entire circumference is this chord length here. The way we do that is with a pair of dividers. Now these things date back to the Egyptians. The Greeks certainly
Pause. I dropped the link for chord geometry's wiki page, and I've got another one floating around that goes into this, and that's what George Hanudik was talking about earlier on Jose's channel, when people get the 8 inches per mile squared thing wrong and turn it into a parabola.
Yeah, when he was being a grumpy bum.
Yes. But yeah, Blue just nailed it there, the chord geometry thing. So yeah. I pre-learned something today. Now it's confirmed because it's from 2 separate sources. So that's how you learn stuff.
I just gotta say I love the miles squared, because that's exponential. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that one later too.
Cool.
That thing.
Yeah, it's something I picked up today. So that's all. I learned something today, and I'm really happy with that.
That'll be in the next series, probably not to do with shadows.
Learn something new every day.
I've had them too. I know that the latitude here is roughly 36 degrees. In other words, this is going to be about 10% of the total circle. So I decided just to arbitrarily try this, setting the dividers at those points. And then I stepped it off all the way around the circle, like so. And you can see all the dots I made all the way around. And when I came back to this end, ended up right there. There's that last dot. It's very, very close. So for all intent, we can say that this is 10% of the circumference of the earth. And I know that this distance is 2,466 miles. That's from here to the equator, times 10, 24,660 miles. I'd say that's pretty good for a guy with nothing more than a stick, a pair of dividers, a couple of pieces of paper.
What was the How did you determine? I must have missed something. The points between in the protractor, you said it was a certain distance. How did you
Yeah,
get that distance?
we
Between
got that
you
off
and
of
Bob, wasn't it?
Google Earth. No,
What if you
that's the
didn't
distance.
get that off Google Earth?
Well, then you're going to have to go out and measure it yourself.
But you would have had to
Yeah,
measure
do the
from
walk.
you
That's
to Bob.
That's right. I would have had to walk to the equator from my house.
That's when you get the slave boy to walk, like he did.
They literally had walkers back in the day of Eratosthenes. They were the Nile River Valley. The land changes every year because of the flooding, and so every year they had walkers that would go along and literally measure the distance from Syene up to Alexandria.
Wow.
You've got to know that distance. You absolutely have to know it. One way or the other, you got to know what that is. Either directly measuring it or, today we just use Google Earth.
Oh, satellites.
Yeah, the tools at our disposal.
Sure.
Love those
Times
giants that
10.
we step on.
24,660 miles. I'd say that's pretty good for a guy with nothing more than a stick, a pair of dividers, a couple of pieces of paper. And that's literally how Eratosthenes did it. Now, there's a discrepancy in the elevation of the sun, and let me explain what I'm talking about. The triangle on the right shows you a 2-scale representation of the measurements we made. My measurements at position A, which is 36 degrees north latitude, gave me a sun angle of 54 degrees, while Bob at position B saw the sun at an angle of 45 degrees. When we draw that out, you can see what the problem is. The sun is at two radically different elevations. Well, that won't work. On the other hand, if we draw the curvature of the Earth in, again to scale, you'll note that from my 36 degree north latitude position with a 54 degree measured sun angle, the total of those two numbers is 90 degrees. Now the sun really is 93 million miles away. It's not 3,500 miles up in the air. It's 93 million miles away. And over these short distances, that means that the total of those two angles should be 89.998 degrees. You can't use this method to determine how far it is to the sun. It takes way too much precision, and it's not possible to do it that way. But you shouldn't get the result that we saw when we tried to model it as a flat Earth. There's also a solar track discrepancy. If the sun was truly at a low altitude and orbiting over the Earth in a circle, the shadow it cast could not form anything other than an arc. It would have to be an arc, not a straight line. But that's not what happens. You get a perfectly straight line. You can see the points that I marked throughout the day, and you can do this yourself any day of the week. Over about a 3-hour period there, you see those points form a perfectly straight line. So what did we learn? We found out that the technique used by Eratosthenes was remarkably accurate. We're able to get within about a tenth of a percent of the known value. We didn't have to have any complex math to do this, just simple geometry. And you get just about exactly the same answer you get with rigorous trigonometric calculations. We also found out that without taking the Earth's curvature into account, the measurements require the sun to be at two different elevations at the same time. That's obviously impossible. And of course, that shadow traces a perfectly straight line, and it's exactly why an equatorial mount works with a camera or a telescope that could not and will not work if the sun is in a low orbiting position over the surface of the Earth. It just is not possible. So what do we conclude? Well, the
Well,
Earth is really
I have a question.
24,900 miles in circumference, just like you've always been told. It isn't flat.
Terry,
In fact,
can you pause for a sec? I have a question about equatorial mounts. If it were the case that the sun was close and local, what sort of equivalent to an equatorial mount would you need to get it to follow the sun?
It'd have to have a different
Same way-
axis. I
That's
think
what
it'd
I was
have to have a
thinking.
third axis point or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, gotcha. So they have to be built completely different.
Yeah,
it would
it
need
could.
to be
You could.
almost gyroscopic, wouldn't it, Blue?
Yeah, you could not track the sun with anything other than a 3-axis gimbal.
Yep.
It would be impossible.
I mean,
Makes
let me just throw in that the Gleason azimuthal equidistant map, if you stretch that over a sphere, it does actually represent the Earth. But the problem is that the South Pole literally is the entire outer circumference of the azimuthal equidistant map.
And that's set up to get latitudes, isn't it, for time zones?
Time zones, yeah, that's all it's for. If you
See, I'm
stretch
learning
that
shit
over a
every day.
sphere, it actually does represent
Yeah, I picked that up, and
the
that's
real globe.
all this shit is making sense.
Represent.
Just basically, if you pop the balloon and then stretch it out into a flat circle, that's what the AE map is. That's all it is.
And that kind of goes with the thing that we were having an argument with Flat Earth Ozzie Jesus about a couple of weeks back, about how global communications wouldn't work and would have to be done in a completely different way if the Earth was flat. So yeah, that equatorial mount is the same thing. That's perfect. Thank you.
Well, I hit him with the north, south, and east, west dimensions of Australia. I said, measure that distance and compare that to the Gleason map that he uses, and then he fell silent for about 10 seconds and then dropped off.
Oh, yeah. The further south you go on an azimuthal equidistant projection, the further south you go, the more radically out of whack it gets.
Yeah, it distorts by what's the opposite of attrition? Addition?
So, okay, that brings me to another question. I had one of them claim once that Lockheed Martin used an azimuthal map as their, as the thing that they would base all of their weapon systems guidance.
No, they
That's a fallacy.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's not just a fallacy. That's comedy.
Man, I can't remember the name, but I saw that and I was just like, what the actual? Right? Yeah.
Oh, it was like one of the idiots that said, "Oh, why would you send a ballistic missile over the North Pole?" It's like, well, because it cuts the distance in half. You nutter.
All right. So
Also, so you don't go over China and threaten China with your ballistic missiles.
Yeah, that might help avoid a world war.
I mean, that's just the hypothetical, but that's like say you had your missiles in Alaska, right? You wouldn't send them over the tundra of Siberia to get to Moscow. You'd send them over the top. It's just smarter. Because if anything happens on the way, you might hit Japan or China or Mongolia or.
Yeah, no, like I said, I literally, my jaw hit the ground when I saw that. I'm like, nah, man, that can't be right. And I went and looked up the Wikipedia page for Lockheed Martin. Yeah, and the first sentence has, Lockheed Martin is a global aerospace ... trail off.
Of course. There is no flat projection that's accurate, no matter which one you use. They're all wrong. Every one of them. You can't make it not be wrong.
Well, the funny part is that they always say that pictures from the ISS and everything, real pictures from not computer cameras, actual film cameras showing the Earth. No, that's all CGI, but they don't have any actual pictures of the Earth or the dome or anything like that as flat. They have no real pictures. All they use is CGI.
Yep. But yeah, I think we can play again now, Terry. That's answered the questions that I had. Thank you.
I think it's finished.
Now, if you
Yeah.
like the video, and I hope
Little-
you did, please hit like and subscribe.
No,
And I
shilling.
promise you'll see some more of these. So take care now.
Oh God, this guy just shilling for himself. Jesus, you believe this guy?
I have to go back somewhere.
Hang on, Terry. There's something else you need to do there that's very important. Why isn't that up hand blue?
Huh?
Wait, what?
Why isn't your up hand
It's
blue?
got a
Why?
thumbs up.
Why
Thumb up.
isn't that up hand blue?
Thumb it up. Thumb it up, Terry.
That's better.
Jeez, Terry.
Traitor.
Should have been the
Yeah,
first thing
actually,
you did,
I've
Terry.
noticed that Terry uses a lot of people's videos, but he never clicks that
Oh yes,
like
he does.
button.
Oh yes, he does.
No, you never see him click it.
No, he watches a lot of them before they're even on here, though.
Goes back to him, gives him repeat viewings.
I missed a point somewhere here. Now I've got to find it again.
What did you miss, Terry?
Well, Blue had the picture of the Earth. I don't know where it was now. There it is, I think. Where it exploded.
I blew up the sun.
Blew up the sun.
Hey, that's Star Wars.
Here we go.
Well, there
I
was
can't
two of the
see. I
damn
can't
things.
see it properly because I've got a small. I'm only using a small window. I can't. I can read where it says AB.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to work out what you meant by how you were getting the angles to say the suns were in the two different spots where you were measuring them from.
If you look up at the triangle part of it, I measured an angle to the sun of 54 degrees, and that's position A. From position A, horizontal up to the sun is 54 degrees.
Right.
And Bob measured the same angle as 45 degrees, about 9 degrees difference. So that's why you end up with two different elevations for the sun if you try to figure it out like the Earth were flat.
Oh, right, yeah.
So we know that can't be right. So now if you plot the curvature of the Earth though, and look at our latitudes, my latitude being 36 degrees, 36 plus 54 is 90 degrees. Sunlight comes into us virtually at 90 degree at a 90 degree angle. So 36 plus 54 is 90. 45 plus 44, 89 something. Yeah, it was a little over that. It will always come up close to 90 degrees.
Yeah, you'll always get a little bit of diffraction as it comes through the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, go ahead, Blue.
The difference in those 2 points is so small. You can't like I said, you can't use this to measure the actual distance to the sun. You could get numbers anywhere from a few million miles to hundreds of millions of miles. It's just, you get crazy errors in it, but it also can't produce two different sun elevations that low in altitude. It's a pretty good proof that the Earth cannot possibly be a flat plane.
Oh, now
So-
I need that other image, Peter, that I had from the other day.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That-
Where would that be?
Which
When we were doing the sundials, we had the sun's angles showed projected on a flat surface compared to how it would end up if it was on a curved surface.
Yeah.
I
Give me a sec.
wonder if that's got the same representation of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Are those wind-up sundials or are they battery powered?
No, solar powered.
Solar powered sundials. Those ones,
Yeah. Yeah, solar powered. They don't work at night.
Yeah.
We got solar powered digital sundials that we're making right now.
Oh,
Yeah, because I bought a whole bunch of wind-up sundials, and I tell you, what a ripoff.
I keep telling you not to go for those,
schemes
with the pyramid on them.
Those egg
Well,
timers
there
only
was
go up to 60 minutes.
It said it was Illuminati approved, and it was on Amazon. There was a special discount, so I couldn't help
Illuminati
myself.
members.
For Freemason, are you a
Oh,
Freemason?
that's right. The Freemasons. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
That's what
I'm a registered Freemason, by the way.
Anyone can be a Freemason these days.
So Blue, with that experiment that you did there, or the observation that you did, does it become more accurate with the more points of data that you've got? So you do it with yourself and Bob the science guy.
Oh yeah.
If we were to do it, say, with 10 people or 20 people, the more people that we use, the more accurate the numbers become. Is that
true? Absolutely true.
Yeah.
Barney's making a point out there that
yeah, and Barney is correct. If you only have 2 points, you could come to the conclusion that the intersection of the hypotenuses of those two triangles is the location of the sun. But if you add a third point in there, it becomes totally impossible then.
Yeah.
Well, the simple idea is that the more points of data you have, that inversely affects your error ratio.
So my next question would be, if you were to using the same principles that you do for, say, triangulation and stuff like that, would it be possible if you had people spread over a great enough distance that you'd be able to triangulate the sun, like, and work out a close?
No.
No.
No. No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be.
You'd still be a fair way off because of the size of the sun, yeah?
Yeah, it's just way too inaccurate to try to triangulate something 93 million miles away. You can get away with that with the moon, but not the sun. That's just too far.
Well, I found an easier way though. There is an easier way. We just go to the internets, and then we go and look up the math ourselves, and do the research, and then we find out the numbers. And we don't actually have to go to the sun to see that it's there. We can just see the math right there. We don't have to do all this work. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Did I miss? Oh, that's right. We're talking of furfers here.
Yeah.
We need to get this down to the second grade level.
Keep it simple, stupid.
What you just keep in mind that multiple measurements from the same latitude don't help you when it comes to trying to determine the shape. So,
but different data points. Like okay, you measure from 2 countries. That's only 2. You have a decent margin of error. But if you have 3 from 3 different distinct points, or 4 or 6 or 12 from distinct different points, you lower the error.
America.
Yeah, that's true.
You lower the error ratio.
England, Australia, the US.
Yeah. No, my point is it doesn't matter if you have 1,000 measurements. If they're all at the same latitude, you know nothing. About the sun, the altitude of the sun.
Well, yeah, but they're not going to be the same latitude.
No,
Right.
they're not in this case. No.
Right. No, they'll be radically different
longitudes as well.
Yeah. So
exactly. Yeah.
So we would have different latitudes, longitudes at the same time. So with that, it'd still be somewhat very inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the time Bob and I did this, I had a guy lined up down in Florida to do it also. So we would have had 3 latitudes each about 500 miles apart. And that would have been wonderful. But the sun didn't cooperate for the guy in Florida that day. So we ended up with just 2 points. But it's better than
that's Florida for you.
No, it was the Illuminati clouds. They prevented it.
No, that was NASA did that, not the Illuminati. Come on.
No, the Illuminati control the chemtrails, not NASA.
No, NASA controls the Illuminati.
No. The Illuminati controls NASA.
Oh, geez, guys, get it right.
Yeah.
Bloody
the Illuminati.
Tangents.
They control everything.
Welcome to Revelation.
Screwed them up. NASA is only 7 people. The Illuminati is all of NASA. We just changed the names to screw everybody up.
NASA, Illuminati, Freemasons.
Yeah. Just
Free NASA.
Just to change subject just for 5 minutes. When I was talking to some idiots about Horizon and trying to explain to them about how it doesn't just drop sharply away. I mean, this isn't a great representation of the Earth, but this is exactly what you see when it comes to a horizon, right? So you're standing up, your eye level goes straight out, right? If you're looking straight. Now, where the horizon point is in the middle basically between you and the object is the horizon. But it's the amount of distance where that line is skimming across the top of that circle makes it very hard to discern where the actual horizon is. Now, this is the illusion that these people are under. They're stating that when it gets to that dot, it just drops away. No, that's not what happens. It continues for a while before it deviates away towards the object.
I think we've all pretty well come to the conclusion that flurfs can't gradient at all.
Terry, you're only playing that outside.
I think we've established that they can't even math. I mean, what's 5 divided by 0? Riley?
No, I'm not sharing. That's all you.
What's 5 divided by 0, Riley?
Was it
5, according to him?
I just remember seeing this in this video the other day with the sundials.
Yep.
To do with the shadow. I think that if it was on a flat Earth, the distances between each point for time would be equal.
Inconsistent.
It would be
They'd
equal.
be inconsistent on the flat Earth.
Yeah, they'd be equal. The distances would end up being equal, but on a curved surface, they're different.
Yeah. So if the sun was moving across that,
it does show it here somewhere.
Yeah, it does.
In its curved arc.
Yeah, if it was following its circular motion around the sun, around the North Pole.
Yeah, because this determines we're on a curved surface because the sun, when it reaches the sticks in the ground each time,
it elongates.
They get longer and longer. The
further away it is.
Further the sun goes down compared to like noon or near noon.
Yeah.
But if it was a flat Earth, they'd be equal.
You wouldn't know when noon was.
Yeah, that's yep.
You wouldn't
Can
know.
I just throw in a quick tangential point? It's hell, sorry, I forgot. I'll remember in a second.
That happens. Phil might have suffered an actual knock to the head.
Flurfed.
This is how you find north. If you're out in the desert or in the forest or anywhere.
Yeah, I was looking into that, Blue. I skipped past that and I thought, shit, that'd be a good thing to bring up too.
Yeah, you put a stick in the ground and just over the period of a couple of hours, mark the shadow, the end of the shadow.
Geez, close some tabs.
And that will give you
shut up.
An east-west line.
You're almost as bad as Cypher.
Hey, I nearly had 30 tabs open last night. Was it last night?
I've had.
The reason why Terry keeps all of the tabs open is so that we've got a record of what we've watched, and then we can put it on at the end of the stream.
Yeah, you know what you do? You press Control H. It's called history.
Yeah, and this way, all he has to do is go through and cut and paste everything and delete the one that he's cut and paste.
Yep.
It's so much quicker.
How lazy?
Yes, that's right. It's quicker.
No, it's not lazy. It's Australian.
It's quicker. It's easier.
If I can find a quicker way to do something, I will.
Well, the quickest way to do something is to not do it. Let somebody else do it.
He's got a good point there.
Exactly. Pay
He's got
someone
a-
else to do it. That's a
he's got a-
faster way.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 100% efficient because you see, you just get someone else to do it. You've done 0% work and gotten 100% results. That is 100% efficiency right there. That is boring perfection.
As long as if the person that you're paying to do it actually does it right and the way you want them to do it.
Oh no!
Well,
as
then
long
you-
as they get to
then
the
you-
end result.
Then you take that stick out of the ground that you're using, and then you beat them to death with it.
Oh dear.
Well, they were slave boys, so
Terry-
yeah. People quite
Terry,
often when
you could also pay your producer in money out of the swear jar. Think about it.
What's
Pays for
interesting is the
himself.
amount of time we've been on the same topic. This is almost unprecedented for this show.
Terry's his own producer anyway, so he'd be pulling the money out of his own wallet to put back in his pocket.
Well, yeah. See, all we need to do is intercept that interaction right there, and then we can keep the money for ourselves. You guys, come on! Thought you were on top of this.
All right,
already.
all right. Can we just finish this off?
Peter, he is the philosopher of nonsense. I mean, you can't expect anything better.
Well, you can.
No.
I told you I didn't pick this name for nothing.
r/name checks out.
yes.
See, otherwise on YouTube, I'd take this as an insult. Well, because that's what the trolls say. But in this case, that's exactly perfect.
All right, back to what we were doing.
Yeah.
Speaking of big balls.
Anyway.
Actually, I have another question about the thing we're doing. Could you possibly use a tree that's already in the ground?
Yep.
And the shadow.
Well, I know which way is north when you got a tree. You just look for moss on the south side.
No, you just so as long as you know the height of the tree.
You don't even need the height. You don't need
there-
the height of the tree, right? So
There's slight trouble with that.
hang on. You don't need the height of the tree. You take all you need to do is measure the shadow. Know that you've got a right angle at one end of the shadow, and at the close end you've got an angle. You take that angle. You use trigonometry. Then you've got the height of the tree, right? So that's that problem solved.
Yep, and I know what you were going to say, Phil. The branches on the tree, but yeah, no, that answers that
No.
question
The
at the
trunk
same
of the
time,
tree. I mean, if the wind blows, that'll waver. Use something rigid, like say
a dowel,
a power tower,
a
or
dowel,
Yeah,
like
a building. A building works fine.
a building. A
There you
building would
go.
be perfect.
Oh, jeez, I'd rather just put a 1 foot ruler in the ground.
You can put a 30-centimeter ruler or a 8 foot
That's 1
or a
foot.
foot.
That's 1 foot, you goon.
Yeah,
because
but,
again, we're
but
like we're
there's-
using the same stuff, or like
you need to understand that there's multiple people out in the chat that don't necessarily know that a foot's a meter. I mean, a foot's 30 centimeters.
You said a foot's a meter. See, there.
Look,
convert to metric. Just
I
become
corrected.
symmetrical.
I corrected myself.
No, too bad. I'm pulling an Oakley right now.
Well, too bad you're muted. Go away.
Well, no.
It's great that I can't hear him anymore.
Yeah, it's great that I can't hear him anymore. Blah blah.
I
Yeah.
mute.
Smurf.
Oh, dear.
Did you just go all Oakley on him?
Who are you talking to, Pete? I can't hear anyone else.
I don't know. He's muted.
Some
I don't know who
brought in.
he's talking about because he's muted.
Yeah, it's that asshole that some other asshole brought in.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, well, I farted once, and I wondered who that asshole was talking shit behind my back.
Oh, actually, I'm looking at a thing on Google Earth right now. It's a walkway on one of the tracks near where I live, and I'm looking at a bunch of rails in the ground. They've got a whole heap of different angled shadows. Funnily enough, I was just flicking through Google Earth, and I see what the idea is just from looking at these posts lined up here. I'm looking at it on my phone though, so I can't share it. Although I could. Let
You
me find
can.
it on the computer.
Ah.
Shit. Of your ass. You'll need one straight stick, about 5 feet long, as straight as possible, and 3 smaller sticks, about 1 foot long. Place your long stick securely into the ground in a wide open area that gets plenty of sun. Ideally, the terrain should be as smooth as possible, as any bumps or inclines on the terrain will distort the shadow. Once your long stick is snugly in the ground, place a smaller stick at the tip of the shadow the long stick casts. Maneuver it so the shadow from the small stick is in line with the shadow cast by the larger stick. Never said stick so much in 30 seconds. The first small stick that we place in, we shall label as west. Why do we label this first stick as west? I'll try and explain it with this high-end, high-quality animation. Nah, it's terrible. I'm sorry in advance, but I did do my best. As the sun moves east to west across the sky, the shadow it creates moves west to east. We label this first stick as west because we use that as the starting point to track the shadow's movement east. Simple, right? Anyway, now the fun part. After the first stick's in, you'll need to wait 10 to 15 minutes to allow the shadow to move a few inches. During the meantime, amuse yourself. Sharpen them sticks up, eat some blackberries, smoke a little smoke, whatever. After 10-15 minutes are up, you'll notice that the shadow has moved significantly away from the starting point. Place another stick at the tip of the new shadow. Now all you need to do is repeat this process one more time. Wait 10 to 15 minutes, then whack the third stick in. You'll clearly see it's heading in a specific direction. This direction is east. Once you have 3 sticks in the ground, it's time for the grand finale. Grab a straight stick, as straight as possible, and lay it parallel to the 3 sticks. This stick creates your west to east line, and from that we can determine north and south. Just to confirm it's legit, I'll lay my compass down and see if it's accurate. Boom, it's pretty accurate. North, south, east, west. Done. And that's how you find north using sticks and shadows. A nifty little trick to have under your belt. Peace, bros. Sup.
There you
Oh
go.
wait, according
Well
to
put.
according to all the flurfers, you're supposed to hold a compass. You're supposed to hold a compass vertically to be able to find north.
Yeah, next to the globe that's on Earth.
No, straight. So the needle, because north is always up. So,
Right.
right. So
Right.
you need to hold the compass so it's facing you directly, perpendicular to the ground for it to work. Right. I mean, isn't that how it's supposed to work? Oh wait, you're supposed to hold it flat to the ground. That's right.
Yeah. All right.
I don't hear crickets.
Crickets.
I ate them all. Sorry, I was hungry.
Okay, any other suggestions for shadows? Well, we found that we can find north and south with sticks and shadows.
I would
It's
say
amazing
just
it's amazing what shadows can do.
I would say just for precision's sake, because of course flurfers are gonna cherry pick and nitpick. Don't use just random sticks, but use something that you know to be straight, such as pieces of PVC or rebar or something like that.
Yeah, that rebar would actually work really well.
But what if you're in the middle of the woods? You're going to find a bit of PVC.
Nah, just pick up a stick off the ground.
Haven't you
I
ever
disagree.
seen a PVC tree?
I disagree. I disagree. Rebar's not going to work really well
No.
because when you actually put your compass down next to the rebar, like he did with his compass
Oh,
next to the
yeah.
stick, yeah, it's not going to work.
Yeah. Yep. Good
Okay,
call.
so just find your nearest PVC tree and cut some PVC off of that.
Turn your phone
No,
on.
it's easy. Just take magnetize the rebar, hang it from a string from a tree branch, and it'll point toward north, or one end of it will. We won't know which one, but
Well, the preferred method would be to take a you know that twisty tie wire they put on bread that
Yeah.
just frustrates you because you go to twist
Oh,
it off and then you
Oh,
find
that
it's the
thing.
wrong direction,
Yep.
and then you go and twist it off in the right direction. And it's like, oh no, I had the right direction in the first place.
Then you
I've been-
snap it. Then you snap it off, and you can't
Yeah.
untwist it at all.
I've been petitioning my congressman for years to pass the righty-tighty, lefty-loosey law for bread twist ties. I think it ought. I mean, I think people ought to go to fucking
Well,
jail.
we solved that problem over here. We use a plastic clip.
Yeah, the plastic.
I like
thing.
those a lot better.
Yeah, by the way,
I
somebody
call
in
it- I
Yakima
call the,
invented that. Yakima, Washington. Thank you.
I
My
call
state.
that the twist tie, the quantum twist tie paradox, where you're wrong in both directions, kind of like a quantum thumb drive.
Well, you just got to buy a better quality loaf of bread. You don't get those cheapo twist ties.
I'm that bloke that goes into the supermarket with an open tube of super glue, and I'll put 3 drops of super glue on each one of those twisty ties.
Oh, you're a right bastard.
Hey,
I
Terry,
knew that was you.
Who it is?
want to see something funny?
Well, I'm in the kitchen at the moment. Will I see it in the kitchen?
I don't know. I don't think so. Tell me when you get back from the kitchen.
Yeah, I'll
I
be
gotta-
back
I
in a
wanna
sec.
share- I want to share my screen.
Well, I've seen something pretty funny already. It's called Fur for Math. I can give you a political joke in 2 words. Donald Trump.
So I managed to find that exact same spot on my computer. And now I can show you that. Give me a sec, and I'll find the right angle.
Hold on, I need some more Crystal Skull vodka.
All right. May I share the screen? Oh no, Terry, I can't. Terry's in the
Aye.
kitchen doing stuff, isn't he?
Yeah, no, you can. You can share it. Just click on the share button at the bottom of your screen.
There we go. No, that one. And share. So this is the spot I was talking about with all those. They're not in exactly the right spot, and on my phone they look different. But obviously there's someone there with a telescope watching ships or containers, I should say, that drift on the.
What are we looking at?
What happened to Cypher?
I don't know. What are we looking at?
Has he muted himself? He might be running out of internet bandwidth.
Cypher, can you hear us?
Oh, I think you need to step away for a second. But I can explain part of this picture. Is that this is one of the views from the Australian coast, where if you look out, you can literally watch the shipping lanes go by. You literally see ships go over the horizon and come back over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you are here. So, well, you explain it. Why am I doing all the work for you?
He's here, but
I am not your Riley.
I can't hear him.
I can't hear
can't hear him
anyone.
either.
I can't hear anyone.
I can't either.
I can hear everyone.
Yeah, I can hear everyone but Cypher.
Yeah, I'm not hearing Cypher.
Cypher, you got a problem.
Stop.
Cypher's out of focus. That's the problem. He's out of focus. He needs to focus back on the
Here,
window.
I'll give him a choice.
Yeah. Yeah. Stop him sharing. It might kick it back into. It might be that he's just using up too much bandwidth, Terry.
No, I think what's going on is because I noticed this on if I take Zoom off of focus, if I go in the browser, Zoom doesn't respond to my push to talk anymore. So it might just be that he he changed focus, and now it's not responding to him.
Oh,
You see
probably
what
a
I'm saying?
setting. It's probably a setting you can do like picture in picture.
Cypher just went out and came back in again.
Yeah,
Blue,
it-
did you want to show something?
Yeah, I just stuck mine up there. Can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that looks familiar, Blue. Now, where have we seen that before?
Yeah,
Wait a
really.
minute. I'll put my finger on it in a minute.
Let me show you something funny.
Mhm.
That's the image from down at the beach when the guy's down at the beach.
Yeah, yeah.
See the old crooked crane and all that stuff.
Yeah, they're
What I
built that
forgot.
way. They're built that way.
What I forgot about was he also made an image from 35 feet up, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Watch what happens. Watch this.
Oh, you got
There's
the other, you got that one
there's
together.
There's an image from up high. Where the hell is all this stuff when you go down low? The asshole proved it's behind the damn horizon and didn't realize it. Look at that.
Yeah, we were wondering where the bottom of the oil
Down
rig
low.
was. Yeah.
Up high. Daytime.
Yeah.
Nighttime.
Daytime, nighttime.
Daytime.
Nighttime.
But
nighttime.
Is that both those images from the same day?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's from the
Yeah.
video.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
within 2 minutes of each other.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, trying to scan between the two to find the 35 height and the sea level height.
Yeah,
one of my favorites is Simon Dan covered this in his what was it, Tinfoil Tuesdays or something, or no, it's Flat Earth Fridays, where he showed a video. It's from Dean Wright. It was the last video that he showed, but it showed an oil rig, and of course, Dean Wright, my favorite chew toy. I claimed him before anyone else. I'll just say that right now. But he showed an oil rig that was definitely below the horizon. He said, "See, I can see the oil rig, so obviously the Earth is flat." But if you looked at the cross members, the real key was if you looked at the cross members below the oil rigs, that reinforces struts.
Yeah.
Right? There's a sort of X pattern going on. Now, by actual oil rig construction, the way it's assembled, that sort of X beam assembly right there, the bottom of that cannot be in the water because those are just exposed bolts. They can't just put that in the water. That has to be at least 10 feet above the highest water line. So, and you see that most of that is almost gone. You can barely see 10% of the bottom of the X at that point.
Philosopher, you're missing a very important factor here. They weren't oil or gas rigs; they were turbines.
Wait, are we thinking the same video?
No, Riley called them turbines, not gas.
Yeah, we don't call
oil.
them gas rigs anymore because Riley thinks they're turbines.
They're turbines. Riley said they're turbines. They must be turbines.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So this is like the Trump with the windmills sounds cause cancer.
Yeah,
No, Riley was going off at Blue about him, with Blue going off at Riley back and forward. And last Riley's video, he was looking at these videos that and the video that Blue put out, and he used the word turbines instead of oil rigs.
Not once, at least 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, you see those braces?
Yeah, yeah, they shouldn't be in the water.
Yeah, they are in the water.
Yeah, because that would cause a structural weakness right there.
And the tide's only about 3 foot height from in the variation of where that water line is.
That's full on refraction we're saying there.
Oh yeah.
No, it's convergence according to Flat Earth Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Can I share my thing again? Sorry, I overloaded my computer when I had a heap of stuff open, like someone said I might have had before.
Yeah.
So here we go. So yeah, this is the row of posts that I was telling you guys about. You can see here, all of these have got different angles on them. So that's right there. We've got some evidence. Use those angles there. Where's the sun? There
That's
he is.
perspective, actually.
Yeah, it's a terrible camera to use as a representation
it's
of something, because that
Yeah.
camera's terrible for that.
Yeah. That's the same phenomenon as crepuscular rays.
Bet you if you compress that, you'd see a curve.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I can see it already.
But yeah, but then again, you can see.
But it's a terrible camera to use for that.
It is. That's why I can walk down to this spot any day of the week, right there, and I'll do that with my D3200 tomorrow and get some film and video, take some pictures and video if it's not raining. Finally got some rain.
Oh,
Yeah, when
look.
it's a nice day like this, get some.
I was a bit confused one time when somebody said if you're standing on a desert island or somewhere out in the ocean, and you actually turned around in 360 degrees with seeing the horizon, how would there be a curve?
So it's exactly the easiest way to explain that is if I get a compass and only open it out to, we'll call it 5% of a basketball that you've got in front of you. You put the point into the compass, into the basketball without popping it, and draw a circle with that compass. There you go. That's why.
Well, simply put, if you're on a globe, everything around you, you go 300. Let's say Earth was just a smooth marble, just absolutely glass smooth, right? Like a pinball.
Mm-hmm.
If you were standing on that, anywhere you look, right, everything around you is going to appear to be just one circle. But if you move on that circle, that point of view moves with you. If you raise up higher, that circle on that sphere gets bigger. It's just that simple. But they stop right there at the first part.
One of the dumbest things I think I find about the whole thing is when they say they get on a plane and the horizon rises to eye level with you in the plane at 30,000 feet. I've never seen that. I've been on
It doesn't.
I think you might have brushed straight over the point I made. Say if you had a camera on a tripod that could swivel around horizontally at perfect horizontal plane, and you're pointing it at the horizon, and you're out in the ocean, and you're looking 360 degrees round in a circle. That camera's going to point to the horizon all the way around.
Yeah, and it's
so,
like
so
I tried.
There's no curve.
It's like I tried to explain, Terry. So if you get a basketball and a compass, you only open out the compass like 20 mils, right? You draw a circle with the compass on your basketball. If you imagine that is the limit of your seeing distance, it's still a circle. Looking around, it will look like a circle and flat. However, you can no longer see anything past that circle that you've drawn because it's curved down and away. Once you get to that magical point that you can no longer see beyond because of the curve, it looks flat, level, and you cannot see beyond that.
Yeah,
it's the same as
I'm talking about left to right curvature.
Yeah, left to right. It will look like a. That's right. That's what I'm trying to say. If you were to take that circle off that basketball, then if you could physically pull that line that you drew, it would look flat, like a flat circle. It wouldn't be a. You wouldn't see a dome or anything like that. You would just see a flat circle.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Imagine a contact lens on a sphere. The contact lens is what you can see, but you know the contact lens will definitely appear, it'll have the same edge all around it. If you're directly in the center, that's your point of view.
Yeah.
So basically, you're just carrying that point of view with you wherever you go. And that's always your point of view. I mean, video games will teach you that, but that's all it is, and that's they think, oh well, because it looks flat all in a circle, they don't see the curvature of leading away from them. All they see is when they go when they spin in a circle.
Yeah, for example,
That
I could go to one of the islands out here that's near here and get to the highest point on one of them, get my camera, set it up, and do a swing around, and all they're going to claim is that all. Yeah, you're right. All they can see is flat.
well,
There's no
yeah, the
curves, but
camera would follow the horizon anyway.
that's it. Yep,
The
exactly. All the way around.
horizon is
360.
only the horizon is literally just the limit of your vision. The horizon is not a tangible physical thing.
No.
It is an abstract that we use to say that is as far as we can see. Because beyond the horizon, the earth could end right there. We wouldn't know, but of course it doesn't. But even if it did just suddenly drop off after that, we would not be able to see that because that's beyond the horizon.
That's right.
So let's say the earth was shaped like a giant contact lens. We would see the same thing. They don't understand that.
This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, why doesn't it keep going? I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
That's their argument. You see the curve between those 2 points. Okay, if you go to the right or to the left, why doesn't it just keep curving down and down and down and down?
Like it's supposed to be smaller, but they don't realize how small they are in relation to the whole planet.
Yeah.
So the reason why we don't see it curving all the way around if we were to turn around in a circle is we're only looking at it in one point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The biggest thing they have trouble with is scale. Like you notice, anytime you say any big numbers, they're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" They get all paranoid about big numbers, saying that they're ridiculous. Like the universe is composed of way bigger numbers than we normally use. That's very easy to figure out. Well, I mean, we use like hundreds and thousands and millions, but the universe goes in trillions and quadrillions and septillions
Yeah,
and vigitillions.
their issue is the fact they don't understand what an apparent horizon means. That's their biggest problem.
One of.
The damn thing moves with you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Oh, what do you want?
Oh, so harsh.
Not this guy again.
Haven't said a word.
I thought we got rid of him already.
How's my solar powered digital sundial going?
Well, that's what I've been doing. I was overlooking the design today again, and the detail that needs to be accurate in that. I just been recalibrating my machine, so it's ready to print. But obviously, I don't have the UV protectant ABS here with me, so I can do a test print and see how it works out, just to see it. But it's not going to last long in a long sunny day.
Are you watching your screen now, Sheeple?
Yeah, I'm watching here.
I found you today.
Wow, that doesn't sound creepy at all.
That is a compliment right there. Shoda?
Yeah.
Good friend of mine.
But actually, I found another relative.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. That's where I get my revenge. No, I took a video when I was up on top of the mountain, Terry, and I've put it in the side chat. It's actually from my channel. There's no music, so you won't get copyright.
Okay.
But basically, the claim was that horizon rises to eye level, and so some people climb a mountain. I mean, climb a hill or whatever, and it still doesn't rise to eye level. I'm sitting on the summit, 2,518 meters above.
Is it got shadows?
The shadows are only from the clouds. I'm climbing above the clouds.
If I may throw in a simple question, if the horizon rises to eye level, how does the horizon know where my eye level is, and why is it different for everybody else?
Yeah, well, that's the claim, because on a flat Earth it has to rise. It has
Mm.
to rise.
That's
I mean,
not a
it's
The
claim.
drowning clause.
That's the excuse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it has to. I mean, if it doesn't, then they're in trouble. If it drops away just a little bit, there's a problem. They never face
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah, it cannot
They-
drop on a flat plane.
They can't even address the dimensions of Australia.
No.
Back
Well,
to
it
the
doesn't
shadows.
exist
though.
anyway.
Well, that's it. We're only a cardboard cutout stuck to a board.
That's right. You guys aren't real.
Or
Aren't real.
Cypher. You remember the what was it, Oakley snow globe? The certain errors.
Mate, I can't forget that thing. It's burned into my memory. It's a constant source of triggering to me. Like Ross is constantly.
Do describe it for everyone.
Guess who's finally turned up when we needed somebody with numbers?
Not Professor Phil.
The wizard. The wizard was
bloody late now.
Because I was just about to go on to the last bit we could probably cover was these type of shadows that I'm sharing.
Yeah. Yep. We all know those shadows.
I've only got a couple of them. I haven't got many.
Oh,
I noticed people in the chat actually get it.
Those shadows are due to cold moonlight.
No, they're made of anti-light.
I like that one
Yeah,
better.
it's cold moonlight. Okay, because
That one,
it matches
this
my
one gives you
necessary
the
antecedent.
This one actually gives you the sun actually underlighting the cloud
Mm-hmm.
and the
Yep.
shadow.
Yep.
So it gives you
Bouncing
both.
off the
Yeah,
Was
this
it
is the
Chris
most
Berry
brilliant
or
picture.
somebody that was trying to do it under a table or something?
It was under the gas tank of his car.
I got no idea.
Hang on,
Yeah.
Chris Berry. Didn't he do his Cavendish experiment with 2 trailer hitches and kettle weights?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to work.
Stuck
Well,
to
see-
a piece of wood hung from a ladder.
Yeah.
He should have used the farm gate, like gate guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
mate,
gate
He should
guy,
have used
yeah.
the gate.
Gate guy.
Hell, he waited a couple of hours. Those things just never stopped moving the whole time. Shucks.
Chucky darn.
Probably should have shut the garage door.
You think?
Yeah. God.
What was funny was underneath where he had his weights, there was electrical gate.
That's not just that, but those kettle weights are actually steel, as most of us know, or they'll be some type of cast iron.
It's just
And
cast iron.
and underneath and inside the concrete in that garage, there's this really great stuff called Rio, which happens to be steel to reinforce the concrete so that cars can go on top of it.
Not to mention the amount of
Yeah.
carbon that's actually in the concrete itself.
May not have any rebar or wire in that garage pour.
Yeah, but it's more dense than air.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Hi,
Phil.
Professor Phil. Well, what was that, Bill? Blue?
I said it may or may not have any steel in the concrete in the U.S. A lot of places don't they won't do that. I always did when the houses I built, but
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, and if it's like a 6-inch foundation pour, like say a garage floor, you don't need rebar.
yeah.
Well,
but if it's
in Australia, if
We
you're
do.
if you're pouring a concrete slab that your car's going to go on, you have to. You don't have a choice, and if you don't, you won't get passed by the building inspector.
Yeah, I had to get I had to get mine engineered. The slab I did.
Yep.
For the garage I put up.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you live in a civilized country.
But we're not real, remember? Cardboard
What's
cutout
real?
taped to a buoy.
America.
You know, and
What you really need is not to have it totally flat. You need a depression.
Yep,
underneath where the
mine
cars
leans
are
away
going.
a little bit to the corner, so if it ever floods in the area, the water can run off.
If that slab is just sitting on top of gravel and it's perfectly level, you go in there and slam the brakes on the car, the whole damn slab tries to slide.
yeah, that's a lot of the time what they'll do in Australia.
Keying it. You
Yeah.
put keys in it.
Yeah, a lot of the time in Australia, they'll actually put
It's called a footing.
a footing on the outside edge So instead of only
Right.
going down the 2 inch or the 4 inches or whatever your thickness
Right.
of the slab is, you'll have a footing that goes down a full foot.
Yeah.
All the way around.
My slab's about 150 in the middle section, and I think it's about 250 around the edges.
Yep.
I think it's about
So
250. I think it was 250.
they call them a raft slab. They can't go anywhere.
No.
Right. Locks it in.
Yeah,
did you
yeah.
figure out-
It's sort of like mock pilings, you know, like you do with
Yeah,
buildings. But
yeah, very much
mock
so.
pilings.
And like depending on the soil that you're building on, like when we were building my parents' mum's new house, it was all built on silt, and they were just going to do the normal footings. But because I was in the construction industry at the time, I knew by the letter of the law states that they must go down until they hit clay, and if they don't, they've got to put in board piers, which basically they go in with a auger and dig a 2-foot auger hole down until they hit clay, so that the foundations themselves are on something solid all the way around.
I've seen 3-inch pipe, 3-inch steel pipe. They basically pile drive it in, then they flush out the inside of the pipe and pour concrete straight down, and then right down in it to secure foundations.
A lot of the times now they're actually using, those green treated pine poles, the ones that used to be treated with copper arsenic or copper chromate nowadays. They're using like 10 and 30 foot poles of a 8-inch diameter, 10-inch diameter, and pole driving those straight in and then pouring the concrete on top of those.
A familiar looking diagram. So did you guys work out a different? I mean, you can't really go past this proof.
Well, actually, Blue showed us a really basic way of doing it without even any complicated mathematics.
Just the shadows.
By using the sticks in the ground and
Yeah,
with
sticks and
shadows, yes,
circles.
and he was able to determine the
Yeah.
diameter of the Earth.
Yep, absolutely. As long as you do have to make one, one presupposition which the flat earthers might disagree with, and that is the sun rays are parallel.
Ah.
Yeah. See, that's why you see the straight line down, right down the well. That is very hard to measure exactly accurately without digging a very deep well. So actually taking an offset from that, like you see, okay, now there is a clear shadow from one edge of the well down to the ground. Now you measure that exact angle, and if you see that very tiny almost right triangle going on to the left at Alexandria, you take that angle, basically, just turn the whole globe model just a little bit.
Yeah.
So you have basically this way you if you try to measure zero, measuring zero is extremely hard. So that's why
you can
measure off from
the
that.
proper ways to use a lens. You know that, yeah. You can actually use a lens to do this and get it very, very accurate.
Well, yeah, no, I'm talking like if we're using like like 1500s level technology.
Oh yeah, no. I'm talking about nowadays. Nowadays, you'd use a lens.
Oh yeah, but we're sticking back to the sticks and shadows, Phil.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right.
We have to relate it to sticks and or shadows, because that's the theme of the
shadows is the obvious way then, and knowing your latitude and knowing the shadows proves it.
We have to keep it primitive because that's how flat earthers think. I mean, as long as we stay within Neanderthal terms, they will understand.
No, they won't.
Will they accept your latitude? Your known latitude?
Well, how do you determine that back then?
Well, if they accept their flat Earth model, then they accept the latitudes, right?
No, I mean, how did Eratosthenes? What's his name? Eratosthenes. How did he know his latitude?
Well,
he
because the
didn't.
sun went straight down that.
He
He knew
didn't.
he
That's
was.
that was a very simple thing. You know, I mean, in those days they had already invented what do you call it? Not the other lights. What do they use at sea?
Sextants.
Sextants. Yeah, that's it.
Well,
See,
all dear Tussa, all they knew, and they knew this for sure, was that at the solstice, the sun was directly over that well in Syene. So there's your 1 point.
Yeah, and
now all you got to do is make any other measurement away from Syene on that day.
Yeah,
and you can work it out.
Okay, so the way I would counter the flat Earth person is this. First of all, I would prove that the sun rays are parallel, and that is that if I get if wherever I am, I can prove that the sun that's coming in is parallel to someone else who's got one, 1,000 miles away or 5,000 miles away, to prove that the rays are parallel. If I prove the rays are parallel, it cannot be a flat Earth. It cannot be.
So
well, there's an idea for that.
The easiest way to prove that the light coming from the sun is parallel, is put two lengths of pipe right next to each other, and point them at the sun.
Oh well, you want to make them far away apart,
Yeah. And if the light comes through, but you'd still want to know that both of those pipes are at the same orientation.
Well, they must. The angle at which the light comes in, because it's parallel, must match I've already started having a drink here. It must match the latitude.
Yep. Yeah. So that's why we were going to use that other thing, so that we could make sure that the angle of the dangle was.
Because once you have enough proof to accept the circumference, you now have the radius. This without any question. Now, how else can you accept the circumference? We have bloody airplanes that fly around the freaking planet. How can we not get the distance between two countries?
No. See, right there, they're gonna say airplanes are different. That right there is gonna be the point they're gonna target. Is that saying all airline pilots are in on this? We have to do it on the ground like they did in the 1300s.
We have to go back to basics, Phil.
Yeah, no, but I don't know. You because in the end, you can't actually try and educate the dumbest ones, with an IQ less than 70 or 60. All right, you do have to aim somewhere around about 80 or 90, okay, which is pretty dumb already. And so if you're aiming that high, then people are going to accept that there are airplanes. They actually do fly around. And by the way, they tell you before you leave how long it's going to take before you get there, at what speed you're doing. So it's pretty simple to work out the distance.
Well, also, let's not forget that we are kind of jaded in a way, because, like I said, the opposite side of the Dunning-Kruger effect is that we understand this and we don't get how they don't. They are the ones who don't understand it and think that they do. So we have to kind of work with that constraint a little bit.
But again, remember, Phil, it's not something we're doing for
I
them.
gave you a formula that unequivocally works out the radius, and that is, if you happen to know what distance you travel over the top of the Earth, in other words, in a boat or an airplane or whatever, doesn't matter. If you happen to know what distance you've traveled, and you happen to know what angle you've swept, 100% you can work out what the radius is. There's no question about it. The formula is right there, straight.
I'm just saying, if you watch Flat Ferdinand and FTFE lately, you will see what I'm talking about with the selective ignorance that they have.
Flat Ferdinand is the bottom of the barrel. Like Craig is having to go to Facebook to find debate opponents lately. That's where Austin Whitsitt came from, the new Globebusters recruit. And remember, like this isn't for them. We're doing this to, to do something for us and do something cool. This is going to be awesome to pull off.
Yeah. Look,
I get that.
I have to be harsh with some of these people like Flight the
I don't know how not to be harsh with them.
No, well, I have to be harsh with them because they often let these flatties off the hook, and that's because to be honest, they don't actually. They have a pretty good understanding, but not enough of an understanding to be able to stop the flatty and say, listen, let's just see how much we can agree on first. Okay, let's just try to agree on a few things. So when I'm doing a lecture, for instance, what I do is I purposely do this. I will put a point on the board, and then I will ask the students, I'll say, right, do you agree we've reached this point? Do you agree with this point? And is there anything you can think of that would go against what we've just said? So think about all the things that are possible that would make what I've just said, that would falsify what I've just said. Now, we get to the point where everybody agrees, right, we agree with this. We agree that circumference is equal to 2 times pi times r. This is something we can all agree with. So that's what I mean. So we're now on the same page. Everything that circumference is equal to 2. Well, if you've agreed with that, then you must agree that the radius is equal to the circumference divided by 2 pi. You must agree with that.
My point though, like obviously, like the logic that we're trying to put forward makes sense. But what I'm saying is the flurfer psychology. They will when you put them in that point, in that position, they cannot defend themselves. They will either gish gallop their way out of it. They will deflect, they will divert, they will obfuscate. They will use dishonest debate tactics. And let's also remember that a lot of these, like people like Oakley and Riley, they know the Earth is round. They obviously do. They're running a scam. It's very hard to find. It's very hard to actually find a real flat earther that actually really believes. And they believe because they just had a lack of information. And if they had the information, they would know. We have Seek Truth, Speak Truth. He was a flat earther. He believed, but he was smart enough to actually get the information, look at it, and say, hey, wait a minute, this does make sense, because he was a critical thinker.
Jose, G. John Gatt was a flat earther, is no longer.
Well, listen, what do you think about this idea? And that is, let's say one of you guys, let's have a conversation. So you pretend to be, all the flat earth arguments, right? I don't, because I don't follow that much.
I'll play flat earther if you want. We can role play.
You pretend to be a flat earther on a live show with me. Okay?
Just get a real one.
No, I'm good. I'll be the flat earther.
Pull this off like a champion.
Yeah.
I'll volunteer him for this.
But realistically, why do it that way?
The reason is because you have sense enough to understand that you need to stop and you need to say that, yes, I can be on the same page as you. I'm not going to deflect this. I'm not going to try and pretend you didn't bring this point up, and I'm not going to deflect away from it. In other words, you're going to be intellectually honest, and you're going to show the flat earth people how to be intellectually honest. Okay, so you be the flat earth person, the intellectually honest flat earth. Don't deflect. If I give you a tough question, you can't deflect from it. If I tell you, you can't tell me how night and day works simply because you can't tell me how a round earth can shine a half a circle. You do have to explain that. You can't obfuscate from that.
No, I can play this game. I can play this. I'm better at playing the dishonest flat earther because I know all the dishonest debate tactics.
Okay,
You know,
I understand. Yeah, I get that, and I'm happy for you to throw a bit of dishonesty in it, but don't stop and say and deflect, because I'm not going to let you off the hook until you answer the question that I ask you.
This throws a new wrench into this is I like
Uh,
this.
no, see this is exactly what I do. I mean, you can ask Cypher about flat Earth Jesus.
time.
I
All
would
the
not
time.
let him off the hook for a second.
Yes, but the trouble is that he will then obfuscate and bring up something, a snake man or whatever they call it, reptile.
He brings up the arbitrary.
Anything in the mix just to head off.
No, I know. I study. I literally study. Like I study psychology as a hobby, right? And like I actually effective because okay, here's what I used to do. I used to like raid university dumpsters for the textbooks, the old textbooks. I would read the textbooks. I would literally pass the course from last year's textbooks. So like I know how they play, and I study this because I've not only done, I didn't just jump into flat Earth. I used to deal with, well, actually, I still deal with the Republic trolls, if you will, the right winger troll type, conspiracy theory type. They are the same person, by the way.
If anyone's going to be able to pull this off, it's Phil. He knows his shit when it
now.
comes to
I mean,
these people.
I can you name
See
the
ya,
flat
bloke.
earther. I will emulate them.
You be the flat earther, but you have to come to the table. You have to come to the table really, really prepared with the best flat earth arguments you can. You cannot let me off the hook either.
No. I know how to play this game. We practiced this before.
Let's do it then. Let's you come up with with your flat earth arguments. I'm going to come up with my questions that I've got to ask you, and then you're going to have to answer those questions think about those questions. Now you might come up with some way out things like, oh, magnetism does it, and then you know what I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you, how does that work? Now you can't get away with saying I don't know.
Well, there's a little bit of problem with me being a fair flat earther because I'm a little bit jaded. But we'll just give it a go and see how it goes.
Yeah. Try
Okay,
it.
so
it doesn't matter if there's even two of you. Okay.
Well, okay, just give me a start point. Make the first argument.
So what I'd like you to do for your homework is to put together the best flat earth arguments you can think of.
I mean homework. I mean right now.
No. This will be later on, Phil. No, not now. Like we're not going to do it now. But
we need to broadcast this to the rest of the flat earth community.
Yeah, prepare.
Come and watch a real flat earth debate where people are going to actually answer questions.
I watched them all. I like, dude, I can literally do this.
No, but
right
this will be sort of a mock debate between you and the professor, where you're playing the part of the flat earther and preparing for the answers preparing to answer the questions that he's going to be asking you. So you need to like write up your list of possible points and questions that he may be asking, and then pick from those.
I actually have to read through all this tabloid nonsense. No, I don't know if I could do that, dude.
I'll give you a hand. I'll help you.
I'll send you.
I just ate like 2 days ago. Okay, I don't know if I can hold it down.
We've got a team over at the Black Site. We'll take care of this. The squirrels will get on it for you, and we'll help you.
It'll be something new. It'll be content that they've never seen before.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
As I said before, it throws a twist on the whole let's play Flurfer game again. I'm really into this idea.
And
I'm obviously going to have to go by a different name.
By breaking it up into small sections, that looking at specific things, so we can have
density without a container for one.
Not try to cram everything in one show.
Yeah.
Yeah, we tackle density without a container.
Yeah, there you go. That's
air pressure without. Sorry, air pressure without a container.
Just one topic at a time.
Yeah, one topic. But you could be Officer Flatter.
There we go.
They'll never have heard of you before, but you're straight into the debate community.
Yeah, be honest with them. Don't be dishonest. You can tell them that.
Oh, you mean with them?
No. You're playing the flatty.
Yeah, and
You're going to debate the professor, but you're going to stay on track for the argument.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
going to
exactly. That's the point. The point is that I can't rely on an actual flatty to do that.
Yep. So you're going to do
Oh,
play the part of a
oh no,
you're
I
gonna-
think I'm
you're gonna
getting a
play the-
headache.
That's all right. We'll prepare you.
They'll get upset. They'll get triggered, and then they'll move off the point. You know, imagine me trying to do that with Brian's logic or Pete O'Shea.
And I'll tell you what, Phil, if you can't do it, I will. I'll take on the part, and I think with some help
Okay,
from
well,
you,
you're on. Let's
do
do it. You come
Oh,
up.
hell no, you're not stealing my thunder, damn it.
Well, no problem. We'll help you prepare. That's why you've got a team, man, behind you. Like you've got all these guys. You've got everyone over at the black site. to
Okay,
help
I
prepare for
will
this.
be.
We can do
I will
this.
be. No, I can't be Nathan Oakley. I will be Nathan Oakley, except not a jerk.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
So you won't be Nathan. So you won't be Nathan Oakley then.
Well, yeah, I just rethought what I just said. It's like, wait, there's nothing about Oakley that even is remotely tangible to science whatsoever. I need to choose another flat earther.
But we've got off topic again, and we should
Feel
get back on
free
the
to
sticks.
throw in any of your flat Earth silliness. It's okay. All right.
We can do that. We can definitely do that.
Well, as a matter of fact, we've got Stingray in that might be able to add some more to our shadow sticks in the ground, measuring the Earth's circumference or
Yeah.
measuring points to the sun. If he wants to add anything to that at all first, or something else that he wanted to bring in as well.
I don't know. I'm better at destroying flat earthers, not emulating them. I do that as a fun little toy game. You know?
He's good at it.
You need to know your enemy.
Yes.
I know the enemy quite well.
Yeah.
The first thing I do is I study my enemy.
All
That's
right, well,
why I'm so good at killing them.
That's a project for us then. We'll get on that.
Yeah, do that. Let's do it because it'll make some really interesting content. That's for sure.
Ooh. Oh no, wait, hold on. Just to be fair, now, you have to be able to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm going to I'm hoping to take each of those little things that the flat Earth people say and just dissect it, so that if they because you're going to be intellectually honest, okay? So I'm going to actually take you through step by step so that you understand why you're wrong. The problem with flat Earth people is they don't know enough to know why they're wrong.
And Kruger.
Okay, so my job is to show you why you're wrong.
Yeah, but I think it's only fair that we should also reverse roles too, because that would actually be kind of fun to see you try to be the flat earther.
Yeah, but Professor Phil, you have to appreciate where I'm coming from with me coming at it from the opposite end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
I'm not using physics, algebra, any high level math whatsoever. I want to bring it to the basic level.
I think that's important. You're right.
From the ground up.
Yeah.
I could be sitting here with a physics degree and doing all this with maths and algebra and formulas and showing all these formulations and calculations, but I don't want to do that. I want to stick it like with Blue, as he showed there a little while ago in his video, how he was able to show us the circumference of a circle by just using shapes from a piece of paper once you've got a couple of measurements and a protractor.
And that's the way that I will deal with it. So it won't be.
This worries me a bit though.
Physics.
Worries me a bit though, because if I start like looking into that Masonic stuff and all that creationism, I might have a stroke. It'll be dividing by zero in my brain. A black hole will develop and it'll suck up half my brain cells that I've dedicated to killing with alcohol.
No, I think that's right. I think keeping it simple is really important.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll say, I don't understand what's going on, and then they'll just switch off. It's a bit like that last video that I did. Look at the sun. It's gone. The sun is no longer there. Now, if I get in a helicopter and go up 1,000 feet, I'm going to see the sun again. That cannot happen on a flat Earth. The sun would have gone away. It wouldn't still be there exactly the same angular size.
Yeah, but we're gonna deal with it in the way of why. Not saying it is. We're gonna explain why.
I'd say it's much easier for me to do it ad hoc right now, because that's pretty much how they do it. Is they ad hoc everything.
It's
much easier for me to do it right now.
Just that one video that I put up, the helicopter experiment. Okay, I put side by side both situations. This is what it would look like if the Earth was flat. The sun would just move away from you, away and away and away, and get smaller and smaller and smaller. And not only that, it would take a curve towards the right. Okay, this is what would happen. Now, you cannot be intellectually honest and not agree with that. That's what would happen. There's no way known it will be the same size when it goes down, and then it's dark, like you can't see anything. And then you go in a helicopter and then you can see it again. How are you not surprised?
See, my problem is I'm a little too jaded to believe you. It's hard for me to play impartial. Actually, Cypher, if you want to do it, I don't think I can handle this.
I think I can do it. Yeah, I think I can do this.
I mean, I'm better at playing the dishonest flat earther.
Yeah, no, I think we can prepare this and get it happening, actually.
We don't know what the sun is, so why are you speculating on an
that's
object that you've got no idea what it is?
Yeah, you see, that's a deflection, isn't it?
No, I'm just pointing out a fallacy of you saying that you know the actions of an object of which you ill understand.
Well, no, and so that's very good. That's exactly the kind of talk I want you to say, all right? Because now I'm going to get back and I'm going to say, do you see the sun? Does it matter what the sun is? I don't care what the sun is. I only care what it looks like.
Then why are we talking about it? If you don't care about this object so much, let's look to the ground instead.
I only care about what it looks like.
Okay, how come he gets to play and I don't?
Sorry, I just came on because there was also another point that I just thought of that is really, really pertinent to this, and that's
I have to sit here and study this BS, but he could just come in and just start off with it.
Well, Dean's had a little bit more experience dealing with flurfers than a lot of us.
Okay.
But there was one point that I really wanted to bring up in a second. Go on.
Well, I was just going to say, it's not just flurfers I've dealt with I've dealt with where they come from. Okay, I've dealt with the result of them. I've dealt with magatards, okay, for 3 years easily, going on 4, easily. And I've dealt with a lot of these conspiracy theorists forever. I've dealt with them in person, the 9/11 truthers, conspiracy theorists. I couldn't ever stand them, and I always challenged them. I have years of experience dealing with that. But for me to actually study all that, try to get inside their head, I'm afraid if I get inside their head, I'm going to get lost.
Well,
Sorry, can I just add this point because this is really, really important to this discussion.
I have enough drugs for this.
I love what Stingray said.
Yeah, let Stingray speak.
Yeah. Sorry. It's just that if I forget this, well, I'll just forget. Something that flirts have done, because I only came back on the scene probably about 5 days ago or 7 days ago, because I realized more people believe in vampirism than flat Earth, so it's not really an issue, but it's an entertaining field to be in anyway. So, but I've heard flat earthers say this is brilliant. No, you're wrong, and everybody dismisses that, and it can get into a to and fro. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Exactly. Yeah.
But if you just stop and evaluate what that statement says, really, what it means, not what they said, what they mean.
Yeah.
That has to mean implied knowledge to a point where they can correct you.
Correct.
So if you take that for the meaning, then as purely an investigative human being, I want to know how I'm wrong. Can you please elaborate?
Exactly.
And at that point,
Absolutely.
you're stuck.
Exactly.
And that's what I wanted to add. By the way.
And where's your avatar?
That's where they'll turn
shut
around.
up.
That's the exact point that they'll turn around and say, well, I don't know, but you've made the assertion that it's a globe Earth, and that's where you need to actually just stop that whole conversation and go back
Yes.
and say, well, hang on, you've told me I'm incorrect.
Yeah.
What evidence have you got that I'm wrong?
How am I
There's a wo-
I
incorrect?
can't do that
So
with a
there's
real
a
flat earther. I
Mm.
can only
yeah,
do
there's
that
a
with
worse thing that you can say to them, by the way, guys, and it's incredibly devastating. It is.
Yeah.
You have a really good point. Can you provide me with any positive evidence for your claim so I can investigate it further?
That's the one that I was talking about earlier.
There's a
Hi, Andrea.
Yeah.
okay. There's a video. I remember seeing it on somebody's channel, and the dude, he took a picture of a sunset standing on the ground, but he also had a drone directly above him, about 1,000 meters, and he synced the two up. And so the one on the ground, the sun disappeared, but the one in the sky, you could still see it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm planning on doing something similar to that here with a Mavic.
And he took it into a Facebook group and asked how's this possible, and got booted. I've been trying to find that video footage, but I can't.
Yes.
I have seen it, but I don't know where I've seen
It's
it now.
called.
Do you want me to
channel-
defend that?
the
I can
channel-
argue against that.
The channel
Okay.
name is called
Jesus.
Mike on the Bayou.
It is.
So does anybody know about refraction?
Yes.
Do you know we measure refraction in K values, and inverse K values produce what we call inferior mirages?
Yes.
Is it possible that on a circular object you are unaware that you are seeing a mirror image of it? There are high-rise buildings in the world that have two sunsets if you go from the top to the bottom, even in the elevator. Could
Yes,
that not just be a refraction effect, given the fact
No,
that there is always refraction in the air?
No, it wouldn't be, because the sun would still would have a different angular size over the time that you've given it to go.
Oh, wait a minute. Now what you're saying, now you're deflecting. You're saying size change over the fact that there's two sunsets. Pick your poison and we'll discuss that.
Yes, well, both of those things are pertinent. The sun, number one, the sun, remember, on your flat Earth, if I buy your flat Earth, the sun is moving away. It's not going down. It's moving away. In fact, it cannot go down.
According to Gleam, the sun does change size as it moves away.
Yeah, but also at the same time, the claim is that the Earth is a flat plane and the sun and moon orbit within the circumference of that flat plane. So therefore, the sun
that's a
cannot
straw man.
drop below. No, it is not a straw man. That is a fact.
So you're saying orbit on a plane, and that's a relationship between two things, which seem to imply that you say we've got a model. We've never presented any model. You might have seen flat earthers present a model, but they're not part of the core cult. The core cult does not have a model. So we don't subscribe to any of that shit.
No,
All
and
we
they'll
know
refuse to
is that
claim any of the ones
refraction.
out there.
Yeah, I think I've made the best flat Earth model so far, to be honest.
I was
no,
talking.
you haven't.
I was
because
talking.
I've got you dead to rights. I've
Have
got
ya?
you dead to rights, Stingray.
No,
Because
no, yeah, but I've invented two things, mate.
Does-
I've invented
does
something called
light
fractured
travel-
light.
hold on. Does light travel in a straight line?
Not always, no.
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 If you have a source of light and there's no other interference, does it travel in a straight line?
Define no other interference. If you mean a void of a vacuum, then yes. If you mean anything other than a vacuum,
As
then
soon as light changes mediums at all,
changes
there
direction.
will be diffraction. End of story.
Well, that would be diffraction. Okay, but even though there is diffraction, light still goes in a straight line. All diffraction does is change the direction.
That's
Well,
not a straight line, then.
a change of direction. A change of direction is not straight, because if your car is driving down the road straight and you turn the corner down another straight road, you have changed directions. It is
Yes,
not
but-
straight.
So there's two issues here. One is diffraction. Diffraction is the perturbed direction, the dispersion over distance and time when we relate light to the atmosphere. The other is refraction, which is based on either two actual concepts. One is Snell's law with physical objects, which you can layer the atmosphere and say it's physical objects, and one is Fermat's principle, which does it on a linear gradient. In both of those, absent of a vacuum, light will always change direction.
Yes.
Okay, can you show that to me?
Yeah, get a glass of water, shine a laser into it, put a stick
no,
in the water
no.
and look at it in the top.
No,
Well,
no,
that specifically makes my point.
You got to show it to me. Math doesn't
well,
work, so look,
I'll give you.
that's just
I'll
not
give
going to
you.
work.
Oh no, I know maths doesn't work. I'm a flat earther today. Of course,
Yeah,
maths
1
doesn't
plus
work. It
1
doesn't
equals
represent
what is
reality.
it? 1 plus 1 equals 8.
Satanic math. Satanic math.
No,
I've got a
Stingray,
picture. I've got to
I still got you. I still got you though, because even though it changes direction, now consider the sun is supposed to be in the firmament, right? So it is in the
Hang about
same.
straw man again. I never said that, but go on.
The sun is supposed to orbit over the earth. The earth is a flat plane. There's supposed to be a dome in it, and the sun and moon orbit within that. So if that is the case, I am not changing from a vacuum to a pressure to a different gas. I am still within that system. So therefore, no change has occurred. So if the sun is directly over Australia, how is there not light shining directly onto any other part of the world? Because in a straight line, in the same medium, that light would actually be shining all over the place. The sun would
be my
never
question too.
drop below a horizon.
Yeah, easily answered. Easily answered. So first point is I don't subscribe to that model, and not doing so means I have nothing to defend. But let's just assume, for a second, we say, well, if the Earth is in the atmosphere, how light how does light work? Well, light obviously does bend, but there's two things that we don't understand at the moment. We assume that the inverse square law of light is a constant, but that's based on what we know. What happens is it's a terrible thing to claim we know everything, and we don't know everything. So what if the light from the sun is different? What about if what I call fractured light from the sun is actually a cubic representation of energy fall off?
Oh,
Now,
snap.
that would actually mean, but there is a limit of this based on the quantum transmit of that particle, which means the attenuation and the hotspot of the attenuation actually maxes out, which gives you the impression that the light is constant up until the point it's occluded. Now, when it's occluded, as in it, you say it goes behind the horizon, I say it goes off, and the light is bending it down. That's because, yes, it's in the atmosphere, and light bends in the atmosphere. You even say this as globe earthers. Every time, we can see further than that. Oh, it's refraction. And we can't say the same is true of the sun. That's hypocritical.
Yes, but
that's very clever word salad there, Stingray.
It is,
but you don't have enough dressing on that.
You're a smarter flatter than most flatties. But let me put this to you: if you keep, there is a limit to how far you can go up and still see the sun. Because if the sun will go beyond a point where you cannot see it. In other words, no matter how high you go, because it's on the other side of the world. So you cannot see it. That doesn't comport with the flat Earth. You should always see the sun.
The concept there is of it's a quantum theory combined with the ether, and it's called tired light. Yes, there is a limit to tired light, but
tired light, that's a new one.
I don't know if you're allowed to make up your own physics.
I think we found your fake flat Earth opponent.
I reckon we
Professor
found a
Phil.
really good one.
Stingray, you've got the job.
No, he's fun. I like him. I just want to take him on one-on-one. This is entertaining as hell.
That's what I said. You could have a good show like this.
I mean, if I could take this word salad and mix it up in fruits and vegetables, that'll be the best taco salad I ever ate in my life.
Okay, well let's just stick to one of those aspects then. Which one do you not agree with or subscribe to?
Can we give you a new name just for it? We'll just call you Riley's uncle for the show.
Oh God, don't relate me to that prick now. He doesn't know anything about flat Earth. Jesus Christ.
How about Dopely?
Dopely, that's a good one.
Riley's only argument is Well, I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about this, and you can't answer this question.
Well, you
A round of
haven't answered
applause for
my
that. Clap the
question
left
first.
hand.
Now, we could actually set up quite a good. It'd be a very entertaining show.
I think, yeah, actually, this would be terribly fun to do, just for fun. Just like put it on the channel and just like have basically we reverse the roles, you know.
Yeah.
I said that to Jose once. I said, "Look, let's get a panel of let's," because it was getting too serious and there's too much animosity. And to be honest, like I said at the start of this, there are more people that subscribe to vampire fucking clubs than think the Earth is flat, and there's possibly more. There's more a subset of those people that actually practice drinking animal blood.
Yes,
and it's like that's probably a worse problem than flat Earth. Why aren't we dealing with that? But I did say to Jose, I said, we could have two sides to line it up, and we argue for each other's point. We have like Rumpus, George, maybe on one side, and I don't know, Riley and Ranty on the other. But they're arguing for opposing positions to just see how much they really do know.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Because I tell my students this: there's one surefire way to find out what you don't know, and that's try to explain something to someone else.
Well, yeah, if you can't explain it, you don't really know it.
Exactly.
According to Slick, you don't need to explain it, you just need to experience it.
If you experience your facts, you've got all the facts you need for your knowledge. But the thing is, to have a fact, you need to have knowledge, and to have that knowledge, you have to have a belief in that knowledge being correct.
I would love
the
to
only way to
see
get that
Rumpus.
knowledge, the only way to get that knowledge is to observe, and when you observe, you obviously have the knowledge.
I would love to see Rumpus pretend to be a flat earther. That would kill him.
Oh, how am I supposed to be the utter moron? I can't do it.
Dude, I'm telling you,
That would
this is why
break
it's
him.
hard for me. Literally, it's a real. I mean, I have dealt with some serious intellectual problems in my life, like hardcore stuff. But actually dumbing myself down that much is just so difficult.
Yeah, I can't imagine George or Rumpus being flat earthers. They'd correct you if you got something wrong on the globe model.
I actually think George could. I actually think George could.
Cypher volunteered, so Cypher's the new flat earther.
I'm willing to give it a
Tag
shot.
you're it.
I think
Tag you're it.
George believes in 8 inches per mile squared.
I just
Oh.
realized on Zoom that I
hang
can
on.
put this in speaker view.
8 inches per mile squared is quite a reasonable calculation to use in the right application.
Under 100 miles.
Well, in the right application.
Hey, who's a flurfer now?
You just have to use it in the right application. There is a limit to where its accuracy no longer works.
Yeah, outside of the pants.
Well, I don't know. I don't claim to be 8 inches, but anyway.
No, the funny thing is that I've looked at numerous different mathematicians on this thing. Right, there is a point to where it actually goes out from the circumference of the planet.
Yep. Yeah.
By the way, 8 inches is only dependent on where you start measuring from.
Don't go there.
No,
Well,
that's a really important point because all flurfers
I'm
say
not gonna say-
at the
I'm not gonna-
horizon. Yeah, at the horizon it should have dropped. It's like no,
I'm
that's
not
your
gonna
tangent point.
I'm not going to elaborate on that point, but I'm pretty sure there's a few people in the chat, at least, that know exactly what I'm talking about.
That was Nathan Thompson's argument today, wasn't it?
You haven't watched that yet.
Is it bad that I actually like being a flat earther then?
No.
Yes.
No, it's not. because the best way to defeat your enemy is to know their argument.
Well, he did do Narnia, so he is the best flat earther.
Wait, did he say Narnia? Somehow I missed that.
Well, you see, you guys are just stuck with the material things and your bloody pebbles.
I just got over the Black Plague from 1384, okay? So forgive me, I'm not quite up to speed yet. I haven't fully recovered.
Yeah, you've had a couple of weeks off.
Yeah, I've been dying the past couple of weeks. That's why. excuse me, I had to take a trip to the hospital for a moment, but you know, I'm lucky they let me out. Give me a break here. Give me another week and another couple gallons of vodka, and I'll be ready to go much better.
And you'll be back in the hospital.
Vodka keeps me out of the hospital. They said take my vitamins.
They put him on a drip there.
So I got my
The
vitamin
drip at the hospital
booze.
was a vodka drip.
It's vitamin
When
V.
when they said that you needed to keep your area disinfected, they weren't talking about your insides.
Yeah, well, isn't that just better? I mean, that way I got it cleaned out inside and out.
Why don't we use the Nathan Oakley's list? What do they call it?
His
housekeeping
as a
Yes,
premise.
absolutely, Professor Phil. That's one thing that I've been wanting to do. Take each of those on and
Any R value? No. Okay,
find a
let's
way
move
to
on.
yeah.
Okay,
So we
any
need a
gas
few
pressure
of
without a container? No. Let's move on.
Hang on.
No. Okay, actually, that's a great point right there. That's a good one to start on. Is we do gas pressure without a container.
Yeah.
Somebody be the flurfer. Go.
Stingray, you're the flurfer. Come on.
Oh, that one's just ridiculous because it says gas pressure.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's
no.
even the wording's wrong.
Hang
So
on.
it's a bit,
Come on, Riley, you got to do this.
All right, come on.
Oakley.
I don't subscribe to that one, I'm afraid.
No,
I'm not
and-
even sure how to defend that one
Hey.
because I know how jet turbines work and a fan fucking
Yeah,
works.
and you wanted me to.
No, but just
you wanted
pretend
me to
you don't. You're
defend
the
it.
flat earther. Ask me that question. How does the flat? Well, I'll just give you a very quick answer.
So how can we have pressure without a container? What's it pushing on?
I totally agree with you. We can't, and it doesn't exist.
So what's the container then?
There's no container. There's no gas pressure next to a vacuum.
I didn't say
That's right.
next to a
There's
vacuum.
no.
Let's get less and
There's
less
no
and less
space.
until there's practically none.
Practically none.
There is no pressure next to a vacuum.
I can debunk this in one word.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you can hear me, right? You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're hearing me. We're talking about gas pressure without a container. Okay. So you want the big debunk on gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. There's no gas pressure without a container. Yeah.
And gas pressure is not atmospheric pressure.
No. Hold on. You agreed that you could hear me.
Yes.
Sound is gas pressure without a container.
I'm not asking you to be clever about this. I'm just telling you that there's no gas pressure. You can't have a pressure. In other words, there's no vacuum next to a gas pressure, which is really what you raised. This is the problem. We know that we can have different gas pressures without containers because you can walk from the bottom of a mountain to the top of a mountain, and most definitely you'll get different pressures, and there's no container in between them. I don't think a flatty would argue with that. What they're saying is that there is a point at the atmosphere where there's pressure, and then right beside it, there's a point where there's a vacuum. This I disagree with. There is no such thing. So,
Prove it.
the non-argument.
Prove it.
Space is not a perfect vacuum.
Exactly. There's no vacuum like. In fact,
You believe in space.
we find atmospheric molecules at the moon.
What's the amount of atmosphere we lose to space every day, Professor Phil? Something like 90 tons or something like that, maybe more. But compared to the quadrillions of tons of atmosphere still sticking,
it's like 6.02 by 10 to the 23 atoms of a mole down at the surface, and approximately 1 to 2 out there. So it's so small, but it's not nothing. So there is no such. When we talk about a vacuum means nothing. Okay, so there is no such thing as a vacuum next to a pressure. It does not exist.
It's just
in the universe.
it's just a pressure gradient down to near zero,
That's all there is.
which is space.
The biggest problem they have with the word vacuum is they think
The problem is the word vacuum. When you say
yeah.
vacuum, they think of a vacuum cleaner.
Vacuum cleaner. Yep.
Yeah, they think it sucks.
I think there's a better way to tackle. I think there's a better way to tackle that as
No,
well.
their
Because
biggest problem is because of Mark Sargent when he said it's negative Tor.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's where the disconnect came in.
Who said you got another way to deal with that? Go ahead.
Stingray.
Well, yeah. So the issue for me, and the reason why even as a make-believe flat earther, I can't do with that.
Yeah.
I can't defend that. Is they actually had, I think it was a Nathan Oakley show about, I don't know, must have been a month ago. They had balloon data, a weather balloon rising up with a camera and all this data, and on the telemetry report and the data coming out of it, they had a barometric pressure that steadily read a decrease all the way from around 14 when they set it off, all the way up to 0.09 or something.
Yeah.
And it couldn't go any higher. And it's like, well, what do you think it would have happened if it did? Would it have hit the container or something? And they got down to less than 0.1 psi, and it was all there in the data. So
Yeah.
I can't actually argue with that at all. But the other thing is, and to me, it's more about knowledge, because it's a case of
that's
okay,
curvature.
what is pressure?
Yeah.
If you're saying pressure, these two types of pressure can't exist next to each other, can you define to me? Can you explain to me what pressure is, please?
Yeah.
and if they can, then there's no point going on. Why converse with
Pressure
someone?
is your supposed atoms bouncing off your supposed walls.
So,
just because you've got atomism doesn't mean you know anything.
you know, there's.
Is anyone going to watch this video and actually point out the bit that debunks flat Earth?
Yeah, the second sun set.
Yeah, it's
No,
refraction.
no.
All right, let me ask a question to the panel then. Do you think you're looking at the sun there?
Is this Wolfie's video?
That's a phone.
No, what we're looking at is we're looking at the image of the sun about 7.5 minutes after it has passed that point through the refraction of the atmosphere. So technically, we are not looking at the sun exactly as it is, because it takes light 7.5 minutes to get from the sun to the Earth.
I trust you. So now we're going to comment on something that isn't really there, right?
No, it is really there. This is the obvious evidence.
You've just said we're not looking at it. So we're commenting on a video of something that doesn't represent the geometric reality of the situation. What are you doing? You're wasting everybody's time. That's ridiculous.
Because light does not travel instantaneously, Agoon.
You know, I know we're looking at the sun because I was born before it.
That would really complicate it.
I made the sun, okay? I told you guys already, if I move the glass from one side of my desk to the other, I've changed all of the physics in the entire universe. Therefore, I have changed the universe. That makes me God. So therefore, I put the sun there, right where I wanted it, 93 million miles away, and that's that. I just made up the flat Earth thing.
How come the peanut gallery can guess what's going to happen before you guys did?
The curve of the Earth is right there. Look at that.
Some of us aren't actually
That's
watching
beautiful.
I'm watching it. I've seen it before.
That's beautiful. I would have loved to have gotten a picture of that.
Yeah, tired light and atmospheric refraction over distance is amazing.
Have a look at the roof.
I'm talking about shadows here. Tonight's theme is about shadows.
Have a look at the roof. Have a look at the roof.
Yeah.
We're looking, not shout.
No, shadows. The shadows.
Yeah, the shadows are going up.
Up the roof, yeah.
Terry,
How is
Peter
that
was
possible?
correct. He said look at the roof because the shadows were on the roof.
Yeah, correct.
Wait a minute, guys,
The
are you not
roof- the
listening to
roof
me?
is-
You
roof
do
is on
not
fire.
think. Is it your assertion then that refraction cannot bend light upwards? Is that your assertion?
Stingray, do you want us to go to your channel and watch your stuff?
You cannot look at the sky or the roof and determine the shape of the Earth.
The light has to be.
And it isn't just that. Even in front of me, I can bend light upwards. We see it all. We see inferior mirages. What do you think that is?
No, but that's the point. The light is being blocked by the bars of those windows and reaching the roof when it's coming from below the point
Yes,
of.
light can bend from above, be bent down to the surface, then bend back up due to refraction.
No.
From the horizon?
No.
Why-
You
why
can't
does
just
one
answer
go
like that,
horizon?
demonic. You can't just do that.
I can. I can do whatever I like. It's my
but it's-
voice. You don't control my voice.
No, but it's not an argument.
No, Terry, you're right. That is a proof of the globe. That's definitely, yeah.
So
Stingray's trying to argue against him. He's doing a good
I'm
job.
not even listening to Dean.
Yeah.
As always, we had a
Stingray's
conversation,
being
Terry,
weak.
in the middle of
I know.
in the middle of a shouting match. I thought that was awesome.
And we're going to do that again next time.
So-
Yeah, Jose
so
liked it.
Last time, bloody Dean and Terry had a full-on argument. They're texting each other in the side chat, aren't they? Having a proper conversation.
We should go on to Gonzalez's.
Yeah, I see what's going on here.
Hey, we could go on to Gonzalez's show and just troll it like that.
Yeah, we do that. We do that anyway. We go over the Discord when we're live here in Zoom sometimes.
Terry, once your sun's set, can I just take the whole now that I've found what I was looking for?
Mm.
Oh, you know what's wrong with this picture is they're not using a P900.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna
Philosopher.
reaffirm my no.
Yeah.
The reason I was saying no was because of the fact that Dean had said something that was wrong.
No, go for it. What did I say that was wrong?
In other words, you triggered Davros.
No, it was the fact that you said that it was the refraction that was causing the light to go down and come back up. But it was actually
If neither of us can determine the cause, then we're both
hang
stuck
on.
to theory. Are you
Did the
saying my
beginning of my
theory can't be
sentence
true?
interfere with the middle of yours?
Sorry. You with your
Oh my God.
with your moving the globe posts.
Oh, put the belts away. Jeez.
That was MC Toons, you stole it.
I love that.
Just stick with the handcuffs. That was enough.
Yeah. So the thing is, you forgot to put in your Rayleigh criteria with your direction limit.
No.
No, you did. No, you forgot it.
No, irrelevant.
No, it wasn't irrelevant. It's the complete relevance of the thing because of the
that's
diffraction
what
through the
dumb flat
window.
earthers claim. That's what dumb flat earthers.
Oh no! But I'm not doing it as a flat earther. I'm a glober telling you forgot it.
And I'm an intelligent flat earther saying it's irrelevant to this situation.
Yeah, I know, mate. That's all right. I'll wait until these two finish.
Well, no. See, the thing is, it's the lack of your atomism.
I think you have the
you're
job
suffering from the military complex.
So
Attack the argument, not the person.
Did you want to touch? Did you want to touch on that whole argument about either one of you, whoever's playing the flat earther, touch on that whole argument of gas pressure without a container?
I think it's a brilliant one. It's
Yeah?
actually flat Earth.
You straw man me there. You straw man me there.
Go on. No, hang on.
Does only have two things.
Wait.
Water and atmosphere.
Professor Phil.
Well,
Professor Phil, just watch the watch.
Yes. Okay, I see a barometer. Yeah.
You just wanted to shill your video.
Oh no, or else I would have shielded the channel. I
No,
don't care about.
He just wants to show off his watch.
Okay.
I was doing this again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get one
see
of
right
those,
there. You doctored the results.
No, I just made it alive again or woke it up.
Yeah.
And look at that. Oh, look, they're changing numbers. What's going on there?
They're just numbers and they're not important. I don't know what they mean.
Yeah, you don't know what they mean.
They could be unicorn farts.
Yeah, those are unicorns.
And that's not an egg.
They're just numbers. We don't know what they mean.
Yeah. It's all pre-programmed. NASA's already programmed.
So
Is that ppm?
Yeah, it's parts per inch.
Has anyone seen those watches that you can get? That's very similar to a phone, but it's a Casio ProTrek. They're solar powered and they've got barometers, compasses, and altimeters built into them. They're for mountain hiking and stuff like mountain climbing and shit like that. They're brilliant. If you don't want to take a phone and risk losing it, you can get them with GPS trackers in them as well.
So,
and of course, you'd have all the other equipment if you're climbing a bloody mountain. But yeah, these things are brilliant. I used to have one, and I'm getting a new one soon.
I might have sent that to Sleeping Warrior.
Ooh.
And I might have got blocked.
Ooh. That's a badge of honor. It is a badge of honor.
Poor Heat Shield in the chat's confused. Sorry, Heat Shield, we've confused you.
I just wanted him to have a look at the video that I made just for him, and he blocked me and then stopped talking about gas pressure.
See, the way you play the game is how fast you can get blocked by a flurfer.
Yeah.
See, I got blocked by. See, I'm good at this. Okay, I got blocked by Oakley in 10 minutes.
Took
Just
me
by
a week
posting-
to get blocked by Riley. I haven't been blocked by Oakley yet.
I got blocked in a day by Riley.
So
okay?
sending one video to him, and then I was blocked. One
so
video.
I
So
made
one interaction.
I made one comment on one of Daniel Pratt's videos, again with a high altitude balloon, where he's claiming it's the flat Earth, and the only comment I made was, "Where's the dome?" That
I
was
told
it.
Riley to give back the GoFundMe money, and he blocked me on everything.
The thing
I
about
found
it, if you ask a hard question, then what's going to happen is other people are going to the people who are sitting on the fence have an opportunity to listen to something different, and they don't want that. Their income depends on as many people as possible believing their nonsense.
That's my whole motivation for this, Professor Phil, is to help those people that are on the fence about thinking that the Earth is flat, to bring them back and go, no, it's not. Please don't fall into that
But
rabbit
you
hole.
also got to drill through the belief they've got as well.
And it depends on
Well,
how conspiratorially minded they are in the first place. Yeah.
That's what I've been saying is, like, we're not going to convert Oakley or Riley or anybody
Oh,
like
hell
that.
no.
We convert the people who might try to follow them and think, that makes sense. And then we give counter arguments, and then we make more sense than they do because we actually know what we're talking about.
Well, see, one of the things that I've had is someone saying that I'm a Satanist and I'm against God, and my argument is flat Earth is mocking God, because no God with half a brain would build an abomination that doesn't work like the flat Earth. So stop mocking God.
Well, they get the whole thing from creationism, which all comes from one line, and I mean one singular line, where it said God, God give man the circle of the earth. So
Yeah.
they think, circle. Therefore, the Bible says that the earth is flat. He didn't say the globe of the earth.
No, he said four corners, so it's Earth square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if they were genuine about taking it literally, they'd say it was a square.
If they were genuinely about taking the Bible literally, they wouldn't be seeking riches. They would be giving them away.
That's an excellent point.
Yeah.
Jesus was not a capitalist.
Flat
Jesus
Earthers-
was a socialist.
Flat Earthers prove the globe themselves more often than not. Randy does it every time he picks up one of his cameras.
Oakley does it every day, every time he streams.
With his
underwater
windmills. His swimming windmills. Those windmills swim like some of the best windmills I've ever seen.
That's just optical compression.
No, they're sub air turbines. That's all they are. Right, so they're submariner air turbines, so they work both out of water and in water, and at high tide, they catch the tidal move. That's all.
Have they?
You're just looking at compression.
Blue's response. When Blue came up and responded against those rigs, have they tried to debunk that?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, they have.
That's what Blue's disappeared to do right now.
Yeah, he's on it
Well,
right
that's
now.
because you're all
Respond to
focusing
that.
on the rigs, and that wasn't the claim. The
They're
claim
not
is
rigs, they're turbines. Get it
Hold
right,
by the
will
right
ya?
name, Stingray. Bloody hell.
Riley said they're turbines. They've got to be turbines. He said so.
Yeah, anyway, here's my flat Earth proof video.
Can you tell me about the cube Earth? I'm not walking away, I just wanted to see what you got. Interesting.
I'm just looking for answers. What do you have to offer? Damn. Okay. All right, there it is.
Now, does the cube move?
Right? Not sure where it's going yet.
Should have pulled out a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, I just got one.
If the Earth were a
That's what he's
cube,
doing.
we would clearly
right
have
there.
edges that we could measure.
Can I register here?
My
Nope.
God.
Do you know where I can do that?
Moron.
Thank you. Oh, well, 6.
Another
Carry the
moron.
1. Yeah. I could see it being true.
So it was enough for me to show that NASA is lying because what you got there? Yeah, so I'm not buying it.
Hey, take it easy.
Is this at the Flat Earth Conference?
Yeah.
It was at the Flat Earth Conference.
Oh, seriously?
Was it really?
Yep.
Oh, why didn't anyone sign me up for that? You know how much fun I would have had? And I'd be like, oh, you don't believe it's a cube? I'll be like, okay, I'll pull out a pyramid.
Terry,
See,
my
now-
evidence is in the internal chat.
And I would have pulled out a giant Earth-shaped peanut.
You do it this year.
Yeah,
Find out where it is this
I've already
year and
got
go.
that.
Do ya?
Yeah, I've got to spring it at the right time.
That's a classic.
Well, I don't know how you wouldn't be wearing a raincoat and looking either way before you walk into this Flat Earth Conference.
Oh, that's rich. That's very rich. I like that. See, now
Shake
Australia
that.
actually matches up, right?
It makes sense.
It
Yeah.
makes more sense than just a flat one.
So now we're at top, are we?
Well, I'll just say, looking at that picture, that's about halfway true.
It's about halfway closer than they get it anyway.
We believe it's a globe, and then you guys
You need
believe
to
it's
come
flat.
down to Kenya to make it halfway.
You guys in the northern hemisphere get what you want, and when we get what we want in the lower half.
I don't want to be on the flat bit.
Well,
I'm
you've got
red.
the majority of flat earthers are in the northern hemisphere, so
anyway,
too bad.
so yeah.
But we're stuck with Flat Earth Aussie Jesus and Mitchell from Australia.
Oh no,
Oh,
that
you
didn't
can have
work
that,
out.
yeah.
That's not working out, is it?
Those two make up for just about the majority of the rest of them.
Well, they can
Okay,
move.
so-
They can move to the northern hemisphere.
Have you not heard of Scottish Storm?
Yeah, Scotty Storm
Oh,
did it here
yeah.
in Melbourne. He's a champion. He's my favourite flat earther. As soon as he learns to put a t-shirt on.
There's some.
So we all did. How many of us actually saw the conspiracy cats go up against
Oh, yeah.
Hoven today?
Oh yeah.
No,
Like,
Was
you good?
So
excellent.
it was fantastic.
Where would you see it?
It was on Marvel Girls channel. But I kept asking a question because you know how he makes that, he keeps turning around and making that assertion. You believe everything came from the same thing. So a rock,
That's right.
a rock can turn into a human,
No.
right? Well, no, just wait. I kept asking the question. However, at the time I was asking the question, it was when Katz was absolutely ripping him a new one.
Mm-hmm.
So my question didn't get asked. But my question was, well, Mr. Hoven, doesn't your Bible state that Adam was made from clay and God breathed life into him? So yes, a rock did turn into life, didn't it?
Yeah.
So stop
That's
debunking yourself.
Yeah. Oh, is that it? Is it?
Yeah, that's
it was good. Cat got him good.
So Katz tried to hit him with the whole DNA side of things with evolution.
Yeah.
And Hoven knew nothing about any of the the
molecules.
He brought
well,
up
the particulars. Yeah, all of the
He brought it up and
particulars.
There was
didn't
one
know what
bit
he was
that
talking
stood out
about.
for me where he was, I think Katz was talking about genetic markers and why they're in similar subbreeds of different
Yep.
types of animals.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm learning shit every single day. This is I love
Yeah,
it.
me too.
The best bit was, so there was, Katz brought up, was it three different argumentative points against Dr. Hoven's belief.
Not a doctor.
He is a doctor. He's got a doctorate.
Hmm.
He has got a
And-
doctorate, even though he goes against everything against that doctorate holds for. He and his answer was, I prefer not to talk about that. I'm not prepared for it. Or in other words, I've got no answers for that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Katz owned it.
It's so easy actually to refute this anti-evolution. It's just so damn easy because the evidence is so overwhelming. You know, you just have to be dishonest.
I will give him one point though. He is against flat earthers.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's his only saving grace.
Yeah.
Is that he thinks flat earthers are
nonsense,
stupid people.
Well, he'd be right about that.
Yeah, well, he's in the game of.
All right, let's not insult Stingray.
Who said they've got a better flat Earth model than me?
Oh well,
I have the perfect flat Earth model. I'm just not
Didn't
showing
you
it.
have to invent new physics for that model that you made?
Yeah, and I'm actually at the moment. I can't do this forever. I can't do this for that
No.
long. But I'll share what I'm doing at the moment, and I'll show you the flat Earth model if you want. And I'm actually putting in how the light works from the sun to make it apparent, which is not in dispute, but how that apparent light looks.
Yeah, Fox, were we not discussing something like this the other day where I said, I'm pretty sure you and I could, and with help of other people, could come up with a working flat Earth map, but it's going to have a teleporting sun.
I know the only way you're going to be able to have a 24-hour sun in the south ice wall though. I already know that.
Yeah, have you got any evidence of that? Have you been there?
Stingray?
So,
Sorry, say again.
Stingray, can I just say this though, and in support of your flat Earth map, if it was flat, the physics would be different. So therefore, that explains why you have to make up different physics.
Of course he does.
So that explains it. So there you go.
Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Is that your model there? Is it?
We've got unknown. We have lots of unknowns, and your claim is and I ask you to demonstrate physically in front of me, and you can't. I ask whether you've done it yourself. You haven't. You're just listening to stories and parroting them. I'm actually trying to explain it with a map. What have you done?
Oh my God!
I have to drink
you
more
really
for
do
this.
have this. You really do have this flat Earth thing worked out, even down to the word stories.
He doesn't
You never once called science religion, though.
He doesn't need
Only
need
'cause I
dressing.
forgot.
He doesn't need dressing with his word salad. It
Yeah,
already
I know,
tastes
but
good.
you just wave things away by calling it a story.
Yeah.
Where's the moon?
Okay.
So,
An unverifiable claim by you guys. Then
Can we push play or something? Does it?
Where's the moon?
The moon's at the other side.
Oh,
Over there.
Of course.
there
Daytime,
you
nighttime.
Yeah, there you go.
Opposite there, it's there. Yeah.
That's my man. Yeah.
Well, that's a nice model.
So I'm no longer needed anymore.
So why is the moon?
Where's
Why is the moon a sphere?
We don't know what the moon is.
Okay.
I can't say that with a straight face. Wait a minute. So this is the cubic energy fall off of the sun, and this would be the standard square fall off.
That's
So
actually
yes,
rather
in
beautiful.
squared light, we have a problem, but we don't when we say that the light from the sun is a little bit different. You all saying light is the same, and we don't think that. So the cubic sun.
Have you got different photons?
Sorry, say that again.
You got different photons, have you?
No. The apparent photons that you observe. Can you explain to me the duality of light and why these things exist? Can you explain to me why? Wait a minute. If we put 3 polarizing filters together, what does the last one do? And can you explain that?
Well,
there are lots of anomalies that we don't understand.
No, we do, and that is the photon is actually a packet of energy which includes the wavelength.
Okay, so what happens if I want to polarize that light 3 times with a filter?
Well, you know that you've got transverse and longitudinal waves. So transverse waves will, if you like, go up and down. So if you want to polarize the light, then you'd put a polarizing filter that goes sideways so that it can't go through through that. That's quite easy to explain.
And what happens when I add a second polarizing filter?
Well, you can block the light altogether.
No, and then a third polarizing filter creates an anomaly that no one can explain. The third one does nothing.
Well, have you heard of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle?
I'm for the sake of this argument, no, I have not. Please explain.
All right, that would be a very.
Is it relevant?
Well, it kind of is because there are situations for light for photons, and in fact any subatomic atomic particles where they we can't know where they are and know what their wavelength is at the same time. So in other words, they have the ability to act differently whether or not they're observed.
Peter G out in the side chat says, how do you model produce 24-hour light? Now, I do know of a way you can produce 24-hour light in the Antarctica by doing in the model, but I'm just going to see if it's the same.
Okay.
I can't do that.
I had to go Riley.
We might go Riley for a nice flat Earth model for the flatties.
The light has to be able to stretch all the way round the light source, but still make it dark in certain sections of the Earth as it goes around.
It's a mirror.
No,
It's a mirror that sits on the base of it.
There's an easy way to explain that, and we've only just started using the technology in home hi-fi and stuff like that, computers, and it's called light piping. So when the sun gets in the right area close enough to the ice wall being a solid piece of ice turns into a big light pipe, and it actually moves the photons through the ice as a light pipe.
Ooh.
Therefore, it travels all the way around the outside.
That's something that Gleam would probably go for, wouldn't it?
Oh, well, I've thought about that one for a while. So
Gleam would go for just about anything.
But that would produce upward shadows, and that's not what we see.
No, we don't see
That
upward
still
shadows.
also doesn't explain how you wouldn't be able to see the sun all the time. It may be smaller, but we'd always be able to see it.
You just wanted
Wait a minute. I'm putting in the light vector here based on the atmospheric quantum fucking refraction. So yes, this is
quantum
what is
fraction.
I want to know how the photons stop.
The penguins
They don't. They hit the ground.
Yeah,
the photons hit the
penguins all
ground
carry
and
mirror
make
signals.
a puddle of photons.
Yeah. Give me a second. You'll see. You'll see.
Photons hit the ground. What sound do they make?
Well, you have to clean out all your photons every now and then because they build up to dangerous levels. So I built a photon torpedo, and I'm currently selling them to the Rebel Alliance for profit.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey,
photons build up. They build up to such dangerous levels.
I reckon we could sell a jar of photons.
Okay, extra points for anyone who remembers this one. We can only see so many photons, and then we have to empty those photons out of our eyes.
Where did we see that? Yeah, that's where where did we see that? That was on one of Cat's things again.
That kind of makes sense because you've got a limited amount of cells, haven't you?
And there's only, you can only get so many photons in there. You eventually have to empty them out.
Well, yeah, because you've got a limited amount of cells. Your cells don't go forever. So surely that's the limit of the photons that you can have.
By the way, I've got a layer in here that can you still see my screen, by the way?
Yes.
There's some. I've got a layer in here called the gleam effect, and I asked him to describe what his reality was, and he said, "Well, imagine a toroidal field." And I'm there like, "Okay, now what?" It's like, "Okay, continue," and then he just went off on some
I
random
heard you
shit.
talking about that with him the other day. I remember you saying something about that, the toroidal
You
field.
can waste a lot of time talking to that guy.
No.
I
Well,
don't
if you
talk
got
to him.
nothing better to do today.
I haven't talked to him. I don't think I will. He's a complete.
He's a complete nut.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's
Thank you for putting
absolutely
it
harmless.
politely, Professor Phil.
He's absolutely harmless.
Yeah, I've shut down any attempts or any motivation to well, after watching Flat Earth Thoughts of Jesus, aka Ross, on Mr. Sensible on his last live show, I have dropped any interest in fighting him because he is literally just gone.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Like he's saying stars are angels, and they start saying, "Oh, if the Earth was flat, then everybody would be nice and fair to each other."
the problem
Okay,
the
yeah,
problem with Ross though is it's not so much of a belief, but a physical condition that's causing him to say these things.
No doubt about that.
He's
Well, now I see that
it's
more.
The quality
No.
of the weed.
No. He has got tumors in his head.
Yeah.
Right. So the best thing you can do with Ross is just ignore him.
Okay.
All jokes aside,
Yeah.
he's not well.
Well, okay.
So the whole premise of even having a discussion, let alone a debate with him, is somewhat futile because it's not his fault.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's for me. It's more the sense that no matter what you say to him, he wouldn't. I mean, he may say he will accept the truth, but that's only in his mind that he will accept the truth.
Yeah.
He will never accept the truth. He has his script. He's just going to run by it, and that's it.
That's actually a good point.
I love that picture. That's really nice. That's
No changing that mind.
Yeah.
Could become a flatty with a photo like that. That's really nice.
Like what?
Stingray, you'd never make a flat earther. You actually went and put time and effort into doing something.
Oh yeah, no,
and
right.
you-
But wait a
and
minute.
you're
This,
using
this
math.
now, look. This is what happens to the light. This is how we get sunset. There you go.
Yeah.
Job done.
Yeah. It's all done.
Beautiful.
No, but if you actually look at the map, there is no sunset.
No, this is the path
you
of
drew
the light.
lines. That's not good enough.
This is the path of the light.
Look at your own model. You goomba.
No, the
okay?
lines represent the light, and when the sun's moving around in this blue circle that you can see, the lines coming out in the angles. So that furthest one that goes out, that's. Can you play the animation? There you go.
Yeah, that's what happens. So over here, you're not seeing, and this is not disputed. We are not looking at the sun. Everybody in the panel agreed. We're looking at the apparent sun.
Yep.
It's not only moved on, but there's also extreme refraction and fractured light with quantum mechanics we yet understand that do this that do this light path here. So it actually hits the ground here, and here on the right hand side, where the shadow is forming, you see that the sun suddenly stops and gets what you think of as occluded. Well, it is, because you're just seeing the top of that light reach. It disappears from the bottom up. This meets all of those criteria.
So Stingray, there's only one great big issue with this wonderful model that you've presented.
I reckon it's clever.
No.
It's better than any one I've ever seen.
So there's only one great big glaring
I know what you're
issue.
going to say, and I know what the problem is, and I'm going to fix it because it doesn't work. It's not polarized and it's not symmetrical. It's asymmetrical. So
Yeah, it doesn't work for the southern hemisphere
I know.
in southern
I know.
summer.
Yes.
So the sun doesn't go to the southwest when it sets.
Yeah, but
also,
if he plays around with it, he could actually get the 24-hour sun going.
If I specifically targeted the sun from any point on Earth, it wouldn't matter if it supposedly got darker somehow because I don't know, lightsabers can just go out 6 feet and then just stop.
It is very clever though, Stingray. That's so well
But-
done.
But if I sit there and track the sun's movement and follow it with, say, I don't know, one of these fancy Glober telescopes, right? I would be able to track the sun and follow it, and no matter what, I would never see it dip below the horizon.
Very clever. That is smarter than any flat Earth model I've ever seen.
Here's a question I have: are the
Wait. Is that an insult? Did you just call me the?
Well,
Did you call me a
you're a
step
little-
above every flat earther that you've ever encountered?
You're a little too good at this flat Earth stuff.
There's two things I want to ask. Well, one thing I want to ask and one thing I want to say. So the question is, do the stars appear in the correct locations from any of these positions that you're plotting out here? And the comment, the other thing is, if you actually get this thing working, are they then going to turn around and go, well, the Glober's fucking made it for us, and here's the model?
Yeah, that's exactly. I was just thinking that. That's exactly what they'll do.
You
Like,
have to put a
see, the Globers even made a working flat Earth model.
You're going to have to put a massive disclaimer on the start of this saying, I had to change all sorts of known physics to do this.
Actually,
I had to break science to make this work.
we
Yeah.
could even add some electricity or electromagnetism to
Lightning.
make the sun move.
Is there lightning?
So
No, I got it. I got it right here. This way they'll never use it. Just say NASA created this model.
yeah, put NASA written through the middle of it. No, there is one. You could put in the disclaimer. This model uses Scotty's physics.
Yes, I have actually. I've openly said on Jose's show I will work with any flat earther to incorporate their ideas just to measure them against reality.
Yeah, no, it's nice work, Sting. That's a really nice model.
Brilliant.
mate.
I still couldn't
Yeah,
see
amazing.
where I couldn't see where the eggs got anything to do with it.
I'm just thinking about your model and trying to work out how I can actually get the physics of how to get the sun moving, because why isn't it falling?
Well, luckily we don't know what the sun is, so we don't have to have those explanations.
Well, what you could do.
No, but we can try. Let's do that. Let's think about how we could get the sun moving. I'm kind of excited about your model now.
I have actually, wait a minute, I have actually openly said on Jose's panel, and I'll say it now on Terry's stream, I am willing to work without bias with the sole intent of making this possible or explainable. Now, I don't care about current knowledge of physics, but just everybody always says, and this is terrible, I've pulled someone up about it before, we don't live in a model, Dean, and they're like, I didn't claim that. A model is used to test against reality with predictions and input data. If I can do that with this and it can match reality, I'm all for it. Anybody can work with me.
Yeah, of course.
Haven't you been doing this for the last 6 months?
Oh, I haven't been on this scene for months and months and months, have I? I've only come back in the last 6 days, so.
Yeah, but I'm talking about before that.
Oh, before that. Yeah, no, Riley, well, so 3 people stood up. Riley tried telling me what the moon was, and shall we have a look at Riley's moon? Wait a minute, oh, you got to see this. So Riley's moons. So I incorporated Riley's moons. He said,
I've already seen Riley's golden stream. I don't know if I want to see his moons.
Well, earned it.
I'm thinking of the old days last year when we used to have
anything about
Bandy on and used to debate with Bandy.
So what's special about Riley's moon?
he said, we don't know that it's a sphere. And they're like, cool. And the thing is, everybody always argues, oh, well, of course it's a sphere. Blah, blah, blah. I'm just there like, cool. What shape is it? Mm-hmm. And he says, well, have you seen so-and-so's video? And they're like, no, explain it to me. He says, well, it's concave, would produce the same result. And they're like, wicked, brilliant. Let's put a concave moon in and look at it from Brazil.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Do we ever see this in reality? No, we don't. This doesn't work.
Well, no, there's a crack right down the middle.
Yeah. So,
can I make a suggestion for the movement of the sun?
Yeah.
So JM Truth claimed that a hologram projector causes the sun to move around. So find one of the places closest into the center that you can with one of the tallest mountains and install a really big ass hologram projector that can generate heat and move it anywhere it needs to go, which would be
Cartman's butt size.
It would explain it. A hologram projector that has a 360 degree.
So you're talking about the lighthouse sun theory.
Yeah, the hologram projector.
Yeah, the
NASA
lighthouse.
Well, here's the thing: NASA would have had to put the hologram projector in at the beginning of the dawn of time, so they would have had to have built a time displace to get back.
I just want to know when they changed the TV screens from CRTs to flat panels.
Well, yeah. Well, this is a hologram projector.
Didn't you know that the NASA people actually come from another from another world?
Oh yeah, they'd
Yeah.
have to.
I was going to say this is a holographic
Professor Phil,
projector.
from what I've seen of NASA employees, they're actually run by genetically modified squirrels. So
Absolutely,
I
no
mean,
doubt about it.
Yeah.
So you didn't watch the Truman Show where they got everybody drunk, and then they just put them to sleep for a while, and then they done all the work then.
Oh.
Yeah, they
I think the
basically knocked
projector
him out.
doesn't stand. I think I could incorporate a projector with this, but the problem is I can't plausibly explain it. You've got various types of projector, all of which actually project multiple points of light in convergences in a medium, which means you're open to atmospheric distortion. Unless someone can demonstrate that a new type of projector is possible, then I've got a problem putting it in here, to be honest.
This would be
This is a bit like playing with the devil, mate. You could just fall into it, you know.
Well, like you said, you're taking suggestions
be
from
careful,
them
Alice.
for possible
Hey,
explanations.
Peter, how did I get nearly 300 views for my Flat Earth debate, Ozzie Perspective with Nathan Thompson and Team Skeptic? That's interesting.
Restreaming it.
Yeah, I was mirroring it at the same time live.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, I know, but it's not as if I need the views. It's not as if I need the views.
But are you
No,
complaining?
you used the thumbnail, so they thought it was the real thing.
Yeah, that's what it was, Terry.
Oh no, I cropped it. It wasn't the real. It wasn't the same image. It was cropped. It was edited.
So I think that's why Fight the Flat Earth might have said something to you.
So there's nothing illegal about it.
No, well, it's not the same. It's definitely not the same thumbnail. I'm looking at it right now. Let me refresh.
Are you sure?
And that's what Fred says, because the chat here was not full of fluffs.
That's true too.
It gave him somewhere else to come to talk and discuss it live. Because the other chat.
without arguing.
So Terry's thumbnail goes right across Nathan's Flat Earth glasses, where Team Skeptic's thumbnail goes over his ear rather than his glasses.
And I cut out half the bottom bit.
Yeah, and half the bottom bit, so it goes.
No, it doesn't show the Dallas January.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It just says Flat Earth for Flat Earth debate.
Yeah.
And you've got 300 views on it.
Yeah, I know. I can't work that out.
As you say, no flarpies. So you get a chance to talk without getting triggered.
He only had, I think when we streamed it, we only had, I think there was 30 or 40 people in the stream.
Yeah, about 30.
So
Average.
the rest of
That's
those.
average. That's average.
Yeah. So the rest of those are people that have watched it afterwards.
It was a mess. Yeah, it was
Darkman was asking what was Fight saying. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse
No,
me.
he just DM'd me and what did he say again?
He asked.
He says, "Hey dude, how come you're just playing the debate?" What do you mean? How come I'm just playing the debate? I couldn't work out his question. What he's referring to. And I said, "Played the debate and was going to discuss it after." And he didn't respond to that, so.
Yeah, because there is no response to that, Terry.
What I can't work out is if they knew it was going to be people there, why didn't they turn their bloody Wi-Fi off? Why leave it open so anybody can get to it?
In the shop, yeah.
John said, "Sorry, mate, I had reception problems and I opened your stream 288 times." Oh, thanks, John.
No, well, it's not just that, Terry. But if you look at the one that was on the modern day debate, that went for 1 hour 36 minutes and 12 seconds, and if you look at the stream that you did, he went for 2 hours 14 and 27. Oh, yours is bigger. Must be better.
Well, I don't think modern day debate is, I don't think that that moderator is actually very good at all.
James.
No, I was just going to say that. And he's a bit wishy-washy, really.
Be back in a moment.
Okay, Phil.
He definitely looked nervous when things got heated between teams.
When teams started standing up.
Yeah.
Every time teams stood up, you almost see him go, almost bloody doing the scare jump, going, "Oh shit, what's going to happen?"
And team definitely has a personal beef with Natalie over the way he acted at the FDIC after, he did give the team an interview, and
that even started well before.
Like
Nathan knows exactly which buttons to press on team.
Yeah,
he knows which buttons to press with anyone.
He's team's nemesis.
And I think Terry's got more to the point because he's so well versed with his narrative. He knows the answers he's going to get now because of how many times he's been on Jose's and Sean G's. He's practiced his narrative over and over. He used Sean G's and Jose's for was to practice that narrative, so that if he goes to a big debate like this was, he knows what someone's going to say. He knows what arguments are going to be thrown at him, and because of that, he can play. He can play, and that's all it is. He goes in to have a good time and to see someone squirm.
He was on the edge of every word team was saying, in the way of, soon as team said something in the middle of his sentence, that's what he cherry picked out of what team was saying, and then he'd bring that back at him and throw it at him. And poor team would go.
Yeah, and if you didn't notice, he also quite a lot of the time he was sitting there quite smugly, not paying attention, either on his phone or on the computer that he had, and then it was almost like, "Oh, have you finished talking? It must be my turn now. Rightio. Bullshit, 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 crap, and which would just trigger team more.
He's
it was
arrogant
horrible
and knows how to push teams' buttons for sure.
Well, we'll play a segment of it just for the shits and giggles.
No, hold on, just before you start. Sorry, I was just
No.
going to say. Sorry.
I say what I say. That's it.
Sorry.
Go on.
I was just going to say, Nathan Thompson's got the idea pat as to what you're trying to do.
How do you mean?
In counteracting the things, it's before they even start.
Oh,
he knows what.
Yeah.
He knows what every. Well, he hasn't got stuff. He's got words that he latches onto, and he knows how to drive the argument. So everything goes his way.
So so he turns everything the debater says.
What Thompson is doing is he's practicing dishonest debate tactics, and he's trying to get better at it. And unfortunately, team left himself a little bit open.
He always does.
Because team just wants to attack the facts, but then he gets. I mean,
Flat Earth has no facts. You can't attack it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's you're treading water almost, and unfortunately, Thompson knows that really burns team a little bit. I mean, bless his heart, team is a great guy and everything. It's just that sometimes he unwittingly does fall into the dishonest debate tactics where Thompson is playing the game where he's going to get you to lose it, and then that's going to show his credibility. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
just get triggered.
Just before you start again, Terry, next Monday we have Flat Ferdinand, the psychedelic shaman, debating Fight the Flat Earth round 3.
Oh my
and
God.
On Tuesday we have Mittoon debating JM Truth. Still no time set as yet.
So really, there's going to be round 3 of the drunken college dropout fighting with FTFE.
I think so.
I must
yeah.
have missed part 2. If I missed part 2, I've missed it.
Yeah, yeah, that's up. You can go and watch it.
Oh, good. Right, I'll watch it later.
Make sure you carry the oven mitts.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
need them. Yeah. Especially every time he says water doesn't curve. Those of you who have ever watched either part 1 or part 2 know exactly what I'm saying when he says water doesn't curve. Just look behind him.
Yeah, the photo on the wall. Exactly.
I see FTFE just sort of like loosely glanced over that towards the end of part 2. Sorry, no spoilers. But
No, you're all right. Don't worry about it.
he didn't specifically attack him on that.
Oh, there it is.
Right there. I'm watching that and I'm just yelling at the screen. For effing's sake, just tell him to turn around. And there's his own proof right there that water does curve.
Bendy water on the wall.
I mean, how do you have a pic? So either he's being a total Poe, or he's that dense that he doesn't realize that the very picture he has on the wall shows water curving. And I'm actually leaning towards the latter because, well, he drinks Rolling Rock and he thinks that's beer.
Okay. Right now?
Okay. Yep.
Go for it.
Play.
Reem appears to be back from what I'm looking at in the live chat. So thanks so much. We appreciate all your questions, and here we go with those first questions. So first, I want to say thanks so much for your super chat from...
Well, this is a bit later on.
John Rapp. Let's see.
Yeah,
And
John
these,
Rapp.
some of these I might have to censor. So let's see.
I know a John Rapp. I've seen that name
So,
before somewhere.
John Rapp said the moon
Yeah,
is an
it put it
Earth's
in the chat earlier.
atmosphere.
Yeah, I know, I
And
know.
since rockets need something to push on, we so could have gotten to the moon. Sometimes as I'm kind of idling rather than debating.
I'd have to go back because
He said, so the moon, the atmosphere extends out to the...
Is because
Have
you're
to
not
go
giving
back.
me a viewer height. You're not giving me anything.
At sea
You're saying-
level.
At sea level. Okay, so
How much should Earth drop downward in 10 miles
there's
with
a-
zero observer
there's
height
an
team?
equation
So
out there that
it keeps
is
adding on to the
but it's
question.
an-
I think that's
as
the one I
temperature
think I
goes
missed.
down, the pressure
There was
decreases.
this
Yes,
experiment that he first
Reduce
shown.
the buffering and
Yeah, this is
Tom
when it
jump.
first
'Cause
started.
We had a little bit of a lot of tech stuff getting set up, and so we really did appreciate a lot of brain power moving through those guys.
No, you guys suck at doing debates.
Yeah, Buffett there.
Sorry, my opinion, but they just really suck at what they're doing.
Okay, so sorry for all that delay, guys. But here we go, and I just want to point this out, and this is why I refuse to accept evidence where people say, "Hey, look, I saw this picture. Hey, look, I took this picture. Hey, this is an amazing thing. This should never happen if I was on a ball Earth. I should never be able to see this because it's just ridiculous."
Pause for a sec.
This
Sorry.
evidence.
I kind of feel like team made a mistake saying I won't accept pictures because that's exactly what they do, and like we have to have some sort of evidence.
He's in heat of the moment. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing with that. Yeah. But yeah.
It's right here.
When
It's
the
going to
heat-
show you what extreme refraction does and what extreme atmospheric conditions can do to light around obstruction, a curved obstruction. So please show this. This simulates what a colder environment does, thus increasing the refractive index. You can go ahead. You're doing fine.
Can you walk us through what's going on here, team?
Yeah, well, it's waiting on the video to play. Okay, there it goes. All right, so as the butane is poured on there, it simulates a denser atmosphere, which is PV equals nRT. Temperature and pressure, both are the same. As temperature goes down, the pressure decreases, the atmosphere becomes more dense, and this will, of course, increase the refractive index. So this is what we're seeing here, is seeing something that you should not be able to see unless light actually bent around a corner. And it's simply no magic involved, just simply changing the temperature of the air or the density of the air that the light is traveling through.
He didn't zoom in when they had done this experiment. They didn't quite zoom in enough.
Well, also, see, T made a little bit of a mistake right there. He said that light bent. Okay, now that can be taken out of context because we know how these flirpers are. They like to nitpick. Light only travels through the medium, so the medium is bending the light. The light has not bent by itself. And that's, I think, a point you need to clarify, especially is that the light is traveling through the medium, and because that medium is bending the light, that's why we're seeing that effect.
Yeah.
I think you just didn't clarify that, but go on.
I haven't seen what you're talking about happen. When does that happen?
Oh, he's looking on a little phone to try to see it. Oh, that's a joke.
Yeah, I'm not seeing this object.
You're going to expect to see that detail like what we can see.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Terry. This pause it 2 seconds because this is not about. Obviously, the argument is, Nathan's argument is flawed. So there is no chance of winning on evidence, facts, or science. But what you can win on is debate. You can win a debate with the incorrect facts. All you need to do is give the impression that you've won, and you can accumulate that impression by saying, well, show me. And it doesn't matter what screen I'm using. Unless team says, well, that's a tiny fucking phone. Well, sorry for swearing, by the way. Yeah, that's a tiny phone. You won't be able to see it. That's a really good tactic for on Nathan's behalf, I'm sorry to say.
That's what I was wondering too.
You don't want to leave the door open. We study the tactic because they're going to use every dishonest debate tactic there is. So we have to know those debate tactics so we understand what they're going to try to do and anticipate that before they pull it off. You go too far, you get down the rabbit hole.
I'm about to show it to you right now. Skip it up to where it needs to be.
Right. Stop it, Terry, just 2 seconds because I'm just going to point one more thing out. The other thing is, I'm going to show it to you right now. So right there, from an authoritarian sense, you've said, oh, yes, I need to prove it to you. So now it's less about facts. It's about showing Nathan and getting Nathan to accept it. So he's entirely in control there. In my opinion, I would have said, and does not being able to see it imply that it's not real?
Actually, I just want to add too. Fred Knotts just said in the comments that I noticed Nathan kept looking to someone in the audience. I think he brought Teabag as a bodyguard. That's exactly the same thing that we were thinking at the same time. Is that he did bring some people with him to be in the audience. So
yeah, later on, there's someone. They have questions from the people that are actually there, and one of them, I believe, says someone in the chat maybe said they had a high degree engineering and knew it was flat. Was a
it was someone who he actually talked to, I believe.
Yeah, there was one, and there was one in the live audience. Yeah, he did bring. Yeah, there was definitely flat earthers there that were claiming shit that they weren't.
I knew there was flat earthers there because Nathan brought out a video before this to show him going into the place and meeting up with all the flat earthers that were there already.
Yep.
To dilute the actual audience.
Okay, I can still see the object.
But you saw the object. It had multiple colors, right? Green, red, yellow.
It's not behind the curve.
Now. You can't see it behind the curve of this butane tank or propane tank, whatever kind of tank that is. Now watch when it gets poured on there. Tell me what colors you see.
How do you know it's not just splitting the colors of the top of the butane tank?
Please
or
just watch. Are you telling me that that's not on the thing before? You can't see it before? You don't see the red just rising up to the top?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the red, but you can't see, you see a small sliver of it. Okay?
You shouldn't be able to
the
see
whole
any
thing.
of it. You shouldn't be able to see any of it. That's what I'm saying. Light bent is... Okay, so regardless of how much he says I should or should not be seeing it, but you'd like to see it on camera, I don't have a problem with you seeing it.
But you didn't take an object that was behind
So-
Earth curve and bring it back fully visible.
Okay, so what I've said on multiple occasions, and I'll continue to say it again, until you prove that that's not possible on the round Earth, I'm not going to accept that it's positive proof for or exclusive proof for the flat Earth.
Okay,
That's not how it works.
well,
You got
before-
to prove to me that it's impossible for that to be an observation that we can possibly see on a globe Earth. Then you're working with something. Until then, you're just working with this observation. And like I said, I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything, but it's an uneducated observation that you're just
I
pointing
got
out
it.
and saying this is evidence for a
How
flat
big's
Earth.
the Earth and how much Earth curve should we see?
That's irrelevant.
Well,
Terry,
how big is
Yep.
it? What do you mean, how is
Yep.
that?
So, one of the things that I've noticed in this debate is the fact that Team wasn't answering Nathan's questions. He was answering the questions that he thought Nathan asked.
Also, really quick, I don't mean to cut you off, but right there, what you saw when Nathan Thompson pulled out Earth curve, that was an immediate straw man. So he literally gaslit Team. Team unwittingly fell for it, unconsciously fell for it, because you saw him immediately straw man right to Earth curvature. Team was demonstrating that a denser atmosphere causes the effect called looming, and that's what he was going on about. But see, he got Team so unraveled at that moment, unsettled at least,
Well, here's the thing.
he forgot that.
Later on, Nathan brings up the 8 inches per mile squared. Team asks him to graph it up, as was shown earlier. I believe Peter brought it up, the parabola. But then, and it goes back to what we were looking at earlier with Blue, the chord geometry, measuring it out properly and doing it in the right way to get the thing right.
See, Thompson is a grease pig.
And he knows
Team
how to
is-
treat. Team.
Team is trying to grab him, but he keeps
pushed
slipping
Team's
through.
button, unfortunately, and the whole thing that set that off was the way he acted at the Flat Earth International Conference and ducked away and grabbed bodyguards and probably did have. I'm sure T-Stew was there because he's crashing on his couch. That's the only explanation for him to still be in Texas.
I think the other issue here, though, is, and it's a global issue. Nice pun. But it's a global issue in the debate scene on this subject. Is you are using a metric measurement and equation, which even I, that understand it, find it hard to visualize at the scale. And I always point out, if someone says, "How much does this curve?" My answer is not in those units, it's in
No.
degrees over distance.
Yep.
And if you ask that, that's a hell of a lot easier to comprehend.
But he plays that game. He's literally trying to keep you on the back foot. He's honing his game is what he's doing. But go on with the video.
That's it. I just explained to you on why you can see distances further than what you think you should be able to see due to atmospheric conditions. So until you make your defined question and say, how much should I see on this temperature with this much pressure and at this height? What
how much curve
observation
did we
height?
see on-
You know
on the
what?
Tampa?
Hey, look down on the ground. Put your eyeball on the ground, and guess what? The entire Earth curves away from you at that point. When you make your viewer height 0 feet, how high is your viewer height? Of course, how far should we see, Nathan? Tell me. On our model, how far should we see?
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out.
No. Tell me.
What do
You're
you
the
mean
one
your
debunking.
model?
You obviously know
I don't know what
you're
your
telling
model
me.
is. Also, the
Well, then what are you
audience
doing
might
here?
not know
what
what
are you
your
doing
model
here?
is.
If you're trying to learn it now, what are you doing here? You're
I
the
also
one
want to
telling me that
clarify
what
for
I
the
believe
audience.
is wrong. So tell me how I'm wrong.
Okay? I want to clarify for the audience, how big is your ball tilted Earth in space?
It has a circumference of about 25,000 miles.
Excellent. So at 10 miles.
At the equator, yeah.
At 10 miles, how much Earth curve should we see, Team Skeptic?
See, that's the how
Okay,
ignorant
stop right
your
there.
question
Stop.
is, because you're not.
Okay, see right there. You see what Thomas just did?
Yeah, I did.
Thomas just asked a specific question with a specific number he doesn't know the answer to, but he knows that Team Skeptic cannot calculate that himself immediately either. So he's going to get Team Skeptic to stumble right there because he's trying to figure out the number roughly at least, but he can't do that.
So the issue, just really quickly on that, the issue is not that you don't have enough information there. What is the observer height so I can work out the tangent to the horizon to then tell you at what point it starts to dip? Because before that tangent, it ain't dipping.
Yeah. If team had have just simply turned the question back on him and said, "Can you rephrase your question, please?" That would have screwed him because it stuffs his narrative. He learns to ask these questions in a certain way to throw confusion and mayhem into the mix to catch people off guard. If team was to simply just turn the question back onto him and said, "Can you rephrase the question, please?" I don't understand. I don't understand the way you've asked the question. Can you rephrase it, please? And it would have screwed him because then all of a sudden you've taken Nathan off guard. Nathan can't then follow his narrative. All of a sudden he's got to stop and think.
Yep.
And now he's on the back foot.
Yep.
Yeah, I think carrying that on, though, of what you've just said, which is brilliant, is rather than ask him to rephrase it, actually specifically point out, great, in working out how much of an arc is occluded, do I need any other information other than the circumference of the circle, Nathan? That's it.
But why does it always
say no?
But why is it always that these flat earthers have to question the shape of the Earth as we know it, and not give any answers to what shape that they think it is?
I can answer.
Burden of proof reversal is what it is.
I can answer that too.
They think that the burden of proof lies on the so-called globers, but they don't realize that burden of proof falls upon the minority who questions the majority. Period.
No, that's just consensus mentality. I don't agree with that.
No, that's how it works in all legal terms.
But
it doesn't. Not in legal terms.
Yes, it does. Look it up. Burden of proof, legal terms. I guarantee you.
But that's if
I'm not
terms.
arguing. Yeah, I'm not arguing burden of proof, but
I'm just saying.
I'm arguing consensus doesn't do it. The more important thing for me is a flat earther's mentality is not to say, can I get the majority to agree with me? It's to take 100 factual items, and each with thousands of proof. Pick one, each with thousands of points of evidence. Pick one of those evidences and invalidate it. Because if they can do that, then they seem to think that the 99 other occurrences of evidence that support it are irrelevant if they can invalidate one.
That's it.
But you're a very, very well-trained flatty. My God, you're good.
But also, during the debate, when team asked Nathan to map that parabella out as a parabella using the thing, the dude in the middle, don't know his name, but the moderator guy turned around to Nathan and said, "Yeah, can we have that, please? Can you show that?" Nathan turned around, then asked one question and derailed the whole thing again, so he didn't have to do it.
And
Now-
shortly thereafter, Nathan answered that it maps out to a parabola and doesn't match the shape of the
Yeah, but he
sphere
does
Earth.
admit that it only works at a short distance.
Yeah.
Not short enough, though. He said 1,000
he
miles.
actually said it works out to 1,000 kilometers.
Yep.
I thought it was
1,000
less. I
kilometers.
thought it was less than that.
It's a lot less than that, Terry.
It's about 100
can't.
kilometers.
Yeah, you can't make it work more than 100k. After 100k, the variations are so great that it's impractical to use that measure.
And also, we as globers, we never used that term in the first place. The flat earthers brought that term into it.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
The idea was that he just threw out numbers to dispose of the topic, and then he immediately jumps in with another question So before you have a chance to say, "Hey, wait a minute, where did you get those numbers from?" He's already got you trying to debunk the next point.
So when you're debating them, you can't use the terms that they use. You have to stick to the proper terms, which is the Earth rotates 15 degrees per hour. We have 1 degree every 69 miles, etc., etc. They're the only ones that I can remember. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think my view of this would be to turn to Nathan and go, Nathan, that's interesting. I'm very interested in your beliefs. Could you provide me with any positive evidence towards a flat Earth that is not an assertion with no evidence to back it up, please? Go.
Flat water.
We might be able to
That's a
arrange.
statement.
We might be able to
That's it.
arrange an interview with you and Nathan if you want, Stingray.
Yeah, that's
Well, I
yeah.
don't mind that.
Yeah, that's a state. It's a
Well,
statement.
but
It's no evidence.
Yeah, no. So flat water is brilliant. What do you mean flat water? What scale are we on about? What are the things? Because water certainly isn't flat at certain scales.
He does. He
So
does
what's
say
it?
he says it's flat in a glass and in a fish bowl and a
Water
fish
is
tank.
never
yeah.
flat.
He also says that water is flat and level in a pond, in a lake, and on the ocean. But the thing is well, I've been down, and I'll say this for your benefit, Professor Phil.
Yeah.
I've been down to Ryback Beach.
Yeah.
And when the swell's coming in off the southerly oceans,
Yeah.
and without a word of a lie, that swell gets up to about 2-3 meters tall.
Yeah, I've been
That's
there
not
myself.
flat and level.
No.
Water is never flat on Earth. Period.
It cannot
no
be
matter
flat
how
on Earth.
small.
There's no
matter
flat water on Earth.
It's impossible. It's simply
And
impossible. It doesn't
waves
matter how
crashing.
big or small the
They
container is.
Yep.
They say water doesn't curve. Go to the beach, watch a wave come in. That's curving water happening every few seconds.
So even easier.
If you go and pee, it doesn't shoot straight out. It literally falls to the ground.
No, even easier.
Ask Riley.
Even easier than that. You just turn around and say, so when I get bubble liquid and a bubble wand and I blow a bubble, what shape is that?
Well,
they managed to wave away. Our resident flatty will probably tell you this, but they do wave away anything to do with surface tension. They just wave that off.
Hey, Sling Ray, what do you say?
Oh, Sling Ray, I like that. Sling Ray. Oh God, that is going to be my alter ego. That now. That's going to be that's going to be my flatty.
Dude, I have a thing about flat earthers. Okay, once you go flat Earth on me, I will tag you for life.
We're actually pretty good with coming up with names for stuff. The pair of us, we've had some corkers of nights where we've sat there for hours and named shit.
I haven't gone too bad either. I've named a few.
Yeah.
Name the McDonald's mascots and match them to flat earthers. Who is Ronald McDonald? Who is Grimace? Etc. Etc.
I reckon flat earthers have only two things. That is this atmosphere and the water. They always come back to one or the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, my statement
made up.
My statement about the water is, it depends who I am. If I'm a globe earther, then it's simply, are you drawing a direct relationship between your observation of water and something so big you can't comprehend? Do you have any evidence to support that the two are connected?
Yeah. Sure.
Well, I was always taught that water acts accordingly to the forces acting on it. That didn't come out right, but
yes,
that was
you're quite
the idea of it.
correct. You said that correctly, and the forces is gravity.
Yeah, so it's not the container. It's not just the container, I should say, because the container is a force. It is the forces acting upon it that it conforms it to the shape.
Right. And
so you can make it. Yeah, it's the same way. Like you can make it into a square because you can put it into an ice cube. You could freeze it. It was conformed to that shape.
But in the absence of gravity, there is surface tension, but that still makes it a sphere.
It'll make it a sphere in
conservation of energy.
Correct. It has to be a sphere without gravity. Well, if something, rain is not a sphere until it falls at 9.8 meters per second squared which is as if it was in a vomit comet. That's why it's a sphere.
Well, Terry never had. He debunked that the other day. He had sideways
correction.
rain.
Correction on that. Actually, water always starts as a sphere, as a sphere.
Yeah, small one. A
sphere.
molecule.
No, it starts that way, right? And that's the way it will stay. But once it starts to fall, it forms, a teardrop, shape, a pear shape.
A teardrop, yes, yeah. Because of
But that is also inherently a sphere. It just has a tail behind it because of the action of the friction of air around it.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
Okay, can I just
would just stay a sphere?
Oh, your nemesis out. Your nemesis is out in the peanut gallery, Stingray.
Can I just ask a quick question then?
He used to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Concerning the rain,
yeah,
I was always taught, like this was a long time ago, and like I said, my memory's not the best. But once it started falling, it actually did fall as snow. Then it went back to rain. Then it went to hail, and then it fell back to rain. Either it stayed going from hail to rain, depending as to the pressures that it goes to coming down. Hence the reason why we sometimes get hail.
Well, the hail is just hail. Hail really is just is
rain that froze before it hit the ground.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is that the fact that it starts out? Yeah, it starts out as snow.
Yeah.
Then it comes to rain. Then it goes to hail as it goes through the different types of atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. Like it'll start as snow in cold weather. It will collect and turn into rain during that part of the one of the spheres. Gosh darn it! And then as it gets down into lower temperatures, because of say perhaps I don't know, it's cold and snowy already. It will refreeze again, especially in like say tornadoes. You get such wind chill that it'll rain, but then it'll freeze immediately, and then it turns into hail. And when you get like huge collections of that all together really big, you get baseball sized hail, which is don't bother calling your car insurance company; they ain't paying you.
Yeah. So when we get the conditions here on the ground or closer to the ground where you get hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold very quickly, is when you know you're going to probably end up with a hailstorm coming through.
And the more hot, cold is the bigger and harder the hailstone.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, but no. Also, like when you got like rain mixed with snow, that is snow that's partially melting on the way down. It was always snow. It's just slowly melting before it hit the ground.
Do you know something? As a glober, I'm there thinking, wow, this is. I actually didn't know this about the descent of water that can go through these stages based on surface. They go through those distinct different
I studied for my pilot's license.
And as a flat earther, I'm thinking, cool story, bro. Prove it.
You go to hell. You go to hell and you die.
Yeah.
I was going to be a pilot, but unfortunately I'm not rich enough. But I actually went through the schooling, and meteorology is one of the things you have to know because, well, if you're flying a plane, you kind of need to know the weather you're flying through and the effects it's going to have. That's kind of critically important because that affects your lift, that affects your engine performance, everything.
Yeah.
So,
would you believe that was part of my a botany course that I was doing at one stage?
Beautiful.
Was learning about that.
My late brother was a meteorologist.
Meteorology crosses a lot of things, and you know what the funny thing is? Meteorology does not even consider the flat Earth because it wouldn't be possible.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Climate as it is would not be possible on a flat Earth. Period.
Well, my brother died long before this flat Earth nonsense, but he would definitely be rolling over in his grave. That's for sure.
Well, I bet he would. I mean, I think he's one of the lucky ones.
Yeah.
I mean, go on.
Yeah. No, it's all right. I was just I was just flipping through some stuff, and one of my videos came up.
Oh yeah, no, I was saying go on with the video. Let's not bore people.
Yeah.
Giving me a viewer height. You're not giving me anything.
At sea
You're saying-
level.
At sea level. Okay, so
How much should Earth drop downward in 10 miles
there's
with zero observer
there's
height?
an
Team?
equation out there that is
It's 8 inches per mile
no,
squared.
it's not 8 inches per mile squared. Can you please plot out what 8 inches per mile squared is on a fucking graph, and then show the world what 8 inches per mile squared looks like on a graph, and tell me that that's what I believe the shape of the fucking Earth is?
What do you want me to use? AutoCAD, Sagitta, or Pythagorean theorem?
Anything, any goddamn thing out there. Just plot out what 8 inches per mile squared. Let's see how mathematically literate you
Sure.
are.
Which one do you want me to use? Sagitta, Pythagorean?
Whatever you want to use. Pick whichever one you want. Plot out on a graph what the graph looks like at 8 inches per mile squared, please, and show the people of here how smart you are and how that's what I believe the Earth looks like.
Okay, so
you're about to look dumb as fuck, by the way.
Not going to use AutoCAD on a
at
phone.
10 miles, we would see 66.69 feet of Earth curve, according to Pythagorean theorem.
That's according to,
do the fucking math, Nathan. Plot it out. I asked you to do something. Plot
Terry?
out that.
If you swap screens for a minute, so just pause. I'll share for a second, if that's all right. I'll just show what team wanted to.
Yeah, I know what it looks like. I just hope it. But he's got a bloody laptop there, and I don't know why he's not able to swap screens. He wants to keep an image on the laptop going the whole time.
He's got a notebook.
Oh, it's not a
That's
laptop.
not a real laptop.
Not a real laptop.
So
yeah, it's a St. Louis Arch, isn't it?
It's a Google book. That's a Google book.
Yeah.
They're like $50.
It's got an Apple logo on it when he turns it around, though.
Yeah, what's the Google book?
It's got an Apple logo on it.
Yeah, glorified glorified
Isn't that
iPad.
James's? Is that not James's was holding it earlier on?
I don't know. So that parabola that's on the screen now, that's a graphical representation of that formula.
Yeah, that's 8 point. That's what was it? Well, that
8 inches
that's
per mile squared.
exponential. Yeah.
That's a graphical representation of 8 inches per mile squared.
See, and they don't understand that at all because
well, the Earth is definitely not flat, then, is it? It's got a real big pointy bit.
No, it's a pizza shape. See, that's the edge. That's one side.
Oh,
Well,
so it's the edge of the pizza.
well,
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. The way you look at that picture, I could look at something else that's kind of not safe for work.
I have a question. Go back to that for a second, Peter.
Oh, sorry.
I have
Hang
a
on.
question about that there. What if you were to take, so it obviously starts at one end and goes, bring it back up so I can have a
Yeah,
look.
I'm going as quick as I
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
Sorry.
Chromebook. Thank you, somebody. Chromebook.
Chromebook.
Okay.
Is it a Chromebook? But it did have an Apple on it, an Apple logo on it.
Yeah, he might have just stuck a sticker on it.
Oh, yeah, because he's poor. That's right.
Yeah. So, okay. Now, take half of that parabolic arc there and say you extrapolated from the bottom of the graph. Yep. So from about there, extrapolated that either direction and kept going with it.
Yeah. So up this way or
either way.
And what do you
from the very bottom? Yeah, down there. Say if you were to keep going out towards go left now, down further,
and to follow that like this
follow
way?
that curve, and keep going with it. What would happen
Jeez.
there? Like instead of having it go wrap around in the parabolic arc there.
Hang on, we'll see how good I can draw. This is going to be crap drawing, but I'll do my best.
I can see what Cypher's saying, but yeah, just follow the arc like it's progression.
Okay, I
As if
can't.
it were to keep curving on its natural,
It would actually eventually sweep horizontal.
No, I'm out of screen to do that.
Yeah, no, but you get what I'm saying, don't you? Yeah, you've
Yeah.
got the right idea there straight away.
Yeah.
You can only draw on the image that you've got.
Yeah, I don't have enough room to do it.
Well, no, you're going in the right direction.
Yeah, so if you were to follow my mouse instead, and it was to come down and come down and continue this bend as it would be, rather than doing this bend back up.
Yep.
Even that would
Where are
it would
those
come
two-
out. And
Okay,
And
so
and then
I think the bigger issue here is this is completely valid for as far as you can see, given average observation heights. It absolutely is. So it shouldn't be any question of it, really.
yeah, and like I said earlier, look, it works quite efficiently out to about 100 kilometres.
100 Ks, yeah, yep.
You know, Nathan tried to infer that it's good for 1,000 kilometres. Well, that's his rhetoric. He does that. He inflates everything to make it seem a lot worse than it is. Hence
Turns a
why
mountain into a molehill.
Yeah.
A
Well,
molehill.
so
It's why
exactly 1,000? Exactly 1,000? He
said
obviously made that up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But he it's the same as he always uses the speed. You're spinning at 1,000 kilometers an hour. Well, the reason why he says that is because that's what it is on the in point of reference on the
From where you're
equator.
standing, yeah.
However,
Oh,
as
yep.
you move up towards either the North Pole or towards the South Pole, this speed,
Angular velocity.
yeah, the angular velocity changes. So, like Team tried to pull him up on, they were at, I think he said 44 degrees or whatever it was. So, no, it's not 1,000 degrees in that point of reference there.
I think I heard somebody also the other day state the fact that with that reference point that Earth spinning at 1,000 miles an hour is not from our reference point.
No, we're inside the reference frame.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the thing. That focus on it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
So that spinning 1,000 miles an hour with us sitting on it is the wrong reference.
That's at the equator. It does not spin at 1,000 miles an hour. It rotates once per day.
Yeah, I know that, but they're stating that, so they're wrong at the start because they're using.
That's a straw man. They're literally straw manning that.
That reference frame would be a fixed point out in space, not without any movement at all.
The thing they don't understand at all, they can't grasp, is relative velocity.
It's one of many things they can't understand, and that's where they go so wrong. They can't grasp one, and they can't. All of this stuff is relative to each other. You have to understand a reference frame before you can go claiming that the reference frame that you're moving on, that you're standing on right now, is turning at 15 degrees per hour, and at some places it's going to seem like the math may work out to be 1,000 miles per hour, but when you think about it, 1,000 miles per hour on the size and scale that the Earth is not going to be that fast.
Yeah, so hence again, stop using their language. Put it back to the proper language.
Yeah.
People hear that, they think 1,000 miles an hour. That is bloody fast, but they're thinking of it as a pea size.
I read a study. Sorry, go.
They think like a car going 1,000 miles
They
an
use
hour.
big numbers as a scary thing. They scare the shit. Formulas scare the shit out of them, and they can't handle mathematics at all, and that's why they claim that it doesn't exist. I cut it in. Stingray.
Oh no, it's all right. I thought you'd done, and that's why I started.
I'm good.
Oh no, so I had an exact point come up. So I'm back to being a globe earther. I hate that. I'm just going to call myself a planet earther and a realist.
A realist.
I'm back. I'm back in reality for 2 seconds. I had this discussion with a flat earther. In fact, I think it was Travis, the plain truth. We don't feel that spin. And they're like, brilliant, awesome. I've read the perturbations of human motion, acceleration detection from our sensors. Have you? And I had a paper all queued up for it as well. Which actually tells you how much as a human being. It was actually a variant study as well, so they had it based on different ages, and then they had various different afflictions as well, such as disease or diminished sensory in other inputs. But it was a study done on how can a human detect motion? What are the tolerances there? And I said, have you found this out? Well, no. So wait a minute, you're claiming that you can't detect this acceleration, and you don't know the limits of human motion acceleration detection. Is that what you're saying? The numbers are irrelevant if you don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I think it was Dr. Bob I think it was Dr. Bob that asked, and it was either asking to Travis or Montreal, what direction would it be spinning in if you could feel it? Because they go on about the 5 different directions.
Well, if I may jump in on the whole sensing acceleration part, almost all of our sensation of any sort of movement comes from our middle ear, and that's a cochlea. That's why, like, when you get drunk, you stumble because you can't really get your location straight, because when you drink too much, you actually thin out the fluid in your ear, so it doesn't work. It doesn't function properly. But it's impossible to actually sense speed. Even with electronics, it's impossible to sense speed. You put a speed sensor or gravitational sensor or any kind of sensor, you launch something at 100,000 miles an hour off into space. If nothing affects that whatsoever, doesn't matter how sensitive it is, assuming zero friction, then there's no way it can detect any change. That's the only thing any sort of sensory device can do, is detect a change.
And
it
since
cannot detect a constant.
And since we're on sensors, sorry to cut you off there, Phil, but Terry, check the internal chat. I've just dropped 3 things about sensors and how you can't actually really trust your human senses when it comes to things like vision and whatnot.
Oh, those things, yeah.
Yeah, have a look at
We've done
those
all
and-
this before.
Oh, have you? Yeah, right. Well,
We've actually touched on that a few times now.
Have ya?
That how does a magician work? A magician works from sleight of hand.
Misdirection, yeah.
So sleight of hand shows directly that you cannot trust your eyes, because your eyes miss things. You do not see everything that's going on. Not a problem. What about those 3D books that you have to cross your eyes so that the image itself appears into the 3D image? Once again, that's your brain and your eyes having a conflict, and you get to see that image. So you can't even trust your connection between your eyes and your brain, because your brain will interpret it the way it wants so that it makes sense to it. Your hearing. What? Does everyone have perfect hearing? Does no one need hearing aids? Oh my goodness, no, you can't trust your hearing.
I feel really nauseous when I try to use VR headsets or watch a 3D movie because my eyes aren't.
If you put your hand into freezing cold water, something around about, I don't know, 2 degrees, only just above freezing, but so cold that it's
feels like
it's
burning.
uncomfortable. Leave
Feels
it in there for
yeah.
the absolute longest you can.
Yep, feels like it's burning.
Then put your hand into 20-degree water. It will feel like it's burning.
Yeah.
Because you can't trust your senses. You can't trust your touch.
You heard of the infamous the dress? Is it blue and gray or gold?
Gold or blue. Yep, that one. Yep.
Yeah, that's that right there. I mean, there's people that it doesn't matter. I mean, Cypher. I already showed Cypher the identical colors test, and like he knows that by now. I mean, he posted it already, but that test right there shows it looks like 2 different colors, but if you just cover it up in the middle, you can see the same color. And if you don't believe me, you can literally sample the colors from each side, and you see that they literally have the same value. But they look.
I used to present examples like that because that's actually my field is 3D graphics, and I have to know human eye perception theory and things like that. But if you really want to freak a flat earther out, when they say show me planes flying upside down and people walking upside down on the other side of a ball, ask them questions on how the human eye lens works and what orientation is the image as it gets projected.
Because it's all reversed. It's all
there you
reversed
go.
onto
We're
your.
all working upside down.
Yep.
Yeah,
well
the
done.
brain corrects the image. Yeah.
Yeah, it's thanks to Stingray that they say it's Narnia now.
Yeah, but even the simple test of get a low-powered torch. A low-powered torch, close one eye and look at look directly into that torch with your open eye. Just look.
There is
Turn-
a really good.
Yeah,
so-
turn that
oh, sorry.
torch off. I turn that torch off. All of a sudden, you're going to see a green glow just floating right in front of you.
Yeah, that's retinal burn.
Yeah, the torch isn't there anymore. How come that's still there?
Yeah. Don't we don't want to recommend anybody do
That's
that.
Artificial.
Oh yeah.
There's a
That's
better.
Artifice showing its true colours.
So in human eye perceptions, we see more detail than we see color. We're actually crap at seeing color, and you can fool the brain so easily with color. You can fool it with luminosity as well, but just not as easy. And one way to test how good or terrible your brain is at color is stare at nothing else except a single illuminated color, such as red. That's all you should stare at, red. Do it for 60 seconds and focus on it. Then move it away and tell me what color your environment is. 90% of people will say it's black and white, and that will stay with them for about 60 seconds.
I'm doing it right now. I got a red bowl sitting in front of me.
Well, do you remember the? Do you remember the? Okay, a black screen, or no, a white, totally white background. You take 4 squares, but they're spaced sort of like you imagine a typical window, right? 4-window pane, right? You have in your typical home or whatever, right? Just all the detail, just the window parts are black. So you have 4 squares with a white cross in the middle. Stare directly into the center of that for 60 seconds, and you will swear to God that the very center turns black because it shows that you have a blind spot directly in the center of your own vision. Then if you look away, you will still see that image. You look at a white wall after that, you will still see that image for at least another 60 seconds more. I mean, just optical illusions can definitely show you just how your eyes lie and how your brain lies about what your eyes say.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, and that's why if a flat earther ever brings up, well, let's see what we see, and I'm there like, well, do we all see the same? Can you prove that?
Would you all see the same thing as everyone else if you stare at the cross in the middle and then watch what happens where that dot is missing on the blue dot as it goes around?
Yeah, green.
It's even better if you
Yeah,
look
it
to one
turns
side
green.
for a second. Just focus off to the left or the right for a second, and then the whole green dots will move.
Yeah, that's interpretation, and that's green dominance of your rods and cones because we see more green than any other color in the spectrum as well.
I'm actually getting a secondary ring of dots above the main.
You will. Yeah.
See, that's your brain. That's your eyes lying to your brain right there.
But I mean, right there, that's evidence for don't trust your eyes. Always use photographic evidence because a CMOS sensor on the same camera will near enough give the same results, and it's comparable. Whereas 2 people describing something with words ain't.
Stingray, say I wanted to get a good camera with a big sensor on it and one that I can change lenses on to get really good shots with a nice tripod. What would you recommend?
What's your budget?
Let's say up to $2,000.
And what's your subject matter?
Maybe connectable to a telescope. Cipher.
Can you do that with it?
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. But I mean, what's your subject as well? What are you going to be using the camera for?
Well, filming some stuff from the spot I was showing earlier here in Port, near on the walk out here, ocean.
Right. So
possibly
filming video then.
Bit of video, yeah. But I'll take it camping as well and get some bush shots when that grows back, which will happen. I'll just have to wait a while.
Yeah, I mean, so there's multiple answers to. There's no absolute answer there from my point of view. My point of view is if I'm going camping, I want a small lightweight camera. I don't I don't mind. I'd have a small compact mirrorless interchangeable lens if I wanted, varied shots.
I've got a Nikon D3200 for that sort of stuff, so I don't really need one to replace to go out camping. But let's say I wanted to film ships going up the coast here, or just the containers that you can see.
So the issue that you've got there is unless you want to spend let's wait a minute, let me think. About $60,000.
Right.
Your Australian
Gotcha.
dollars.
Yeah,
You will
gotcha.
not be able to compare to the zoom levels of, and I hate using this because it's a shit sensor, but a P1000. The only
Yeah.
way a P1000 can do that is the size of the lens versus the actual sensor size. The sensor in the P1000 is a mobile phone sensor.
Mm-hmm.
That is the only way it gets that zoom level.
Go
That's
go
the problem.
go go get a go get a Canon. Go get a Canon.
That's why I was saying connectable to a telescope, because you can use the big sensor, and then P1000 can go pack its bags and go home, because you can go film the Andromeda Galaxy.
Yeah.
If you have a good enough telescope.
That's actually, and actually that would, if I was going to get a camera,
Use
would
that
probably,
as your telephoto lens.
That would probably be more what I would actually want to get a camera for, astrophotography. So let's forget about the ships on the horizon and
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, then I would go with a large sensor DSLR. But just so that you know, there's the 2D screen space, or the 2D observation space of the Andromeda Galaxy is actually bigger than the moon. So a P1000 can get you closer to the moon than the average telescope. It will get you closer to the Andromeda Galaxy, but the sensor doesn't have the latitude to pick up the galaxy itself. That's the only reason, not the zoom level.
The light coming from it. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
I only use that as an example. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you have a decent telescope that you can attach it to, you're basically using the telescope as the telephoto lens instead of worrying about that silly zoom feature, or gimmick rather, on the P1000. You're actually making the lens itself, because that's the only thing. That's the thing. It's a gimmick. It's just that it can zoom in, and you don't have to put it on a telescope. You put it on a telescope, you can make the zoom whatever you want, depending
I
on.
could get a telescope and a camera, like just a body for check.
Cypher.
Price, yeah.
Cypher. I'm only telling you this because it's what Alan told me. I picked up a second-hand Canon from you still will buy from Cash Converters. And it's a Canon ESO. It's a 1200D. It's I think it's a 2008 camera. However, the sensor in it is what is it, 5 times bigger than the sensor in the P900 or the P1000, because they're the same size sensor.
Yep.
Resolution per area, though.
I'm trying to load it right now. Hang on. So I've actually got the specs, but the Canons, because of the way the Canons, the ESOs are set up, you can get the fittings that go straight on the camera, straight onto your telescope. You can buy a whole range of lenses that just go straight on. And depending on what you want to take, as in pictures and stuff, the camera itself, you can pay for the base model, or you can pay for the extra features like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and all that extra stuff. And the fact of the matter is, once you get to a certain size in the DSLRs, unless you go up to your high quality, like your Reds type stuff, as in not Reds Rhetoric, I meant Reds as in the camera brand.
Yep.
All you're doing is paying for extra features.
Of course, yeah. No, that's why I was trying to avoid a P1000 at all costs.
No, well,
absolutely, yeah.
I had the choice between this camera that I've got and a P900. The P900 was $300, and the Canon that I picked up with a 18 to 55 lens was, I talked them down to $260. I went back the next week and I picked up the 18 to 200 zoom lens for another $200.
Yep.
I'm still haven't quite got the same amount of zoom as a P900. Don't get me wrong, but it's comparable because I've got a bigger sensor, which means when I take my pictures, I can put them raw straight on my computer, and I can do my additional zoom digitally on the computer.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait,
That
wait,
sounds
wait a
perfect.
minute. Wait a minute. I'm really sorry, but I disagree with that last
So the
statement.
quality of the pictures are better because the sensor has a
At
higher resolution.
comparable. Comparable
Right,
zoom.
right. Okay, so the sensor isn't high resolution. The P1000, you can have comparable. They're called APC size. So it's actually EOS and EF mounts in the Canon. They predominantly for the lesser series use APC size sensors, which is well under 35 average millimeter. The P1000 has like I say, a sensor out of a mobile phone, but it still has lots of megapixels on it. The only difference there is your large sensor, the photon receptor underneath the red, green, and blue passers that detect the EM interference to register color is a hell of a lot bigger on the bigger sensor. So therefore, it can see more light. So you do get a better quality image. You don't get one in terms of higher resolution. That's not what it's for. But if you were doing astrophotography, I used to have the last camera that I sold was a 5D Mark II, and it was a full frame camera from 2011. And it did full HD video, and it's full frame sensor as well, which means slightly, which means the sensor is slightly above 35 millimeter, which means it's a lot bigger than an APC size sensor in the lesser Canon cameras. And that means it can be excited by a lot more light per pixel, which means it's got a better, which doesn't, the most important thing there is when you're doing astrophotography, the amount of time, the amount of time that the shutter's open is your problem. With something that doesn't detect a lot of light, the shutter needs to be open a lot longer to get the same exposure.
Of course, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so if you go for a full frame, certainly one of the new full frame ones with the latest digit, it's called Digit. The signal DSP processor inside the Canon is called Digit series. The latest one and noise reduction is absolutely fantastic. If you get a full frame camera, I would say absolutely go with that because I never looked back. I didn't do any photography, but it meant mine was a 5D Mark II I had, but they're on the Mark 5 now, I think.
Mark 5, yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, can you? What was the model again? I'll write it down.
5D. So the full frame ones are the 1D, the 1DS, the 5D, and I think they may have put the 6D into that range as well, but I can't recall.
Canon 5D.
But I am biased towards Canon because I had a lot of L series glass at the time, so I didn't even consider Nikon or Nikon.
Well, the D3200 I got the lens on it stopped focusing after about 3 months. Something seemed to go wrong with the mechanism and it wouldn't focus properly. But I did have a replacement Sigma 300mm lens that I ended up using, and it takes really good shots. I've got some really nice moon shots. I've actually got one where the light, the terminator line on the moon, you can see the light going into one of the craters, illuminating that while the terminator line is actually past the crater itself. It's an amazing shot once I can figure out how to download something bigger onto it, because it's like 10 megabits and it won't let me put it into Discord.
I'm just going to add this to your food for thought as well, because this is quite funny. So you can get a smaller camera with a smaller sensor size. So let's think of let's say a mirrorless micro four thirds camera. So much smaller camera size. But what you can do is you can get what you call a speed booster. And this is awesome. So even though it's got a micro four thirds mount, you can get a speed booster from EF to micro MFT, basically micro four thirds. But what the speed booster does is it takes the entire range of the full frame lens and it focuses it down onto the smaller micro four thirds sensor. So in effect, what you're doing is you're taking all the light that the big Canon frame one can see, and you're just focusing it to a smaller sensor, which means it's still getting excited by the same magnitude of light per square, per square unit of surface area.
Right.
And they're called speed boosters. I've behind me right now, I've got a Blackmagic Cinema 4K camera on a electronic stabilization gimbal. Now, if I had Canon lenses and I attach them with a standard converter, it means I'm looking at a cropped version of what that lens is seeing, but the speed booster focuses it all down, which gives you, better performance, basically. So that's
Gotcha.
an
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you for the information. And sorry, Terry, we derailed the whole thing again, didn't we?
No, we're pretty well good for now.
Shadows. Have you done shadows on the moon yet?
Well, I was waiting for Casual Barman to live stream a space event.
Yes.
But it didn't happen. It's been delayed for 24 hours, so I'll have to wait till tomorrow night to show that.
The SpaceX thing, yeah?
That was going to be tonight, but it's been delayed.
Yep. Yes, and we played Reverse Flurfy. Done a lot again tonight. And the cat is complaining.
Yeah, Ariane Space Flight VA251. Yeah, I think that's the right one. Wrong one.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, it just feels like quiet all of a sudden.
Terry's looking stuff up.
Yeah, I was looking for
Hello,
the...
Hans Brich.
I was looking for the actual video. I just had it a minute ago, now I've lost it.
Captain History Man.
Captain Caveman.
Man. Gotta do it right.
Yeah, it was like that, yeah.
You know, where it'd fly around with his club, and he just open the top and just like stuff would come out like Inspector Gadget.
Yep.
I saw the Dwarven Hammer dude put out a new video too.
Who's that?
The Dwarven Hammer.
The Dwarven Hammer. I will find him and subscribe.
The one that's got that accent. What does Pip call him?
Captain Caveman.
I hate my memory sometimes.
Oh, my memory's great. It holds water like a sieve. I never have to dry it.
You drip dry.
Well, that's the thing. You actually have the excuse of having actual head damage and actual brain damage. So
well, I
that's
do it right.
I let you get away with stuff. That is why. Plus, you're hilarious.
So what you're saying is, if you're having a shitty day, you just have to wait 15 minutes to
Pretty
dry it.
much,
You've forgotten about it.
Best
That
part
would
of it
be
is
so awesome.
he meets new friends every single day because he's forgotten the ones he made yesterday.
Well, I'll tell you, after the first accident, the movies that I'd all watched already were all brand new to me. So it's like, wow, I get to relearn Star Wars all over again, even though I grew up on it.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. Yeah.
Yeah, like for those who don't know, like I grew up on Star Wars. I was a trivia master. I would kill you in any Star Wars original trilogy trivia.
And now he can barely remember who Salacious Crumb is sometimes.
Who?
The little cackling thing that Jabba the Hutt had.
Huh?
Not seen Star Wars? Return of the Jedi?
Yes. Yes.
Remember Jabba the Hutt?
I didn't think his laugh was that good.
Solo.
No, it wasn't Jabba. It was his little cackling thing that he had.
The one that.
Oh, the
the
All I
one,
can
no,
remember is the
no, no,
naked
no.
girl on his lap.
The one that pulled out C-3PO's eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember the naked girl on his lap.
Oh well, yeah.
Oh, the R2D2 electrified and he stuck to the roof. I remember
that
that.
was
Now
that
it's
was
coming back to me.
That was Princess Leia.
Yeah, that was kind of like the star of the
gold
movie.
bikini. Yep.
Yes, she was the star of the movie, and you're
We
saying,
all
oh, that
remember
girl
the
that was
gold
on his
bikini.
lap. Okay.
Yeah, we all remember the gold bikini.
That's the one part you remember. That's the funny thing. That's the
Yeah,
one
but
part
it's that.
you remember.
Yeah, that girl that's
Are you
on the
a-
lap. Yeah, that's.
Are you
yeah.
secretly a teenage boy?
I don't remember the name, but it was that
I
girl
tell you
laying
what-
on his lap. Yeah.
I tell you what, I was literally sitting here before. I've got bits of paper, and I was cutting out shrouds to get made into metal for my lightsabers to make them look cooler. I have lightsabers that make sounds, and they're really fun.
And stuff.
And yeah, they amuse me. I'm easily amused.
I think you guys ought to invite that Right the Hand on here.
Oh.
I thought his name was just Right Hand.
Left the foot.
Left the foot. Yeah.
Can you put Can you put a couple of dollars in the swear jar, Dean?
Couple of
Where's the swear
dollars.
jar, Terry?
A couple of dollars.
Oh, no, that means he's got more coming.
Well, no, yeah, it's just such a different kind of environment. Having Right the Hand in an environment like this, I just think it'd be fun.
I've tried to have flat earther type people on here before, but everyone here chases them away.
It's not our fault that they get afraid of us.
We ask the right questions that they don't like answering, that they know the answers to, that they don't like answering.
I've had Pete Shea on here. I've had Slick on here.
God.
I've had who else? Bandy. I've had who else? I mean, you don't chase Bandy away. Sorry, I shouldn't have put him on the same list.
No. Oh, what's his name? Starts with I was about to say the bloke that lives with his mum, but that's half of him, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. And it's not a Riley. It's actually water pouring into a jug.
Well, I nearly got Nathan Thompson on here, but he wanted me to pay. He wanted me to pay him.
Yeah, $200 for a visit.
Yeah, whatever. We didn't talk, Mount.
Well,
I tell him as soon as they do it, the money is his, and then I'll just stiff him like every other flat earther does.
There is a really funny thing with Right the Hand and Matrix Media on Jose's show about 2 days ago. Right the Hand's basic claim is that maths doesn't represent reality. Maths can't be used to predict anything, and computers are pretty much useless. And I had to jump in and I had to cut Rumpus off because at the moment I actually still work while I'm on that. If I join the panel, I'm still working. But what I was working on and still are for the next, I don't know, 6 months, is I'm working with a vision neural network that uses maths, where he actually uses a 256 vector number to represent various filter passes of 2D sensory data so that it can make predictions by doing distance and math calculations on it to tell me what objects are actually in the sensor view based on its predictive capabilities. So every single thing that he just said in that hangout, I was actually doing at the moment of him saying it as well, which was just fantastic.
We're hacking his mind.
It was just so funny though. Each one of those 3 points, I'd literally done some aspect of in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can preempt what they're gonna dribble out next.
Terry,
Okay,
the Morgile. You had the Morgile on here, didn't you?
Who? Yeah, I remember the well, the Morgile went missing.
Do you have pet names for them?
I
That's
don't.
not
I
his
don't
real
know
name,
why.
right?
I don't know why the Morgile went missing. I just made a phone call.
Cypher, I think it was the Dwarven Hammer dudes in the chat, in
Oh,
the
is he?
Zoom chat.
I shall go and subscribe. I actually had to. I didn't start YouTube again after my little crash earlier. I was overloading my CPU.
It's part of another thing, but it's a thing that he does.
Stuff.
That was a little satire thing that he does for both Flatties and
Yeah. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's all tongue in cheek, very satirish.
Oh, John, I haven't checked the emails yet, John Rapp, but I will. I have many things I have to actually check. Helping run a NASA black site is hard work. I'm still waiting on the check. Like they promised me an infinite black budget and I haven't seen it yet. So, you know, it's getting harder to do stuff.
Well, they keep saying it's in the mail. I'm really wondering about
Right.
this mail service.
Quiet. You're not supposed to be mentioning that.
The female service.
Oh, that's shit. We're live. Shit.
That's even worse.
Shit. We're live. Shit. Shit.
Ah.
Shut up, everyone. Can we delete that last couple of seconds?
Don't fucking swear, dude.
Listen here, cunt rash. You got me into trouble.
Oh, not that way.
Terry, I actually think you ought to start a PayPal swear jar. I actually do. Give all the money to charity.
I would have just filled it up with that one, but that's one of my favorites. I only cracked that one out. And it's a rash.
I didn't say it last.
I add rash to that word because you never want a bleep rash. Anyone just rashes are bad down there.
Can always get a cream for it.
Some cream for it. Put some tussin on it, boy. Chris Rock did that. I think it was a thing. Tussin's apparently like one of their. I don't know. I have to find the clip. It's funny.
Well, I've only been streaming for 7 hours, so I might finish wrapping up here.
Oh,
was that all?
Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, and
You know, quitter.
Thank you for
well,
again,
we've gone
once
through
again.
shadows and a few things.
A lot of things again.
Quitters never win.
I'm not in it for the race.
Yeah, he who runs away gets to play another day.
It's a slow burn.
Brave Sir Robin, current ran away. But what? I don't remember the damn song. You know what I'm talking about, Monty Python?
Yes, yep. Yeah, Monty, I'm gonna watch the Holy Grail. I've been meaning to do it for weeks and I haven't done it yet. I might do that right now. Yes, it's been, and I know once again, thanks, John. John Terry. How did I get that wrong? Pleasure.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, that's you. It's because I'm replying to John Rapp right now.
I appreciate you guys coming on.
Oh, it's been a riot for sure.
It's been
I
fun.
like how you kept on track and didn't obfuscate and didn't talk over anyone and yeah, thank you.
Ooh. Interrupted cow, you know.
Doing some dressing with that salad.
Sorry, interrupted cow again.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, well, say goodbye to the site, the Peanut Gallery out there.
Night, YouTube.
Good night, Peanut
We've
Gallery.
got Ari, Stewie,
Bye, YouTube.
John Rapp, Colin, Colin, I don't know, Boggs, Heat Shield, stuck in Florida, Dora. I said Boggs, yes, I said Boggs. Oh, there's a Pip out in the side chat too.
Good morning, good evening, and good night. And all have a good
There
safe
you
day.
are.
Mab64, Grisbait. Oh, Andrea.
Apparently there's 36 watching.
Well, you'll
Thanks,
never find a
everyone.
more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
So we said our good nights.
Night, YouTube.